Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are shifting our attention over to Carlos Dominguez. As everybody knows, we've been covering that trial. We covered it last year when trial number 1 happened. He got a retrial, and the coverage is pretty spotty. So we dropped doing it day in and day out. But now we have it's July 3rd here in the United States. People are celebrating July 4th, which obviously is tomorrow. So it is officially a federal holiday. So courts are off. So we thought we'd dip our toes back into Carlos, kind of see where they are. I know the state has rested. I know the defense is on right now. So today we're just going to kind of look at some key testimony from the state over the last, basically over the last month. So we have a full day for you. So get comfortable, settle in, and let's get started. All right, welcome in everybody. How's everybody doing today? It is Friday, July 3rd, 2026. And being a federal holiday, celebrating July 4th here in the United States, there are no courts that are open today. As far as I know, I'm sure there might be some, who knows. But we are taking this opportunity to shift our focus back onto California versus Carlos Reales Dominguez. As you know, we covered it last year. Gavel to gavel, there was great coverage. Law and Crime started it, and then KCRA picked it up, and they were showing it. They kind of dropped the ball a little bit this year, so that's why we stopped watching it. They've kind of picked back up on it, but again, they're not covering. It doesn't, to me, look like they're covering every moment of testimony, but I've been kind of keeping an eye on it to just to see, because ultimately I want to cover the verdict. And I did reach out to Dr. Barry to do a co-stream with her, and we can talk about Carlos, and everything that goes along with that. So kind of wanted to get back into it. The defense has rested. The state has rested. The defense is putting on their case in chief right now. So today I just kind of want to hit some highlights of what the state has presented, and that's where we're going to go. So let's see. Excuse me. Who is with us today? I see lots of people. Horse Welfare, Camilla, sorry. Heidi, good morning to you. Kaylee, good to see you. Good vibes only. Barry Adams, Christine, hello. Crazy Mary Fitz, Dina Kimbers, how are you? Let's see, Guy, why a retrial, no conviction? He was found not guilty on 2 counts, and they hung on the 3rd count. So the David and Karim, they found him not guilty. Kimberlee, they were hung. So that's why they're doing a retrial, and they're going for lesser charges. Debbie, good morning. St. Benny, how are you? I swear I can talk today. I swear I can read and talk today. Live, love, laugh. How are you? Great to see you. You are new here. Yes, there are rules. We just ask that you be respectful and courteous to each other. Don't attack another chatter. If you have to spell out certain words, put an asterisk in, and those would be substances. We say pew, or you can just put G asterisk N. We try not to spell out KILL. Definitely use DV. So yeah, I don't know if anybody's posted our spelling, but if somebody has not posted that and you're still in chat, remind me and we'll post that for you. Brenda, how are you? Snap, good to see you. Selena K, thank you for joining us. Care Bear, how are you? Good to see you. Let's see, who else is with us? I know lots of people. Let me get closer to when we went live. This is all before we went live. Let's see here. Skrupnik, good to see you. Holly, good morning and welcome in. Snap, another hot day in Florida. Yep. Supposed to be in the 90s today. Let's see. Green-eyed cat, Christine Fortunato, good to see you. Iowa backyard. Sorry about your little one. That's a bummer. Cindy, good morning to you. Good to see you. Gordon, good to see you. Mike, gonna pop in and out, no problem. Hope you have a great Friday. Crazy Mary Fitz, hello. Scent Bunny likes this music, yeah. That's what we figured was going on and is still going on in Carlos's mind, you know. Kathy and Glee Roll, good to see you. Anthony, hello, welcome in. Bama Green Eyes, good morning to you. All right, I think I got everybody. Live, love, laugh. Hope you have a safe and great weekend as well. Oh, Snap Sharon, good to see you. TGIF to you. JMS, good to see you. Welcome in. All right, Snowcatish, hello. Abe, how are you? Yeah, I know you're very interested in this trial, as we are too. I mean, I wish there was solid streaming from, it's just not. It's just spotty coverage. It's a shame because I really wanted to cover this trial. All right, so let's all hit the like button. Take a moment. If you have not hit the like button, let me make sure I have as well. Yes, we have. All right, so we're going to start off. I'm not going to take notes. I'm not really going to do any recaps either. But we are going to start off with Maria Breaux. That is David's sister. And let's see here. I'm going to have to put myself over here, I think. All right. Put myself over here. All right, so it is not live. I can also, let me, I shall hide that. This is indeed not live. We'll put Rafa up there. All right. So, and don't ask me for like days. I mean, I can tell you what the days are. This is from May 29th. But this is Maria Breaux. I'm not really going to take notes. I just kind of want to sit back, relax, enjoy chat, enjoy the videos, and I'm not going to be doing any recaps or anything. But if you have, oh wait, hold on. Yeah, good point. All right, I guess I will take notes. I don't want to take notes, but I don't know. I guess I'll take notes. I guess I will. All right, I'll take notes. Wasn't planning on taking notes, but I'll take notes. Hold on, let me get my notes here. I'll take notes. All right. I'm not even sure what day this is. We'll just go with Maria Breaux. Maria Breaux is sister to sister to David. All right. Don't ask me what order they are in, though. I don't know what order they are. So, all right.
My name is Anne-Maria Breaux, ANNEMARIA BREAUX, and I go by Maria.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience with the court.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Moore, direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Breaux.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Breaux, did you have a brother named David?
I did.
Did David have a nickname?
He did.
What was that?
Compassion guy.
And was...
Can you turn the witness's mic up?
How far apart are you and David in age?
I was born 68 December. He was born February 73, so 3.5 years.
And did the two of you live in the same town?
For a while, we lived in the same town for many years.
Okay. How about in 2023? Did he live in Davis?
He lived in Davis, and I lived in San Francisco.
Did the two of you were you able to communicate often up to April of 2023?
Less often as of 2019, and primarily via Facebook Messenger.
But the two of you kept in contact and you kept up to date on sort of what he was doing and everything?
Yes.
And David, known as the compassion guy, did he have a calling in Davis where he would interact with people within the community?
Yes, he did.
And as part of living in Davis, how did he live? Like, did he live in a residence? Did he live outside? How did he live?
Part of his purpose was living with very humble means, and he lived intentionally without permanent housing. For many years, that was primarily couch surfing, house sitting, pet sitting, until 2019, where he went through a period of being intentionally unhoused in the community, maybe 30% of the time.
And in April of 2023, was he unhoused, living in the community at that point?
He was.
Have you ever frequented Central Park, ever visited Central Park?
I have.
And did you know David to spend time there?
Yes.
And is that where he would do most of his interaction with people in the community around Central Park and blocks around that?
Specifically at the corner of 3rd and C at the Compassion Bench.
And that would be...
At the Compassion Bench at the corner of 3rd and C in Davis.
And that's just southeast of the park itself, right?
That's correct.
So Ms. Breaux, on, I can show you People's 55A. Showing you 55A. Is that David?
It is.
And do you know about what time, what year this photograph is taken?
This was in 2013 during construction of the Compassion Bench.
And
2012.
2012. But in 2023, they would look pretty much the same.
Mm-hmm.
We're just going to publish on?
Okay.
When I asked if David looked similar in 2023, he said, was that a yes?
Yes, that's a yes.
Thank you, Ms. Breaux. Now, in April of, did you have any communications with David on April 26th or April 27th of 2023?
I did not.
But on the 27th of April, did you receive a call about him?
I received a visit at my front door.
Who was that from?
The San Francisco medical examiner, someone from the San Francisco medical examiner's office.
And was that individual there to inform you that David had passed?
That's correct.
And I'm very sorry that we have to talk about this and
I understand.
brings you here today with, at the time, did you know where David had been staying in Davis?
I did not.
But you knew that he had been out in the community following his mission.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Breaux. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Any cross-examination?
I have no questions for Ms. Breaux. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Breaux, thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Your Honor.
So her testimony obviously was very, very short. Crunchy, we've posted it. He had a compassion bench, so he went around Davis and he asked people, "What does compassion mean to you?" We've shown multiple videos on that. Then he actually traveled the country asking people, "What does compassion mean to you?" So he compiled a book and or compiled these papers, and they made it into a book. So the town of Davis created a bench for him called the Compassion Bench. That is not where he was stabbed. He was stabbed somewhere else. But there's a bench that once he was, unfortunately, his life was taken from him. People went there and they put a bunch of flowers. And so it's not where he was actually, his life was taken. But the city of Davis did create a compassion bench for him. We've shown multiple videos on that. I'm not going to get into that in this stream, but we have shown multiple videos on his actual compassion bench and people, saying, "What does compassion mean to you?" But he basically just put this together, was published into a book, and the city created a corner for him, and they called it the Compassion Bench. All right, so Maria was very, very short on the stand. Very short on the stand. Next, we're going to get to Karim's friend. He did not. This I don't think his mom testified in the first trial. This friend did not testify in the first trial, so that jumped out at me. I'm like, ooh, this gentleman did not testify in the first trial. So I am interested to hear what his testimony is. It was his mother that testified. I couldn't find her. She may have testified. I just couldn't find her testimony. But this is Karim's friend. So I'm really interested to hear this testimony.
Sorry, could you please repeat that?
Yeah, if you could just state your full name and spell your last name.
Sure. My full name is Aman Ganapathy Manvatira, and my last name is Manvatira. IRA, yeah.
Judge, can I get the full spelling of the name?
Right, yeah, your first name.
Aman Ganapathy, which is AMAN, then there's a space, and then GANAPATHY.
Great, thank you. So, how do you pronounce your last name?
Manvatira. Manvatira.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Mr. DeMar, direct
Thank you, Your
exam.
Honor. And good afternoon. A little nervous today?
Yes.
Okay, well, we'll take it slow, and anything that I ask that you don't know, let us know. If I ask something that you don't understand, let us know as well. So I'll start with questions. Mr. Hutchinson may have questions for you as well, okay? All right, and since this is not how we normally communicate, we'll have to do yes or no answers for Madam Court Reporter over here. So if I correct you, I'm not trying to interject or be rude. So, sir, how old are you?
24.
What do you do right now for a living? Are you a student or are you working?
I work as a software engineer.
Have you graduated from college?
Yes.
Where did you go to college?
I did my undergrad at UC Davis and my master's at UCLA.
And
UC Irvine?
UCLA.
when did you graduate from UC Davis?
2023.
Did you know and have a friend named Karim Abou Najm?
Yes.
How long did you two know each other?
About 2 to 3 years or so.
So met maybe your freshman or sophomore year in college?
Sophomore year.
Sophomore year. Were the two of you in the same major? Were you in the same school at UC, the same college at UC Davis?
The same college, slightly different majors, but lots of overlap.
How often did the two of you see each other?
Almost every day.
Okay, you have classes together, and then outside of school, you guys would hang out and spend time together?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about 2023. Was Karim one of your closest friends?
Yes.
And I'll show you a picture labeled People's Exhibit 109. And do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
And how do you recognize this?
I'm in the photograph, just cropped out.
Is that your hand off to the left right there?
Yes.
Right. And who is this in the photograph?
Karim.
And do you know what date this photo is from?
The 29th of April, 2023.
And where was this photograph taken?
The undergraduate research conference at UC Davis.
And so as you mentioned, you were in that photograph, the uncropped version of it. So did you spend all or part of April 29th, 2023 with Karim?
A part of it, yes.
All right, so that day, we just focused on April 29th, when did you first see him?
Roughly around noon.
And where were you?
Wellman Hall at UC Davis.
Which hall?
Wellman Hall at UC Davis. That's where I met him that day.
Do you know how he got there?
He biked.
And is biking something that Karim would usually do to get from point A to point B?
Yes.
Do you remember what type of bike he had?
I can't recall off the top of my head right now.
Do you remember what color?
It's been a few years, unfortunately.
Do you remember if it was a mountain bike or a cruiser?
I'm afraid I'm not too familiar with the kinds of bikes.
That's okay. So, you meet on campus. Where did you guys go from there?
So, the undergraduate research conference was at Wellman Hall, so we were there for a few hours, and then we left to Sacramento. And we spent some time in Sacramento, and then we came back to Davis, where I was dropped off at my place.
And why did you go to Sacramento?
We just finished presenting at the undergraduate research conference, and we thought it went pretty well, so we wanted to celebrate by getting a bite to eat.
And was it just the two of you, or were there other people?
There were two other people,
Who were those individuals?
Sophia Towson and Ashley Bilbrey.
And so the four of you went to Sacramento and you came back. Did the four of you stay together? Did you go separate ways?
They dropped me off at my apartment roughly around 6:30 p.m. or so on that day.
And is that the last time that you saw Karim in person?
Yes.
Do you know where he was going?
They just mentioned that they would head downtown for a bit.
And did you believe that to be downtown Davis?
Yes.
And were you the only one of the group of four that did not go downtown?
Yes, as far as I know.
At that point, do you know if Karim's bike was still where you had first seen him? Do you know if Karim's bike was still on campus where you met at Bowman Hall?
I know that it was still on campus, but I can't say for sure it was exactly where he left, like where he brought it to Bowman Hall.
So I guess my question would be, from the time you saw him arrive at Bowman Hall and the two of you met, to the time that you got dropped off at your apartment, you had never seen him go back and get the bike, correct?
Yes.
And he didn't bring it with him to Sacramento?
No, he did not.
So on April 29th, the last time you saw Karim in person was around, I think you said 6:30, correct?
Yes.
Did you hear from him either like directly or in another setting anytime later that evening?
Indirectly, he sent a message on a shared Discord group.
What's Discord?
A social media application.
Is that one of those social media applications where you can group text similar to text message, but it's just an application?
Yes, you can create servers where groups of people can chat on different threads.
About what time was that, you said?
Roughly around 8:25 is when I saw that message from him.
8:25 p.m.?
Yes, sorry.
Is that when it was sent or when you saw it?
That was when it was sent.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Demora. Mr. Hutchinson?
I have no question.
No cross. Okay, sir, thank you for coming in. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good night.
You too.
Okay, that takes us to the end of our work today, to the jury. And I have just a minute, so I wanted to give you just an advisement now that you're a couple.
All right, so Karim was one of the victims. I see, Deviant, you were asking. You see it was David Breaux, Karim Abou Najm, and then Kimberlee Guillory. So David and Karim unfortunately didn't make it. Kimberlee did. She survived. So we're going to get to her testimony very soon. And then Terry, I'm going to play the dad's testimony and his sister's testimony once we get to the defense, because I'm pretty sure they testified for the defense. So we will get to that. Today is just about the state, trying to pull out certain testimony, and then we're going to get to the defense, and we're going to have just the defense. Definitely going to show Carlos's testimony. So once he testifies, I definitely want to show that. All right, so let's come back here. I don't know if his mom testified. She did in the first trial. All right, now here's this doctor, Dr. Massey. Do you remember him? He's the one that found Karim. So I think I heard that he changed his testimony or something happened. And again, I don't know if this is in order. He just kind of starts talking. So I'm hoping there's three parts to this. So I'm hoping I got this in order. So forgive me if it's not.
Thinking maybe he picked up a white bike hat.
We watched, we're not going to watch it right now, but we watched the video of you performing or attempting to.
All right, that's definitely cross. Yeah, it's cross, and then redirect. I couldn't find his direct testimony. Maybe it's out there. I just couldn't find it, so we're going to, unfortunately, just go with cross.
performing attempted life-saving measures on Mr. Abou Najm, did you see a white hat or white cloth laying around at any point during those videos?
No.
Okay. And Mr. Dominguez, you never saw anything on his head, correct?
No, I saw his hair, but I didn't see anything.
So when you told Corporal Lee immediately when he arrived that the individual was wearing a hat, you misspoke.
Yes, I should have said he might be wearing a hat. I shouldn't have said he is wearing a hat.
And this was the first thing you said to Corporal Lee, that he was wearing a hat. You recall?
I don't remember that, but I might have been describing him from head to toe, so I would go top to bottom talking about him.
You did tell officers at the scene that he picked up something white, correct?
I thought it was, yes.
So presumably, did you tell officers, though, about something white at the scene?
Can you be more specific? I'm repeating ourselves here.
Well, you're saying you don't know, you saw him go for something white, but you didn't know if he picked it up. I'm asking if, you've already testified you did not see it at the scene after. Did you tell officers that you thought he went for something white? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so presumably if there was a white rag or a white towel or a white cloth laying at the scene, the officers would have known that may be significant.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Sir, I want to ask you about another fact you testified. You testified yesterday that as Mr. Dominguez was driving away on the bike path, he was dodging branches. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Did you write that in your initial timeline back in 2023?
No.
Did you testify to that at any point during your testimony on May 6th and May 7th of last year?
I don't remember talking
Prior
about that.
to yesterday. Is the dodging branches something you added in your new statement that you created 2.5 years or more after the fact?
Yes, but I can say I was thinking about it. I talked about how his head was down, looking at his feet as he ran, and I remember thinking why, and it would be speculation, but I did remember then that there were branches. He may have been wanting not to get him hit in that face. That triggered that memory.
So my question is, did you see him as he's riding, dodging branches?
No, it was not like that. These branches were not large. These were just things that were hanging down. And so as he's going between the trees with the bike running, he had his head down, and I didn't understand why he wouldn't look toward me. And I was thinking it could have been to dodge some of those branches. I saw
If he has his head down, he's not even going to be in a position to see the branches, correct?
That's
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
that's not correct.
Before.
Objection, the witness isn't done to the
No
answer.
question. Okay.
Ask your question again.
Repeat it, I'm not certain exactly what I asked.
I'm lost as to what we're talking about right at this
Talking about
moment.
branches, sir.
Okay.
Over.
Do you want me to read something?
I can re-ask it again, I'm not sure the exact.
So let's do this. You're going a little fast.
Also
so the two of you got tripped up. So I'm not going to throw in the court reporter right now. So you need to craft a question.
Okay. So you said he had his head down, correct?
Looking toward the bike and the pedals.
And you remember that there were branches.
Yes.
And based on that, you concluded that he was dodging branches.
He, I believe, and again speculation, was looking down to not trip over the pedals of the bike. And I do remember branches he was going through because having his head down would keep him from being hit by them. And he ran out through the trees with the bike.
The bike was right next to the path on the grass, right next to the path. That's where it was, correct?
No, it was not next to the path.
Let me ask you this. Did you ever move the bike yourself?
No,
Okay.
no way. I would not. I was not focused on anything at that time other than Karim.
Did you previously draw where the bike was during your prior testimony?
I did.
And that was accurate in your prior testimony?
I believe it was, yes.
So when you said dodging branches, it wasn't a case where you saw him move his head one way or the other
No.
to
It wasn't-
avoid a branch?
No, it's just a small point that I do remember there were some low branches blocking the light, or high branches blocking the light, and there were some low branches, and he was coming through with his head down, running with the bike, and there were branches that I do remember he was avoiding, but it wasn't a large movement or...
But this memory of him avoiding branches, you didn't mention that to anyone until you prepared your new report 2.5 years after the events.
That is correct.
And sir, but there's no concern in your mind that you are filling in gaps of things you don't actually remember?
To the contrary,
That can happen to certain people, but it can't happen to you, correct?
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
So, and your testimony has not been influenced in any way by a relationship with Karim's parents or the guilt you feel that your testimony helped the defense during the initial trial?
I didn't say that I have guilt that I feel because it helped the defense. I never said that.
In watching my closing argument, you saw me, and I spoke for about 2 hours. You saw that, correct?
I'm not sure if I watched the entire,
You
but I do
watched the
remember.
part where
Can I get?
Yeah, I don't remember if I watched the entire closing statement, but yes, I do remember your closing statement
and you
about,
watched the part where I discussed your testimony.
yes,
And you realized when you watched my closing argument, you went, oh, I helped the defense. You had that realization at that point.
I realized that the things I had said were being misconstrued, and I did not like that, and I realized I wish I had done a better job as a witness.
Misconstrued. Did I quote your language exactly during my closing argument?
You said that I have a habit of calling people man, and that that's just a language tech I have, and you've never interacted with me outside of the courtroom. And
Did you ever use the term,
Objection.
let me ask you, did you ever use the term man when speaking to any officers?
So I do use the term man for emphasis, and boy as well. So if there's a project I just did that was hard, I might say something like, man, that was hard. But I don't finish sentences with man, I don't call people man, and I don't use man as a filler for what I speak.
Let's talk about, and we're going to get to that, because you realize and watched my closing argument, there was a point in the when you spoke to the officer, you went, oh man, and used that term.
Yes.
Okay. We'll hear that a little bit later. But I'm asking not about use of the term man. I quoted your testimony word for word in my closing argument, correct? I used the quotes that I just read to you just now.
Objection, compound.
It's it's overbroad system.
Okay. You recall me quoting some of your testimony during my closing argument. You recall that?
I do.
And you believed, as much as my closing argument, that at least I felt your testimony had been helpful to the defense. You realize that?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question?
In watching my closing argument, did it occur to you that that attorney thinks my testimony is helping his case? Did that occur to you?
I did think, as I said, that what I said did not come across correctly.
Sir, but then why did you testify to under penalty of perjury multiple times if it wasn't true?
Because
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
You talked about you felt you needed a lawyer. Was that because of what you testified to in the previous trial?
no, it's because I'm like a fish out of water with this trial. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. To give an example, you
Let me ask you
quote,
this.
Objection, witness, finish his answer.
He'd answered it. Thank you.
You do understand that as your witness, you are just simply to answer the questions asked of you.
right,
Hold on just a second. No, the phone has to be off.
It's off. I'm fine. No, you're leaving. No, I'm fine.
Talk to the bailiff.
No, you talk to me outside.
Talk to the bailiff outside, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that interruption, counsel.
You understand as a witness, you are to listen to the questions,
correct,
answer the questions asked of you,
correct,
and answer them to the best of your ability based on your independent knowledge and memory.
correct,
And if you don't know the answer to a question, you can just say, I don't know.
correct,
And if you don't remember the answer, you can say, I don't remember.
correct.
Okay. So, although testifying can be stressful for anyone, basically the rules are pretty simple. You would agree?
Yes,
So, and when you're being asked about something that happened 3 years ago, and you're being asked about details of things that happened over 3 years ago in a less than 1 minute period, you would agree there's probably going to be many things you don't remember.
yes, and there are many things I will not forget too. Trauma has a way of sealing memories as well.
Okay, so it's your testimony that anytime a person experiences trauma, what they saw is locked in like a photograph. Is that what you're saying?
Objection, misstates testimony.
Sustained.
Trauma, you agree that trauma can also impact how people see or perceive things. You would agree with that as a doctor.
Yes,
And trained physicians like yourself, even with all your education experience, you can still experience trauma. You agree with that?
most certainly.
And this has been an extremely traumatic experience for you.
Yes,
And it is still a traumatic experience for you 3 years later.
there are times like trials and certain things which make it hard, but in general, I'm doing well. Yes, thanks.
Well, when the prosecutor asked you questions yesterday, details, with 2 exceptions, you never said, I don't remember. Would you agree with that?
Well, it depends on the questions. There are things I remember clearly and things that are less clear to me about that night.
You recall testifying yesterday, quote, when he took off running, I was saying things like, what's going on? What are you doing? What's happening? Just trying to get a response of why they were fleeing. I don't remember my exact words I said, but it was along those lines.
Correct.
So you don't remember the exact words you said, but it was something to that effect.
Yes.
Okay. You also told Mr. DeMora that you don't remember going back and doing compressions again.
I don't remember that.
And when Mr. DeMora asked you when this individual stood up to get the bike, which way they turned, you said, I'll be honest, I'm not positive where they turned. You recall saying that?
Correct.
But in your entire testimony yesterday, those were the only 3 details you could not remember. Is that correct?
Well, if I were asked about things I remember, that would make sense.
Other than those 3 exceptions, everything Mr. DeMora asked you yesterday, you were able to give an answer to.
Objection, asked and answered.
Oh, well. You can answer.
Okay, so can you repeat the question?
I just gave you 3 examples yesterday where you said you didn't remember. Do you recall any other examples yesterday regarding your encounter with Mr. Dominguez that you said, I don't remember?
That's a lot to ask. It was a stressful cross-examination and oh wait, you're talking about even during the debate.
I'm asking when he was asking questions.
Yeah, I don't remember how many times I said it. I don't remember.
Break my honor.
Right, I was waiting for the bailiff to return. But we'll go ahead and take a break. Okay, all right, thank you. All right, Dr. Massey, thank you. We've got a few more questions for you on the other side of the break. Why don't you take a break now before the jury walks out?
Okay.
Okay, so this will, to the jury, it'll be a 15-minute break, and remember the 3-part admonition: don't research, don't form opinions, don't discuss things, and we'll end up taking a hard break when we return at noon. So anyway, 15 minutes now. Okay, thank you, folks. Thank you, counsel. Off the record.
All right, so we're going to pick back up with his cross. I thought in the first trial I found Dr. Massey very credible. I'm not sure why he's changing his testimony a little bit, but it just sounds like the dodging branches was the only thing that he's changed so far. We'll have to listen to more of Cross to see if he changes his testimony. Unfortunately, we do not have direct because I couldn't find it.
Tell us of that, and we will address.
So I found his initial, trial 1, I thought he was credible, but it didn't matter because the jury found Carlos not guilty. They found him not guilty for Karim, meaning not guilty reason of insanity. So I don't think his testimony really ultimately changed the jury because they ended up going not guilty anyway.
Address it later. Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
Other than your own testimony and my closing argument, did you watch any other portions of the prior trial online?
I did see some new.
Yeah, I'm asking.
Oh yes, yes.
Did you watch portions of any other witness's testimony?
During the news?
So it's a yes or no?
Yes.
Objection, Vegas will win.
After your testimony,
Yes.
did you watch portions, whether it's a minute or the full thing, of other witnesses other than yourself?
Yes.
Objection, Vegas, the time between last year and this year.
Okay, overall,
I'm obviously asking about after the trial was over.
Correct.
You did not watch any portions of the trial while the trial was ongoing.
Certainly not. I was advised not to.
That was an order that you could not watch anything until the trial was evidence had concluded.
Correct.
That's why you were allowed to watch the closing argument.
Correct.
Because at that point, all the witnesses and evidence was over.
Correct.
Other than yourself, how many other witnesses did you watch portions of their testimony?
I remember 2.
2? Okay. Who is the first witness's testimony you remember watching? Just give me the name.
I think it was Officer Yu, comes to memory. I think he was the one.
Just
Oh, I'm sorry.
Detective Yu?
I think so.
What other witness, other than Detective Yu, just give me the name, did you watch?
Carlos Dominguez Reales, or Carlos Reales Dominguez.
So you watched the testimony of Carlos Reales Dominguez.
Not in its entirety, but it was
Approximately how many hours?
not hours.
What was that?
Not hours. It was part of a news segment, and he was.
I don't want you to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, it was not the entire thing.
Did you watch? This is yes or no.
Mm-hmm.
Did you watch the portion of Mr. Reales Dominguez's testimony relating to his interaction with you at Sycamore Park? That's yes or no.
Yes.
So, did you also watch Mr. DeMora's closing argument?
I remember seeing a part of it, and then I turned it off. I don't remember how long I watched.
Okay, did you watch my entire one, or did you?
No.
Okay, so you just watched, but you watched the portion of my closing argument where I was discussing your testimony.
Yes. It was early on, and so
Yes or no?
that's why, yes.
So I want to now discuss your testimony yesterday about the words you remember Mr. Reales Dominguez using when you encountered him in Sycamore Park.
Mm-hmm.
You testified yesterday, as the person was fleeing, I was already calling out to them, you know, what's going on, you know, what happened, what are you doing? And the person responded to me, they said, nothing, man, what are you doing? You recall testifying to that?
Yes.
And you later clarified on cross-examination that the quote, nothing, man, what are you doing? You actually took that from the 911 transcript that you took with you after your testimony last year.
Correct.
You don't actually have an independent memory of him using those precise words, nothing, man, what are you doing?
I have a memory of him telling me that nothing was going on, and he called me man.
And sometimes when you describe what he was saying, you would use the word man, and other times you would not use the word man. Would you agree with that?
That's why I wanted to see the police information, because it does seem that when I talk with the police that I did not mention the word man. And
Let's go. And you testified yesterday. So, do you remember him using the first word he said to you was, quote, nothing, or are you just taking that from the 911 transcript? I'm asking about the first word Carlos Reales Dominguez said to you. Was it the word, do you have an independent memory of him saying nothing, N-O-T-H-I-N-G, or are you just taking that from the 911 transcript? And if you don't know, you don't know.
it seems that the question is if I know that that is exactly the words he said. And so I would say I do not remember precisely exactly what was said. except that it was, he used the word man. That I feel confident in, because it seems strange. And then he did seem dismissive.
Okay, but sir, what I want to ask you about is what your memory of his words. Yesterday, you testified identical to the 911 transcript that the first words he said to you were, quote, "Nothing, man, what are you doing?"
Right.
Do you have a memory of him saying that, or did you just take that from the 911, with the exception of the word man?
Right.
Do you have a memory of that being the first words he said, or did you just take that from the 911 transcript?
I did rely on the 911 transcript to help know the precise wording, because I had just interacted with him seconds before when I called. But to say that I know letter for letter exactly what he said, I remember the spirit of what he said and some of the words he used, which stood out as odd, but I cannot say those are exactly the words.
Then why did you testify yesterday that his use of the word nothing made me more suspicious that something was going on? Because clearly there was a man down, bleeding, and very injured, and this person is fleeing.
That's the dismissive tone. So it was, I'm asking basically what's going on. Are you guys hurt? What's happening? And he's saying to me, nothing is happening.
Did he say nothing? This is my question. Did he use the word nothing? Yes or no? Do you remember that word? I know it's in a 911 call. I'm asking if you remember that being the first word Carlos Dominguez said to you. Nothing.
I'll be honest, it's difficult. I will say that I am not positive of the exact words that he said.
When you quoted his words in your initial timeline, 2 to 3 months after this incident, did you include the quote, "Nothing, man, what are you doing"?
I don't remember.
Would it refresh your memory to look at your initial timeline to see if you included that quote,
Yeah.
"Nothing, man, what are you doing"?
It would, if you allow it.
Your Honor. If it will refresh your memory as to whether
I don't know that he has the initial, what
I
you call
do.
the original.
it's attached to his new ones.
Oh, okay, yeah, if that refreshes your memory, go ahead.
Yeah, so
I'm just asking, and look at it, and then see if it refreshes your memory, and then set it down.
I actually don't talk about the initial.
Did you include that quote, "Nothing, man, what are you doing" in your initial timeline? Yes or no?
I did not. So in my initial.
Sir, my question is, did you include that quote?
That quote is not. Okay, yeah, that's simple. Then the answer is no.
And when you testify on May 6th and May 7th, do you recall using that quote to describe what Carlos Dominguez said? "Nothing, man, what are you doing"?
I think looking at my prior notes, I said that he said something like, "Hey man, what do you want?" I didn't say, "Nothing, man, what are you doing?" But it was the same sort of tone.
Well, in your testimony, did you say, he said something along the lines of, "What do you want, man? Leave me alone"? Was that your testimony?
Yeah, if that's the transcript I trust.
So after you took the 911 transcript home, you realized that that transcript appeared to be inconsistent with what you testified to with respect to Mr. Dominguez's first words. You realize that, right?
No. I realized that I should have trusted myself more when I said he called me man. During the trial, you asked me if it's...
Objection non-responsive.
Oh, okay, then.
Stand, that's written.
Okay.
Sir,
Yeah.
Mr. Moore is going to ask you every follow-up question
Okay, I'm sorry.
you need to ask. Just please focus on my questions.
Will do.
Do you recall what you told to Officer Lee right after you stopped compressions with respect to what Mr. Dominguez said? If you don't, that's fine.
I don't.
And you've never seen Officer Lee's body camera from when he was speaking to you?
No.
Now, later on, let me just go over just briefly. I'm going to go to a timeline here. We're going to get, later on you had a conversation with an officer named Detective Ramos. You recall he came into your house and spoke to you?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to get to that, but I want to kind of get the timeline settled. After this event's happened, you went and examined your security footage.
Correct.
And based on your memory of the events and your security footage, you were able to pinpoint when certain things happened.
Correct.
And you prepared, in your initial timeline, you documented those specific times so you could refresh your memory at a later time.
That is correct.
You know that those times were accurate because they're based on your surveillance and your own memory.
Correct.
And your surveillance system, the times are, you said they're coordinated with, I forget what you said.
The atomic clock. So it's the atomic clock NTP system. So
You also examined your cell phone to see when you called 911.
correct.
Did you have, was it an Apple iPhone?
Yes, at the time.
And you know that the time on Apple iPhones are also accurate.
Correct.
And so based on your memories, your surveillance footage, and your phone, you created this timeline.
Correct.
And once again, for this initial timeline back in 2023, you did not rely on any other sources other than your memories, your surveillance, and your phone.
That's correct.
So, and sir, if you need to look at your initial timeline to refresh your memory when I'm asking you these questions, you can. Okay?
Okay.
So, you cued the backyard video to begin the moment you first heard the cries for help. Is that correct?
To be honest, that was accidental, but yes, it is cued to it.
It was coincident?
It just happened to be a coincidence. When I looked, I was surprised.
The backyard video starts at 9:10 p.m. and 50 seconds.
That is correct.
And by coincidence, that is also the time from the front yard video that you can first hear the cries for help.
Correct.
And then you enter the frame of the backyard video at 9:12 p.m. and 7 seconds.
That is correct.
And when you heard the cries for help, That was when you were inside your home?
That's correct.
After you exited into the backyard at 9:12 and 7 seconds, you did not hear any more cries for help from that point forward?
Yes, there was silence.
There had been a period of silence before you exited your house,
That I'm not sure of.
but when you come into frame in the backyard, we see you standing there,
That's correct.
you're listening,
Correct.
and you don't hear anything.
Correct.
And at 9:12 and 17 seconds, you look over the back gate.
Yes, that's correct.
And you could make out that appeared to be two people and maybe two bikes in the park,
Correct.
but beyond that, you couldn't see what was happening.
That's absolutely correct.
You couldn't determine what was going on between these two people, if anything.
No.
And at 9:12 and 29 seconds, that is when we see you open the gate and leave the yard.
Yes. Yes.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you're walking as you leave the yard. You're not running.
I'm moving rapidly in a walk. I'm not sprinting because I'm seeing that there are cars coming.
But on the video, the portion of your body, when you leave the gate, you can see the portion of your head a little bit. You're walking at that point. You're not sprinting or running.
Not sprinting, not running.
And then there is a car traveling south on Sycamore. You see the headlights of that?
I don't recall that, but that would make sense with my experience.
You did have to wait for a car to pass before crossing Sycamore.
Correct.
And when you crossed Sycamore, although it was a fast walk, you continued to walk. You never ran or sprinted.
Not in the beginning.
When you're crossing Sycamore, you
Sorry,
never ran.
I'll say yes. Sorry. Yes, I was walking when I entered the park.
And as you crossed Sycamore, you did not have your light on your iPhone activated at that moment.
No.
And so as you got to the bike path entrance, you really couldn't see what was going on because these two individuals were in a dark area.
Correct. I could make out shapes and, sort of their way they were arranged. The bike had metal, so I could see the bike, but details, yes. were not
So,
there.
What was that?
Details were not available.
and if you know, did you turn on your light while you were still on Sycamore, or did you turn it on right when you got on the bike path, or do you not remember?
My memory is I turned it on because I couldn't see in the darkness. So it was as I entered the darkness from that first light.
And one of the distances you measured with your surveyor's wheel was the distance from your back gate to where you found Karim Abou Najm.
Correct.
And that distance, and you used the surveyor's wheel that you purchased,
Correct.
you confirmed it was accurate?
No.
Did it appear to be accurate based on the measurements you took?
I believe so. Yes.
And the distance from your back gate to where you found Mr. Abou Najm was 75 yards.
May I look at my other document to
Yes,
refresh
refresh
me?
it.
Yes, from the backyard gate to the murder scene was 75 yards.
And that is 225 feet.
That is correct.
That is 3/4 of a football field.
Correct.
And after, when you turned on the flashlight, you continued to walk at that moment when you turned on the light. You didn't start running at that moment.
No, then my memory was I was fast walking toward them, but I was cautious and worried. I didn't know what I was walking up on.
And you continued to walk until the second individual, we know it was Carlos Dominguez, got up, grabbed the bike, and started to push the bike off.
Yes,
At that point, you started running to some extent.
to some extent. I picked up the pace to close the gap because it seemed then that that they were trying to get away, and I didn't know what had happened.
And you stopped running approximately near the area of the second light pole.
Correct.
Then you watched this individual go over or go up the pedestrian bridge that crossed 113.
Correct. So I chased him under that second light, and I was within about 10 feet of him as he left. And I looked toward him as I turned toward Karim and glanced over every now and then to make sure he was continuing.
And you only saw a profile of Mr. Dominguez's face.
That's correct. I've always said that.
And then after the last moment you saw the person who we now know as Mr. Dominguez, he was going up the overcrossing across 113.
That's correct.
And then did you see him go out of sight, or did you turn around just when you saw him going up the overcrossing, if you remember?
My memory is that's the last time I saw him. I was then completely focused on what was going on with Karim.
And then you walked back you then went back to Karim?
Yes.
You noticed how severe his injuries really were?
Right.
And that's when you called 911.
Correct.
You called 911 on your cell phone.
I did.
And your cell phone recorded the time you placed the 911 call.
That is correct.
And you placed that call at 9:13.
That is correct.
But unfortunately, with an iPhone, we don't know which second.
Yes.
It could have been 9:13 and 1 second,
Right.
or it could have been 9:13 and 59 seconds.
Exactly.
Of all the things iPhones can do, they don't give us that second the call was made. You agree with that?
I agree with that.
So, just going to do a little math here, which kind of always gets iffy in that with lawyers. If you left your yard at 9:12 and 29 seconds, and we know the latest you could have possibly made that call would have been 9:13 and 59 seconds.
Correct.
The total possible time from when you left your gate to when you called 911 is 1 minute and 30 seconds.
I exited at 29 seconds after 12, and if it could be essentially 9:14, or just...
Well, we know it's not 9:14 because it said...
No, I mean, I should have said, I'm making the math simple, 9:13 and 59 seconds, then that would be a minute and a half.
So, and once again, a minute and a half is the maximum possible time.
Maximum.
If you placed the call at 9:13 and 45 seconds, then it would be a minute and 15 seconds.
Right.
So whatever it was, we know that this entire episode from when you left the gate to when you called 911 could not have been any longer than 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Yes.
And when you noticed that Karim his injuries were much more serious than you initially realized, you were focused on him.
Yes.
And when you were we heard the 911 call, you knew that you needed to get going and begin CPR.
Yes, I'm disappointed how long the 911 call took.
Because the 911 caller was asking additional information while you're looking at Mr. Abou Najm.
Correct.
You're focused on Mr. Abou Najm.
That is correct.
You realize you need to get off the phone and start CPR.
Correct.
And so you're at this point, while you're on the phone, focused on Mr. Abou Najm, if another person on a bicycle passed by you while you were on the phone, you probably wouldn't have been in a position to see them.
There's some speculation.
I mean, it's possible that I would miss someone because I was focused so much on him, yes.
So my question is, if you saw something, you knew the individual later identified, Mr. Dominguez, had traveled west.
Right.
So if another person on a bicyclist came from Sycamore and passed by you, at that point that wouldn't have been a big concern to you.
That
You were
wouldn't.
focused on.
It would not have seemed like a threat. If I saw a bicyclist coming the other way, I'm almost certain it would have got my attention.
But as you sit here today, you don't have a memory of a woman in her late 20s riding by you while you were on the phone?
No.
But just to be clear, sir, right after this happened, you were the only person standing by Mr. Abou Najm speaking on the phone at that point. There was nobody else there initially.
Yes. Yes, you're asking, is there another person next to him with a phone? And the answer is certainly not.
At another point, another woman came and helped you.
Yes.
She held Mr. Abou Najm's legs while you performed CPR.
Correct.
So, on your timeline from your backyard, let me back up. If someone, going back to the woman on the bicycle, if at that point, do you think if a bicycle passed you while you were speaking to 911, do you believe you would have been in a position to see them?
I was standing right next to Karim's right shoulder, like just near him, looking toward him. So my back would have been to the path. They would have had room. They could have went past me, yes.
And you were very focused on Karim at that point.
Yeah, I was processing what had just happened and also wanting to help Karim.
Let's go back to the timeline. Although your backyard camera does not show the actual police vehicles, at some point you see what appear to be emergency lights.
Correct.
And the first time emergency lights are seen are at 9:18 and 30 seconds.
That's correct.
And then at 9:21 and 7 seconds, we see your wife leave the back gate.
Yes, she was trying to see if I was okay.
And then at 9:21 and 40 seconds, she comes back through the gate toward the house.
Yes, the police would not let her pass.
At 9:27 and 35 seconds, you re-enter the back gate.
Yes, I was receiving a lot of phone calls while I was talking with the police
From your wife?
from my wife.
So you wanted to tell her that you were okay?
Correct.
And during this time when you returned to your house, at 9:27:35, you washed your hands.
Yes.
Then at 9:29 and 51 seconds, you are seen, once again, going out the gate back toward the park.
Yep.
At 9:44 and 24 seconds, you return home through the gate.
Yes.
Now, at approximately 10:45, after you returned home, do you recall an officer taking you to Rite Aid in Davis to look at a suspect?
I don't remember if it was Rite Aid, but I do remember going to see a suspect, yes.
And this was on the night of April 29th, after you returned home.
Yes.
And was that officer who took you a female officer, if you recall?
I don't remember.
You do recall an officer driving you to a location to see a suspect.
Yes.
And this, the initial suspect you were shown had a beard.
Yes.
And so you knew that it could not be the same suspect because it had an actual beard.
Yes. And there were other features too, but they had a very long beard, so.
And then at approximately 11:09, Detective Ramos came to your house.
I don't recall. I did meet with him. I don't remember the time.
It was sometime that evening or early morning.
Right.
And you and Detective Ramos retraced that night step by step exactly what happened.
Correct.
You walked over with Detective Ramos from your house to the park.
That is correct.
So it would have been the same path you had taken when you responded to the cries for help.
More or less, yes.
Did you know that this recording was captured on a Detective Ramos's body camera?
I assume all communications I have with the police are recorded. At least in that circumstance.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit Z, the portion of Detective Ramos's body camera. Is there a stipulation?
And this does not depict Mr. Abou Najm?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, sir, before I play this, you recall testifying a little earlier about your use of the word man. You recall speaking about that a little bit earlier?
I do.
And you admit you do use that word to describe something like, oh man.
Yes.
That is, you do use it in that context.
In that context, yes.
And you agree, though, listening to recordings on the court system is not as of high quality as listening to it with earphones. You've already testified to that.
Certainly, yes.
But I want you to listen and to this and see if you ever hear a point where you use the term, oh man, while you're walking across.
Okay.
I close the lights here on it.
We can. Yeah, we can take blinds down, sure.
And sir, if you can tell where this begins, it appears that this camera, you were on the east side of Sycamore, preparing to cross over towards Sycamore Park, if you can tell.
I'm not sure, but I do think that is correct, because it looks like that is Sycamore Lane Road, and that would be going to the right, and up would be north.
So to the right of this screenshot would be north on Sycamore.
I believe so.
And sir, also in addition to listening to whether you use the word man, listen to when you describe to Detective Ramos what Mr. Dominguez said to you.
Okay.
Why is it not? Why? Oh. I'm going to try again, sir, by turning on.
So you're going to be back in the parking lot with him and go.
Light on. Are you guys okay? What happened? Because of Nick? And nobody responded? What I saw about you was I saw that there was a person on the ground in his backpack. I saw the assailant over him, like doing something, and then I realized it was just one bike. And then as I went up, I'm like, what's going on here, guys? You guys okay? And then the guy jumps up and says, what do you want? Just leave me alone. What do you want? I took off running to you. Yeah, what about here?
And sir, does that exhibit depict what you at least first said, Detective Ramos?
Yeah, that is me, and I do remember going out there with him.
And you may not have heard it. Did you hear yourself use the word man at some point? Go.
Yeah, at the beginning I did say, oh man.
And if you know, at least at this point, when you described what Mr. Dominguez said, did you use the word man, at least at this recording?
No, I said, it sounds like, what do you want? Leave me alone.
So, sir, I want to now just play it again, but this time we're going to focus not on the audio, we're going to focus on what it shows.
Okay.
Okay. Now we can tell at this point they have the area illuminated by, looks like lights from patrol cars.
Yes,
That was obviously not the case when you walked to the park.
certainly not.
The only lighting was the two lights along the bike path that we've discussed.
That's correct.
Both of those are visible in this video. So we're going to start from the beginning, and I'll stop it as we go, okay?
Okay.
So you're going to be back in the parking lot with him and go.
It's a little blurry when I stop it, but you can see the first, where my cursor is, that appears to be the initial light.
I don't know.
Okay, I'll just play it through.
Yeah, now that I can see it more clearly. My apologies.
And whenever I
Now?
stop, it blurs, unfortunately.
I was going to say, now that I see it more clearly, that is the first light into Sycamore Park.
You're passing that light right now.
Nobody responded. What I saw about you was I saw that there was a person on the ground in his backpack. I saw the assailant over him, like doing something, and then I realized it was just one bike. And then as I went up, I'm like, what's going on here, guys? You guys okay? And then the guy jumps up and says, what do you want? Just leave me alone. What do you want? I took off running to you. Yeah, what about here?
And so, sir, there's another light pole a little bit further up.
Correct.
Do you remember testifying that when you first approached You can turn on the light now, thank you. When you first approached the individuals, Mr. Dominguez was laying flat on his stomach with his left arm over Mr. Abou Najm, motionless.
Correct.
At this point, you told him that Mr. Dominguez was standing above him doing something. Did you hear yourself say that?
Yes.
So which one was it? Was he laying flat, motionless, with his left arm over, or was he standing above him as you demonstrated doing something?
So it is the arm over him, and there should be body cam footage to confirm that, and it's embarrassing to admit because I almost went close to Karim's body when I was describing the way they were laying, and I was yelled at by the police not to be near the crime scene.
So
at that time, I wanted to demonstrate that he had his arm over him, and then I stopped. That is not in this.
Well, at least when you initially demonstrated, you seemed to say that he was over him doing something, correct?
Right.
But your testimony in how that he was laying flat with his arm over, left arm over him, motionless. That was your testimony today?
Yes, he was not moving initially that much.
So you don't know why you told the detective he was doing something?
I don't know. He was not moving. So that doesn't make sense to put together. So I'm not sure exactly.
So after, and so at least in this recording, at least the first time, when describing what Mr. Dominguez said, you did not use the term man, at least in this initial recording, correct?
Correct. That would have been hours later, yes.
Hours later that you used the term man to describe it?
No, I described it on the 911 call as man, which happened then. But then hours later, I do remember telling them he talked like a surfer and called me man, but I didn't in this recording highlight that. It didn't seem relevant, but then as I was going through my mind thinking what was strange, it was the way he talked to me.
Do you consider a surfer voice a stern voice? Is that how you think most surfers speak?
No, yes and no.
Okay.
So
I'm just a question. Do you think having a surfer voice means the same as having a stern voice?
it can go both ways.
At some point after you were done speaking to Detective Ramos, you went home.
I did.
And then approximately about 2:17 that morning, on April 30th, you were woken up by Davis police and asked to go see another suspect.
That is correct.
This one was at Trader Joe's they took you to?
I don't remember going to Trader Joe's.
But you did go and see a suspect?
I saw a few suspects, yes.
I'm asking about the second person. We've already talked about the guy with the beard, who clearly wasn't him. Now I'm talking to the second person you saw. Do you remember? And this would be the morning of April 30th. Do you remember that?
I don't remember the order or where they took me.
Do you remember seeing someone who looked similar, but you noted had glasses and seemed to have some, not a beard, but some facial hair?
Yes.
Okay. And so you said you couldn't be positive because of the differences of the glasses and some facial hair.
I'm actually not positive which one you're talking about.
Okay. Well, let's talk about one that was let's talk about one that was the following night of April 30th. Did Detective Yu, do you know what Detective Yu looks like?
I do.
Did Detective Yu take you to a location near the area of 8th Street and Douglas Avenue to show you another suspect?
Again, I don't know where that is, but if it's documented, I'm sure that's one of them.
Did Detective Yu take you to some location in Davis to look at a suspect?
Yes, I went to multiple.
I'm asking you about the one detective you took you to. Do you remember that?
I don't remember, again, the order and where they took me. I remember going to multiple locations to look at potential suspects.
And you do recall them showing you a suspect who was a young man, probably late teens or early 20s?
Yes.
And you looked at that man's features?
Well, yes. They had him come out of the car, and they had him, I think, turn or something so I could just look at a distance.
And this happened within about approximately 24 hours of the incident, correct?
Correct.
When the memory was fresh in your mind.
Yes.
And after looking at this individual, you said that you are 70 to 75% sure that was the individual you saw in Sycamore Park.
That's correct. Which is not very sure at all.
Did you say, I'm 70 to 75% sure that is the individual I saw in Sycamore Park?
Yeah, and
did you
I
make that identification based on your independent memories 24 hours later?
I did, but it was
that okay?
I was qualifying to them that I was not confident. I wanted them to know I'm not 100% sure. I'm not even 90, 80% sure. Looking at them, it was the first suspect I saw that was even close to what the person I saw that night. The rest of them were easy to tell them absolutely not.
The first one was easy. The guy with the full beard, that was easy, right?
Yes.
Okay. The second one, you said you weren't positive.
Yes, and I think I remember the body build was a little different. Like you said, there was stubble, not so clean shaven, and the glasses and things. There were certain things, but overall, no. But then for that person, that was the first one where I thought it was someone who had features similar to the person I saw that night.
And you didn't just say it had similar features. You said you were 70 to 75% sure that was the person you saw.
Yes.
Was that person you identified with 70 to 75% certainty, was that Carlos Reales Dominguez?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, let me check in. Mr. Dumar, do you have a redirect?
Yes.
Okay, all right, we'll take that after the break.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. All right, Dr. Massey, we have a few more questions for you. I appreciate it.
All right, now we'll get to his redirect. Redirect coming up next. I was kind of chatting with some of you guys. I don't understand why Mr. Hutchinson is digging into these details. I know he's trying to impeach Dr. Massey, but we all know Carlos stabbed Karim. I don't think that's in question. That's not in question. Or maybe the jury doesn't know that yet. I guess maybe I'm thinking because when Carlos took the stand in trial 1, he admits it. So maybe the jury doesn't quite know that yet, which is why Mr. Hutchinson is going on and on and on about, nitpicking over the word man and all this, so maybe that's why he's doing it. But ultimately, Carlos did it, and it didn't affect, that's why I was saying it didn't really affect the jury the first time, because they know he did it. He admits he did it, but, all right, Roger, keep it moving. He admits he does it. It's not that he didn't do it. It's why did he do it? That's ultimately the question. So I don't know. Maybe they don't know. I guess they don't know it yet. I guess maybe that's what Mr. Hutchinson is trying to.
Redirect by the prosecutor.
Mr. Hutchinson is trying to impeach him by saying, "Hey, you looked at testimony from the first trial. You watched news. You've got an axe to grind, I guess, because the first trial he wasn't really going. I guess he wasn't so enamored to get a verdict for Carlos. I don't know. I'm not quite sure. I guess the jury does not know that Carlos did it at this point. Okay, yeah, the word man indicates no, but it was okay. Carlos was saying non-human beings. But wasn't it doctor that was saying it? Or was it Carlos that was saying it to him? I thought it was the doctor that was saying, hey, I guess Carlos was saying, hey man, to the doctor. Gosh, I forgot that. Was that what that was all about? Carlos called me man. All right. Should have trusted himself when Carlos called me man. All right, I guess that makes sense, Elizabeth. Thank you for that. No, that does that. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess that makes sense that Carlos was seeing non-human figures, and then by him calling Dr. Massey man. Okay, that makes sense. All right, I want to pull up real quick. Seashell sent a wonderful picture of her little kitty here, Zoe. So we shall pull this up. Where's Zoe? There's Zoe. All right, get ready for your moment of cuteness here. So there is little Zoe there from Seashell. Cute little kitty. That's the newest edition. Kind of looks like our little guys. Looks like Riker and Sid and Paulie. So very cute. Very cute. There's sweet little Zoe. Sweet little kitty. All right. So with that, yes, Zoe is adorable. All right, Zoe will lead us into the redirect of Dr. Matthew Massey.
Prosecution, we have all members of our jury, parties, and counsel present. Mr. DeMora, then redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Massey.
Good afternoon.
Now, Dr. Massey, this morning, when you were being cross-examined, you were asked about the end of yesterday, where Mr. Jonathan Raven went to the side room where you were seated with your wife.
Right.
And it was asked of you whether you were given any advice. Were you given advice?
I feel that I was given one piece of advice is to not take the process personally, and that it can be intense, and it's hard to be a witness, but this is the job. This is what the courtroom's like. And said, basically that. I don't remember all the details, but it was along those lines, that people are just doing their job. That must be really hard. And
so when you say you were given advice, was anyone advising you on how to testify in terms of what you were presenting to the jury today?
Definitely not, no.
So when we're using the term advice, was it more on how to survive this?
Objection leading.
Sustain. I think he told us what it was.
And so at any point, did anyone tell you what you should say or how you should say it?
No, I would feel uncomfortable with that.
Now, about your testimony, I think either yesterday or earlier this morning, you mentioned that you were trying to be transparent with everything.
Yes.
Is that why you produced your own reports, what we call the original version back in 2023 and
right.
more current version in 2026?
Yes. As a personality, I like to have things written down and try to have facts back up what I'm doing. As doctors, we do this all the time. We try to have subjective data and then objective data, and so I think it's just the way I think, but I wanted to lay out everything and then share it with both teams. And I understand, this process is important, that you match what's said against the evidence and find in the end, it helps with biases, it helps with everything to try to get at more of the truth. And so that seemed to be the right approach. During the last trial,
Assistant.
And let me ask you this, we'll come back to that point in a second. But when you say you were trying to provide it to both teams, are you talking about the information you had? Were you trying to provide it to the prosecution?
no, I sent it as a PDF to your email, and I asked you to forward it on to Public Defender Hutchinson because I don't have his email address.
And showing you People's 119. And do you recognize People's 119, Dr. Massey?
Yes, that's what I wrote.
And this is your email address up here?
That is correct.
And is that an email that you sent to me?
It is.
And in People's 119, did you say, DA DeMora, I've attached a document I created for the upcoming trial. Please forward to the Deputy Public Defender, Daniel Hutchinson, as I don't have his email address. Thank you, Matt Massey.
That's correct.
And so this was dated May 2nd of 2026.
That is correct.
Did you want Mr. Hutchinson to also be aware of your report and have a copy of it?
Yes, certainly.
Now that was May 2nd of 2026. After that date, did someone from the Public Defender's Office reach out to you?
Yes. It was investigator, if I could look at mine, I think it's Sly, but I don't want to mispronounce their last name. But yeah, if I could just, I wrote it down. Oh, I'm sorry, it's Bly. It's Investigator Bly. And
Hold on one second right there.
Sure.
Was that the blonde curly-haired lady that you saw here earlier this morning?
I believe so.
And did you meet with her? Did you meet with anyone else?
She was okay with the phone call, so we spoke on the phone, and I answered questions she had at the time. I also gave her my email address so that if she had any follow-up questions or any other concerns, she could reach out to me.
How many times did you meet with someone from the Public Defender's Office?
For the first trial, I met with them for one long meeting where they went over the first document I provided, took notes, and asked questions. I don't remember. There were some follow-up, but I don't think it was in person. It was through emails, I think.
And then in the last several months, how many times?
I've met, or I didn't meet, I'm sorry, I had that phone call with her and no other conversations with the defense after that.
How willing have you been to talk to and explain the documents you've produced with the Public Defender's Office?
When I got the voicemail, I responded. I called her back within 10 minutes.
And when you were going through, did it seem to you that when Ms. Bly was asking questions, she had your most recent document with her?
I'll be honest, I don't remember.
That's fine. If you don't remember, like Mr. President said, if you don't remember, just let us know you don't.
Right. Yeah.
The document you wanted sent to the Public Defender's Office, that included that 911 transcript that you were testifying to yesterday and today. Is that right?
That's correct.
At any point, did you try to hide that you had a 911 transcript?
No.
At that point, did Ms. Bly or anyone from the Public Defender's Office say, hey, you shouldn't have that transcript, you need to notify either the court, the DA's office, or someone else?
No, she did. I do remember she asked, how did you get that? And I said, it was in my papers as I left. And so I put it into that document.
And Dr. Massey, did you mean to take that transcript?
I didn't mean to take it. And even after the fact, I'm not sure if that's something I'm allowed to know about. Those were my words, so I now know it seems like most likely I should not have had the transcript, but yeah.
When you were asked earlier today about whether you felt guilt when you were listening to Mr. Hutchinson's closing argument and he was quoting you, whether you felt guilt about your testimony and things like that, even after you had watched that closing argument in 2025, at any point did you not want to communicate with the public defender's office?
No, I've remained open. This is not personal, and I really want to make myself available to both.
And I think you mentioned yesterday as well, when we were talking about, when you were being asked questions about an email where you were expressing concerns, whether you needed to sell your house and things of that nature. On April 29th, 2023, when you left your backyard, what ideas or what was your thought process about what you were going to come across?
Even at that point, I was confused because, and I had mentioned this in my testimony before, the screams I heard from Karim were very intense and very different than anything I've ever heard. However, I have helped people in the park who've had bike accidents, and I saw the bike and the two people, and I hoped that it was a bike accident, but I left feeling very uncomfortable to the point I had a passing thought of bringing a big stick that was in my yard with me, and I dismissed that idea. I thought it, just to stay calm, it's probably just a bike accident. So I had mixed feelings even at that point.
And with those mixed feelings, obviously you came across Karim, and your time in medical school and the rotations that you did in the ED and the emergency department and things like that, had you ever seen anything, the devastation, the injuries, the blood loss, had you ever seen anything like that prior to your outside scope?
Sustained.
What are some of your fears based on? Are they based on you don't know what's going on after this? Because you don't know, you've never seen things like this before?
So I would say there are places where I feel very confident, but when it comes to courtrooms and these proceedings, I know that again, like I said before, a bit of a fish out of water. My worry is to be caught, I think really my worry is to be caught by surprise again. I would like to be able to make plans what might happen, and the truth is I don't even know what might happen. So there's I guess a fear of the unknown. I was wondering if there's a process where I could be informed at some level, and I know I'm learning that any communication I have could be a problem. As you told me, if I talk to certain people, that could turn them into a witness. So I've been very careful even talking with you, which is why I mentioned wondering if I should even get an attorney, because there'd be a kind of a neutral person to say, can you teach me about this process? What should I be doing? Not that I feel I've done anything wrong. I just don't, in a way, feel comfortable.
First time being out, other than today, when you previously testified, was that your first time in court?
I have been in court before for a mugging when I was living in Berkeley. It was very different.
But first time going through it, like a process like this where You are on the stand for almost 2 days, cross-examining.
Yes, nothing close to that.
Now, Dr. Massey, going back to April 29th, we were talking about, you were being asked questions about this use of the word man. And you were shown a clip of Detective Ramos's body camera.
Correct.
And you remember him from that night, from April 29th, later in the day or evening, and you walking him through the scene, correct?
I do remember that, yes.
Was that 55-second clip the only portion of your statement to Sergeant Ramos about what had happened that night?
No, I don't believe so. We walked further. I remember even he wanted to know where the suspect was when I saw them, so we were standing there and we were trying to get a distance about how close I was to them. I remember we estimated about 10 feet away under the light. And I believe we, of course, went back to the crime scene. I remember there were many officers and many questions, but I do remember more.
So I'm going to play a small clip from his body camera view on People's, 118. Don't start it just yet.
Sorry.
Good. All right, so starting at 9 minutes and 22 seconds into this, Dr. Massey, the person right off to the left with standing closest to the camera, is that you with your arms sort of extended?
Yes, it is.
And at this point, does this come after the portion where you were walking with Sergeant Ramos back into the park?
This would be after, I believe, I can see the light from the police car in the grass there, so I believe I've now, if you remember the last video, I've now passed that police car and I'm in front of it.
922. Go back just a second. 118. Sorry, I'm going to start at 918.
He didn't turn and look at me, but he turned his head like this and, "What do you want? Leave me alone." And so I saw that he has no beard. His skin is lighter, and actually, it's going to sound odd, but he has a good complexion. Like, it doesn't look like he had a bunch of speckles or acne, anything like that.
All right, stopping at 935. And was that you explaining to detectives, again, what you had heard Mr. Dominguez say as he rode his bike away?
Yes.
And in that small clip from People's Exhibit 118, did you tell detectives that he said man as he was talking to you?
Yes.
Now, as you were approaching, we'll say Mr. Dominguez, as you were approaching Mr. Dominguez, and he says this to you, you describe his body movements as he got up. Do you remember who used the term burpee to describe that? Was that you or me?
That was you.
When you were describing his movements, though, and when he got up to when he turned around, was there anything that you observed that suggested hesitation or confusion?
No.
Did it look like Mr. Dominguez was moving with a purpose or a plan?
Objection, leading, speculation.
Sustained.
Was there anything to suggest to you that his movements were confused?
Objection, foundation, speculation.
It's sustained. Sustained. These are direct examination questions. Who, what, where, how.
How best would you describe his movements?
He wanted to get away as fast as possible.
And what does that mean in terms of like watching him and observing him and coming to that conclusion?
It was because he I'm trying to do the process correctly here. I would say there wasn't hesitation. There was quick movement to get something, grab a bike, which would be the fastest way out, and go. And there wasn't scanning going on, looking for a way out. There was direct motion to the bike to go.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 62, People's 63. Show you 62 on top, 63 on bottom. And do you recognize, starting with 62, do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay. Do you recognize 63?
I do.
And what are these pictures of?
It's a picture of Karim's body. Next to it is a red figure that I wrote to show the position of the suspect. And then there's a green bicycle with a blue path drawing the path that the suspect took.
And 63, is that?
It's the same, although it's from a different angle.
And when you said a bike, is that actually a drawing of a bike?
That is a terrible drawing of a bike, but it is a drawing of a bike, yes.
And
I drew this.
You drew the diagram.
I drew that diagram.
Stop.
Yeah, stop the lecture.
Yeah, don't publish this. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission published.
Granted.
All right, so starting with people 62, you have your laser pointer up there, Dr. Massey?
I do.
Wait just a minute. Can you take it off for a second? I just want to make sure it's not picking up the Elmo. Madam Clerk. This is different. Okay, we're good. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Dr. Massey, looking at People's Exhibit 62, with your laser pointer, okay, because I know you just described it on stand, but with your laser pointer, did you draw, well, excuse me, let me ask a question. The white cover that you see, or the white object right there, is that Mr. Abou Najm? That's Karim.
This is Karim.
Okay, and you're saying this, you're referring to that, looks like a white object, partly on the path, partly on the grass.
Correct.
Now, right above that, directly above that, what is that?
Parallel is the suspect's body. I'm sorry, the suspect's
The suspect where he was laying.
orientation at the time when I first came in.
Now, the direction we're looking, what direction is this?
We're looking northwest, mostly west. So, and as this path continues, you would go to the 113 bridge, the footpath over 113, and then this is the light pole that was shining a light.
If you were to go down towards the bottom of this diagram, that would take you, down on this path, that would take you towards Sycamore Lane, right?
That's correct. So somewhere over here, Sheriff, somewhere over this area would be the entrance, and this is the walk up to the scene and then away. You can see it sort of curves off to the left.
Now, off to the right of two individuals, that's where we see the green two circles. What is that?
This is where the bike was over here. There's a north fence that runs here, and the bike was as though it had went off into this area just past them near the fence.
So as you're looking at this, based on where you have the strike that. The blue line that comes off of the bike and then goes sort of in that westbound, eventually on the westbound direction towards 113. What is that?
This blue is the direction that the suspect fled the scene.
If you could, with your laser pointer, as you mentioned, Mr. Dominguez had gotten up, turned, looked like he picked something up and went to the bike. With your laser pointer, can you point to the direction he went before he got to the bike and describe that as you're doing it?
Yeah, so this is the location he was at. He bounced straight up, turned and started running and bent down in this area. And then the bike is this is not exactly perfectly located. It was actually near the branches a little more, but he went this direction, grabbed the bike, and then started along through here.
Now, based on what you have, or where you have the blue line right there, are those the branches that you described Mr. Dominguez ducking under?
Yes, the bike was oriented toward the fence. He grabbed it and turned it to orient it this way. And then as he was running past the branches, he had his head down, looking at the pedals and running with the bike through this grassy area as quickly as he could.
And I don't know if we clarified this yesterday or today. Where Karim is right now on the, partially on the pavement, when you found him, was he more on the grassy area or more on the pavement?
More on the grassy area. This is after I had done CPR, and you can see that I had moved his body so that at least his torso was on hard pavement. The grass is soft, and I would not get good compressions in the grass. His legs, however, were still in the grass. And I had removed his backpack so that he would, again, be flat on this hard area here for compressions.
I'm publishing 63. With Your Honor's permission.
Granted.
Looking at 63. All right, Dr. Massey, off to the right, what direction is that? If we were to take the path off to the right.
This is the entrance to Sycamore, and this is moving in a west direction toward 113. So this would be Sycamore Lane here, and then this is the path.
That fence right there, are those houses on Brown?
I believe so. I'm not positive of the street name, but I know that there is a light that has Brown Street on it in that park just past it, so I assume that's correct. But
Okay. Now, looking at, are we looking at similar image as 62, but from a different angle?
yes, and it's actually a little more accurate in terms of the bike being past them where their feet were. It was as though the bike were over here. In that other one, I had drawn it a little off, but this one shows that if you were to extend where their body was, it was just past them over here near that fence.
Right, so going to where Karim's body is, looks like there's a blue figure right off to his left. Do I have that right? Do I have that correct?
I see a red figure. Here I see a red figure.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, I was looking
And
right
then,
here.
yeah, and then I see this blue, and yep.
Okay, so let's go through this. Sorry, I want to focus on the red figure right here. Much easier with my own laser pointer. So this one right here, is that also where you saw Mr. Dominguez when you first came across
Yes.
Injuring? Okay. This blue line right here, what is that?
So I believe this, I don't remember why I drew that. I don't want to say anything wrong. I know this green line, if it was connected with the blue, this is the path that he took to leave. But I'm not sure what that blue was meant to represent.
Okay. So on this green line,
Oh, I do know. I'm sorry.
go ahead.
I drew it as though he's on top of Karim, and I think I remember saying that it wasn't like that. He was right next to him with his arm there, and you asked me to redraw it in a different color. I think that was the case, but again, I'm not positive.
Okay. Now the green right here,
Mm-hmm.
it looks like it takes two paths, one this way and then one towards this
Right.
black bag. Walk us through, using your laser pointer, which path you saw Mr. Dominguez take.
So he jumped here, and he was upright, and then ran over to this area.
To this area, you have the height or the laser pointer on that black bag.
Just past the bag, I believe. It was in the grassy area there. And all he did was, for just a split minute, or split second, I should say, reach down, grab something, and pound up, jump back up, and keep going. So there was something here. Then he grabbed the bike, picked it up, and oriented it. And actually, there's not enough picture here, but it was sort of like he ran through here. This looks sharper than it was. He didn't go straight across. He was going at a diagonal, running with it in the grassy area as I was approaching in this direction.
Thank you. Now, getting into some of your testimony, you were asked earlier this morning about things you said and didn't say when you first testified in this case. From your recollection, have you been asked additional questions by both myself and Mr. Hutchinson?
I don't understand that question. I'm sorry. You mean in the context of this court?
Let me rephrase it. It probably wasn't a good question. Have you been asked questions asking for more details than you previously remember?
Nobody has asked me for more details from either side. Let me make that more clear. I have never felt, when talking with the defense or the DA's office, that they are telling me what details are important or are not important. That would seem to me to be odd.
I guess my question is more in court, as you're testifying. Have both prosecution and defense gotten into questions about more detailed nuances about what happened on April 29th?
Yes. And I realized that was likely to be the case if there was another trial.
And is that why you produced the second report that you gave to both sides?
Yes.
Yes. Right there. When you were producing this report and you were looking at other information, as you mentioned, you watched some of the YouTube broadcast, watched a little bit of testimony, looked at weather, moon phases, and things like that. Was any of that designed to try to fill in any gaps in your memory? Actually, was it designed to fill in gaps in your memory?
No. To give an example, I feel like the moon phase sounds odd, but I have a distinct memory of being in the park. Tiffany was holding his legs, and I looked up and thought, what a bright moon it was. And I just thought to myself, well, there's a way to test your memory. was it bright? And it was 60.
Section hearsay with the strike.
It's not hearsay, it's
Well,
collect.
Just a moment.
I'm sorry.
The answer's stricken.
Were there, let me rephrase it this way. Last 3 years, how often has your mind gone back to April 29, 2023?
Daily. I live near the site. I see it every day. Every day.
As you mentioned earlier, you carry some, is it fair to say, like survivor's guilt?
That would be part of it, yes.
Have there been, over the course of 3 years, have there been things that have jogged your memory to details that you may not have said to police back on April 29th?
No, I feel like there are things that I don't think I expressed in the first trial that are based on things I told the police that I didn't discuss in the first trial that later I realized I probably should have. But there was nothing new that I can think of that jogged my memory.
Why did you include the moon phase?
Wait, hold on. Listen, I got an objection as to that, and so we have to open up the rules of evidence to get that in and so forth.
Understood. You were asked earlier about Mr. Dominguez, or describing him as sounding scared or being a scared little boy. I can't remember the exact words offhand. Why did you use that expression? What does scared mean in terms of how you were describing it and observing it on April 29th?
It was in the context of the fact that I was coming to help and did nothing threatening. And he jumped up and was sprinting away from me as quickly as he could. And it's a very confusing scene where I was trying to piece together what is going on. Why would he be leaving? And then, the fact that he was, saying, "What do you want? Leave me alone," toward the end, and the fact that in the beginning he kind of dismissed that there was even a problem. It seemed, I know it sounds odd, but it's almost like there's not a problem here, and I'm chasing him. Like, am I scaring him? Because he's saying nothing's going on, no big deal. And so nothing fit. And I realized in the first trial that I was focused too much on explaining why I failed to stop him, and why also I failed to save Karim. So I am being completely transparent that the emotions around this, I understand, are very confusing, and the scene was very confusing.
When you processed everything, when you looked at everything, from when you arrived on scene, arrived at Sycamore Park, to when Mr. Dominguez popped up, got the bike, took off, and you saw the injuries to Karim.
Mm-hmm.
when you're saying that he seemed scared, are you saying that it was your opinion he seemed scared that you interrupted him, that he may have gotten caught?
Objection, leading.
Well, is it,
I think he's explained. You asked him what it meant, and he explained it. A couple times we've heard it now.
and Dr. Massey, about the testimony and the questions about you feeling guilt about this, are you advocating for the defense in this case?
No,
Are you advocating for the prosecution in this case?
no.
Are you advocating for the truth?
I am.
No questions.
Yeah, I have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Demora. So, Mr. Hutchinson, any recross?
Dr. Massey, you said you've always been willing to answer questions from both the defense and the prosecution,
That's correct.
and you do have an email address that you communicated with Mr. Demora,
That's correct.
and you noted in your May 2nd email, you asked him to forward the report to me because at that point you and I had never exchanged emails.
Correct.
You did not have my email address.
That is correct.
You never attempted to look up on the Yolo County Public Defender's website to see if you could obtain my email address.
Yeah, I could have done that. That's one way I should have
Tried
done.
to do that.
I did not.
And your email, can you access that from both your phone and your computer?
Yes.
Do you check your email regularly?
I get alerts when I get emails.
Did I send you an email on Sunday?
Yes, it was at 2:35 p.m.
When did you receive that email?
2:35 p.m. as of my memory. I'm not sure that's correct.
And did I introduce myself in that email?
You did.
Did I tell you I was CCing Chamblay?
Yes,
That I was CCing, carbon copying Chamblay?
you did.
Did I say I have a few questions that I'm hoping you will be willing to answer?
Yes, you did.
But I tell you, I say, although you are under absolutely no obligation to do so.
Correct.
I told you it is entirely your choice whether you wish to answer any of my questions prior to your testimony.
Yes.
And this was the first time you had ever received an email from me.
Correct.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit EE. Is that the email you received this Sunday?
It is.
And did I identify 5 questions I was hoping you would answer?
Yes.
And as you said earlier, you've been always willing to answer questions from both the prosecution and the defense?
Yes.
You met with Shanna Bly at our office early on in this case,
Correct.
well before this case went to trial in the first time.
Correct.
And then after you sent Mr. Demora your new document that you created 2.5 years after the events, Ms. Bly called you on the telephone
Correct.
and she asked you some follow-up questions about this new document.
Correct.
For example, she asked you, where did you get the 911 transcript?
Correct.
And then in my email, I asked you some additional questions, correct?
You did. Yes.
Did you respond to my email and answer those questions?
I did not. Sunday, it was the day before the trial. It was very emotional for me. I had a lot of personal things I was dealing with. And by the time I could get around to reading it, it's a long email. The thing I thought was, we're going to be in trial tomorrow morning. Why does he want this information on a Sunday night? So I didn't respond, and I'm sorry for that, but it seemed, I gave you that document a month ago almost, and I expected the questions to come more reasonable times. I would have responded immediately at any time, but the day before trial, when I was very just exhausted and I had other things I was dealing with, I couldn't make the time, and I apologize.
And that's completely understandable, but did you respond at all and just tell me I don't have time today?
No.
You didn't acknowledge my email at all?
No, I did not.
And I never sent you a follow-up?
You did not, no.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Granted. This is Exhibit triple E.
And in my opening paragraph, I said, this is Dan Hutchinson from the Yolo County Public Defender's Office, Carlos Dominguez's attorney. I have CC'd my investigator, Shanna Bly, in this email. I understand you'll be testifying tomorrow. I have a few questions that I'm hoping you'll be willing to answer, although you're under absolutely no obligation to do so. It is entirely your choice whether you wish to answer any of my questions prior to your testimony. And my first question was...
Objection, exhibit speaks for itself.
It does. If you're going to ask a question based on that, we can read it.
You saw my question about whether you've ever spoken with the parents of Karim Abou Najm. And then I said, and if so, when and how many times, and in what context did these conversations take place?
Yes.
So at that point, you realized that I had no idea. It occurred to you that I was unaware that you were good friends with Karim's parents based on that email.
I don't know what you're saying. There's nothing about that question that cannot be answered in person. I assumed that I would be talking about these very topics in court under oath, which I think is even better than an email. And so I thought, okay, well, then we'll talk about it tomorrow. I didn't know you wanted me to give an answer that night through email to all these questions which you've asked me during this trial.
Just to be clear, your friendship with Karim's parents, that was not something you addressed in your new document?
I did not put that in my new document.
And my second question I asked you is, my understanding you watched your previous testimony online, is that correct? How many times have you watched it, and when was the last time you watched it?
Right.
And you didn't address that in your new document as well, how many times you watched your testimony?
My document...
Objection, outside the scope, asked and answered.
Just a moment. Overruled.
My document is not meant to be comprehensive. I just wanted some notes to have with me while I was on the stand.
And on question 4, we'll skip 3. I asked you, have you watched any other portions of the first trial on YouTube or any other online source? If so, what portions have you watched?
Which I answered in court today with you.
But you didn't address that in your document either.
It is not meant to be a comprehensive document of every detail of everything. I was focused on things that were relevant to the night of the murder and things like that. I didn't expound upon anything else, really.
So you believe your personal friendship with Karim's parents is not relevant?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
I think that the evidence that I'm using and the experience that I had is not influenced by that. So this is why I think of the 911 call, what I told police at the murder scene. Those are things I weigh heavily. I didn't even know the victim's name, and I did not even know about his family until a week or so later.
And then after you got to know them, you became good friends.
Over time, we've developed a friendship, yes.
Sir, how was it, of all the portions of this trial that is available online, the prior trial, how were you able to watch the specific portion of Carlos Dominguez's testimony when he was discussing his interaction with you at the park? How did you find that specific part?
Objection outside the scope.
Overruled.
There are lots of published sources that have taken the live stream that's happening even now and published them. Part of them were in news, sources, and then some were the actual raw footage.
When you testified during the first trial, you had no information about anything Mr. Dominguez had ever said about what he perceived or what he believed during his interaction with you, correct? During the first trial, you had no information about that.
That's correct.
Okay. And then part of this trial, however, you went and watched his specific testimony in which he described what he perceived during his interaction with you. That's a yes or no question.
Yes.
And sir, although you said you're not advocating for one side or the other, without telling us the outcome, you were upset about the outcome of the first trial.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
So I was initially, I felt very scared. I didn't know what a hung jury even meant. So
Move to strike.
Okay. The motion is granted, and the jury will disregard. We're not getting into the results of any trial, and the parties and witnesses are admonished. So, rephrase.
I'm not asking what the outcome was. I'm asking your opinion. When you learned about the outcome, do not specify what it was. Did that outcome upset you? Yes or no?
yes or no, then it would be more yes than no.
I want to talk about the bike. People's... I'm going to show what's been marked.
Just a moment. Okay.
So, based on your memory, not what you said last trial, this blue figure here is where you saw Mr. Dominguez laying?
Actually, it was, if you could imagine a person, I mean, these are stick figures, I didn't do a great job, but sort of against the other person, head to head, foot to foot, side by side.
The red
The-
It's supposed to indicate Mr. Abou Najm, and the blue is supposed to indicate Mr. Dominguez.
Maybe that is the case. I don't know why I would draw Karim when he's in the frame. I think I wish we could start fresh and I could say, but he was immediately next to Karim.
Let's start fresh using this exhibit. Ignore the red figure. Is
Right.
this blue figure where you saw Mr. Dominguez laying with his left arm over Karim?
Yes, with his head turned, kind of looking down the path.
So his head would be, you can't see the blue here, but his head would be on the path.
Near the path, I guess. Yeah, so kind of like maybe even on his own arm, I don't know, but like up a little, looking to the left with his arm over him.
And this over here is supposed to indicate the bike.
Correct.
And you said today the bike was actually farther in, closer to the brush and the fence.
It was oriented where I remembered he needed to lift the front up to because the bike was aiming more toward the fence. So what I'm saying is if you could take that front tire and kind of move it a little, aiming toward the fence you see there, that was why he needed to just pick it up and turn it and then start running.
So the front tire is kind of aiming toward the fence. The
That's
back
right.
tire is aiming toward the
That's correct.
sidewalk, or not sidewalk, bike path.
The bike path, correct.
So when Mr. Dominguez got up, he grabbed the bicycle, I guess it would be on his right side, and lifted it up.
That's right.
So when he ran, he was on the right side. The bicycle is on his right side, and he's pushing the bicycle.
That's right. So he was near me, nearer to me than the bike, running on that side of the bike, correct.
Just so we're clear, assume this bench right here is you see this?
I do.
Assume this is the fence. Moving to the fence, there's the bicycle, and on the left side, Mr. Dominguez's right side is how he's holding the bicycle.
Right. That's correct.
Okay. So his body was closer to the path.
To the path, correct. I could see his feet clearly, and so I know they were on the side next to me. I could see he was running.
And so this shown right here indicates the path of travel, although you believe it wasn't quite this sharp.
Correct, because if there were more space there, it was more at an angle running with the bike to get it off the grass and onto a hard pavement.
Do you recall why you specified the last trial that the bike was actually farther, closer to the trees and brush?
Why I said that in the last trial?
Why you didn't specify in the last trial that it was...
The drawing, I'm not sure what I said specifically. I'm happy to look at that, but the way I drew it might not be perfectly accurate.
But you never specified in the last trial that he was dodging branches. Those words never came out of your mouth. You agree with that?
That's correct. I did not mention that. I did remember that I was thinking why his head would be down. I thought to myself, no, actually, that's all speculation. I shouldn't speak.
Is that about it, counsel?
Yes. I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, that was recross. Mr. Demora, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, Dr. Massey, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your time yesterday and today.
Okay.
I want to wish you well. Thank you, sir.
Subject to recall solely for evidentiary purposes, Your Honor.
Yes, subject to recall, meaning this trial's going to be going on a little bit, and you may be called to clarify something.
Okay.
So we'll get in touch with you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Dr. Massey is subject to recall, but he's off the stand for now. Now we're going to, this was all about Karim now, and we heard a little bit about David earlier. Now we're going to go to Kimberlee. So we're going to hear from Kimberlee in a minute, but first we're going to get to Mr. Chessman. He was there at the scene. So we heard from David, Karim, and now we're going to get into...
Until emergency personnel.
There, hold on, let me cue up Mr. Chessman here. Okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. If I can have you stand at the podium, I'm going to have the clerk administer an oath, and then we'll have you take the witness stand.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before this court is true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and spell your last for the record.
My name is Isaac Chessman, Cheessman.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and pull the chair in.
Okay.
Yeah, just get in there good. Relax.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to pick you up. Okay. Thank you, sir. So Mr. Keon's going to handle the direct exam.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you know someone by the name of Christine Barrios?
Yes,
And who is she to you?
my wife.
And how long have you known her?
I've known her for 6 years.
Are you formally married?
Yeah, we were married for 2 years now.
Okay. Did you get married after the incident back in 2023?
Yes, we got married in March 27th of 2025. Sorry. Ooh.
And I know you and Miss Barrios were residing on the area of Ellen's second. Are you still residing there today?
No.
Okay. Are you housed?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to point your attention to May 1st of 2023.
Okay.
I know it's been 3 years, but I'm going to ask you some questions about what you recall hearing, seeing, your observations.
Okay.
To start off, were you sharing a tent with Ms. Barrios?
Yes.
And this particular tent, did you have layers on top of it?
Objection, leading.
I mean, it really is leading. I mean, it's just kind of who, what, where, when, and how.
Can you describe your tent on May 1st?
Yeah, we had a pretty decent sized tent, and I had about 4 or 5 tarps on top of it. I made sure I layered it up on the outside and the inside.
When you said you had 4 or 5 layers of tarp, were they resting on top of your tent, all 4 or 5, or were they some of them hovering, some of them on it?
There was 3 basically in the back side of it. It was over it, and then I had a tarp also tied to the tree in front of it. I had an army tarp on top tied to the tree, to the other tree, and so that way it could keep the rain from hitting us if it did rain. I wanted it to have a direction for the water at least.
And this particular arrangement you had with the tarps, did you do this in response to something?
Yeah. Well, okay, so earlier that day, I had seen someone running in the middle of the night, and there was no school, there's no cars, there's no reason to run in the middle of the night. And then stop at every shadow and post up for a second and then run to the next shadow and then run to the next shadow. So I just took on instinct and already kind of figured, I had a feel that that's what was, well, first of all, it was a bad vibe. I had a really bad vibe that night, and before it all even took place, but yeah.
Okay. So before we, and that you're referring to May 1st?
Yeah, I'm referring to when he was running across and scoping our tent.
Okay. Before we get to that, when you put up the tarps, did you have those tarps on prior to April of 2023?
We didn't use all our tarps for it, no. Before this had ever occurred, we were using 2 for the bottom, 2 for the top.
So what got you to decide to add layers?
Make it harder to get to me.
When you say making it harder to get to you, was that in response to something that had recently occurred?
Yes.
And what are you referring to?
I was referring to the previous stabbings.
Got it. When you say the previous stabbings, were you referring to one or more?
I was referring to Compassion Dave and the student that was headed home. That's why.
So on May 1st, were you already familiar with the 2 stabbings that had occurred?
Yes.
Did you know Compassion Dave?
Yeah, we used to sleep next to him at the same park, Central Park.
When did you move to the area of L and 2nd Street?
When we couldn't no longer pitch up our tent where we normally would, which would be in between the little museum and the other building. But since they said we couldn't pitch up there, we found out that we could pitch up at the electric company just for a while. And then when that occurred, we started banding together. We said we just sleep in groups. So if one screams, we all come out. But it didn't happen like that.
When you decided to sleep in groups, was that because of
safety? We all wanted to be safe.
Prior to the first stabbing, were you sleeping in groups, or was it just you and?
It was just me and my wife. We're married, so we like our privacy.
And so, when you are sleeping in this area of L and 2nd, do you actively look for more people to group with you, or did it just happen that it was Miss Guillory and Mr. Pilot?
Pilot, Robert, Alberto.
So, on May 1st of 2023, I'm going to show you some photographs in just a moment here, but you can briefly describe your recollection of the living situation between you and your neighbors, and then we'll get into some photographs.
Okay. Can I use these like props for the tent?
If it helps, would it help?
Yeah, it kind of will. Yeah.
That's not going to be. It's not going to be helpful.
Okay, I'm just going to do
You
this.
sure?
Let me just show some photographs.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've got a picture.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me show some photographs, and you tell me if you recall if that was the living situation back at that time.
Okay.
Okay. So. Right. So for the record, I'm showing People's 68, image 7835. Mr. Chessman, do you recognize this, what's being depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
And what is it being depicted?
My tent's on the right. It's the one with the blue tarp on it and the army tarp in the back. As I had described before, I tied it from tree to tree to direct the water. The red tent was Kimberlee, was Kim's, and Larry's tent was behind that where the bike is, but it's kind of rolled up.
Showing you 7836. Right. Is this your tent you were referring to?
Yes.
And you're referring to the army tarp?
Yes.
Were you the one who put the tent up?
Yes.
And so when you talk about putting up the army tent, how did you do that?
I tied it from that tree from the tree across it, and then I tied it over to that pole, and I had a part of it tied onto my tent. So that way the water would run off at the side. Because where you're looking at, it looks like you're looking at the back of my tent, but really that's the front. I made it like that on purpose. So.
Do you recall what you used to tie around the tent, or tie around the tree?
Just string, stuff that I could use, bungees mainly. I use bungee cords mainly.
And then on May 1st, 2023, in the evening hours, I know you were referring to an incident where there was someone that caught your attention first, right?
Yeah.
Okay. At that time, could you, you were describing, go ahead and describe what you were referring to.
Well, I was in the tent originally. I came out to go use the restroom. I had a little bucket that I would use, so I went outside to go use the restroom, and then the vibe it just felt dangerous. I've been in prison before, so when things feel like that, you kind of take heed. And it just felt like it was vicious, like it was a vicious intent. And I just felt it, and I told my wife, I said, something's not right. I said, the vibe isn't right. I said, something's not right. And then I told them all that there he is right there. He's running, and then I walked across the street. Said, you look just like the dude that they've been describing have been stabbing people. And then he took off running, and I went after him, but I couldn't catch up to him in time, and my wife had called me back, and she's like, don't leave me here. And so Alberto was on a bike, and so I told him, hey, bro, go see where he went. He went straight down this road, and he rode down the road, but he said that all he saw was a brown backpack.
Hold on. Okay.
Yeah.
And so at that point, you go back to your tent.
Yeah, I go back to my tent and I start taking precautions inside, such as like bordering my tent. Like I took out all our clothes and I boarded up the walls.
Do you recall, for this particular circumstance, approximately what time this was happening? If you recall.
I can't. I just know it was nighttime. It was way past late, though. I know that.
At some point later in the night, do you recall hearing something from one of your neighbors?
Yeah, I recall Kimberlee screaming, he's here, the guy with the curly hair, he's stabbing me. And that's what she said.
So you heard Kimberlee scream.
Mm-hmm.
How much time before that was this other incident? Approximately.
About I would say about an hour and a half at the most, probably.
As an approximation?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, sorry.
Sorry, just for the court reporter, she has to document yes or no. All right,
Sorry.
That's okay. All right, so going to... Let's go to image 7852. Is this one of the trees you were referring to that you were tying up?
Yeah, one of my tent poles had broke, so I pulled the string out of the tent pole.
Okay. And does this look familiar to you does this fairly likely depict kind of the circumstances of that day?
Yeah, that's the front of my tent.
Okay. 7853, is this another direct on image of your tent setup from May 1st?
Yes.
Frame May 2nd?
Yeah.
7854, is that another angle of your tent setup?
Yes.
Okay. And then this, to the right of the photograph, you see kind of a little blurry object. What is that? You see,
The string?
my apologies. Let's see here. So So I'm using this green laser pointer. Do you see this?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You know what that is?
Yeah, so the top half of that strap came off of a duffel bag that I had. And then the yellow string was, I believe it's actually twine, I had gotten from a friend of mine named Mercedes.
Yeah, what was that friend of mine?
Mercedes.
And what was the point of this particular string or rope?
It was to hold up my tent against the wind.
Got it. 7855, is this just another angle showing the strap and the string?
Yes.
And for the record, 7855, it's facing a little more towards the south? That's fine. Do you see the foldable chair to the left of the frame?
Yes.
7856, is this another angle of your setup facing the sidewalk?
Yes.
7857, is this a closer photo setup of your tent in that time frame?
Yes.
7858, is this an angle facing from the other side of your tent near the wall?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. The items to the left of your tent, are those your items?
Yes.
And so your door, is it facing towards the sidewalk or facing towards the wall?
It's facing towards the sidewalk. What you're looking at right now is a window.
Okay. And the individualized tarps, how did you secure them over each other?
Just tying methods. Yeah.
All right, so prior to hearing Kimberlee scream, do you recall where you were?
Yeah, I was hugging my wife, and I was telling her I feel like he's here again. And sure enough, we heard a string snap. And after the string snapped, I ended up hearing Kimberlee scream probably about 20 seconds after that. I heard her scream. So I tried to open up the door to my tent, but the dang zipper got stuck. But I finally got it open, and I didn't care about the circumstances at the time. I just wanted to catch him. And I went out there and I went for him. I went for the only thing I could see in the shadow. Like, Larry was standing up inside his tent in the shade, so I thought it was him. And so I went for him. But then when I realized it wasn't, I started to run to the tracks. But I'm like, I'm naked, so I turned around and went back to my tent.
So just to clarify, when you heard Kimberlee scream, you immediately rushed to get out of your tent.
Yeah.
And when you got out of your tent, could you see Kimberlee at that point or not yet?
Not yet. I wasn't really looking for her. I was looking for him. I already knew that something had happened.
When you heard her scream, did you believe at that time that something was wrong?
Yes.
Did you know at that time that Kimberlee was injured?
Not 100% sure, but I knew that he was there. Otherwise, none of this would happen. So.
Did you later learn that night the extent of Kimberlee's injuries?
Yeah. About 5 minutes after everything settled down, we finally was able to gather up our thoughts. We tried to preserve evidence as best as we could. We said nobody move anything, don't touch nothing. We even tried to preserve footprints, at the time, but it started raining. So it ruined a lot of what we were trying to do.
When, after you heard Kimberlee scream, did you begin to realize the extent of her injuries?
Mm-hmm.
How long after you heard her scream?
When me and Alberto saw the blood running down her leg.
And you indicated you went back to your tent to get dressed, right? How soon after you getting dressed did you go and observe the blood running down her leg?
Well, as soon as I finished, I got dressed and I immediately went over to her tent. And then we all just stayed alert until the cops got there. But I had called prior, no one showed up.
Do you recall how long it took you to get dressed?
Honestly, it happened really fast. I didn't put on no drawers, probably about like 15 seconds.
Was it just pants and a shirt?
Yeah, it was cold.
Did you have to put on any shoes, or were it socks, or were you barefoot?
I had on socks.
Okay. And did you remain in socks, or how did you proceed afterwards dealing with Kimberlee?
I don't remember much about the shoes. Okay, I just remember me being in socks, and then us having to sleep the night across the street. Yeah, ask the question again. Sorry.
That's okay. I'm just curious, because you said it started to rain. Did you at some point have to put on shoes, or were you in socks, or did you go barefoot?
I think I was in Crocs. I'm not gonna lie. I think I was in Crocs.
And when you first saw Kimberlee, did she appear to be in pain?
Yes. Based off of the way she screamed, and it was just weird because when it first initially happened, she walked out of the tent. Okay, like she was fine, but then when she realized she was bleeding, that's when everything went. So we just told her to lay down. She laid down.
When you said Kimberlee walked out of the tent before realizing she was bleeding.
She had 1 foot out of the door.
Okay. And was her tent opening facing the wall?
Yes, it was.
Did she walk out from her tent opening or some other part of her tent? If you don't recall, that's fine too.
I just know that she had to step out, and yeah.
Do you recall seeing her step out?
Vaguely, yes.
Do you recall any part of her tent let me ask you this. When you first saw Kimberlee, was her normal zippered opening that you can zip open, was that open or closed?
Yeah, it was open.
Do you recall, was her opening facing Larry Pilot's tent?
Yes.
Did you have to go towards the wall to see Kimberlee?
Check leading, Your Honor.
Yeah. What did you do? It's got to be open ended.
So let me ask you this. When you indicated you saw Larry standing,
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe the sequence of events from when you first got out of the tent to when you first saw Kimberlee?
Well, I looked at the tent originally to see if anybody was around it. I only seen a figure in the shadows, and Larry was just standing straight up in his tent.
When you say you were looking at a tent, which tent were you looking at?
The little hot dog one. It's like a almost two-man tent.
And was that Larry's tent?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened next?
And so when I came out, I ran straight for that tent, but I didn't see nobody there, and I seen him standing in the shadows. So I went over there and I hit him a couple times, and then I realized he was covered in the tent, and I said, "Who are you?" And he's like, "I'm Larry." I said, "Damn." Then I turned around and went the other way. But yeah, that's what happened.
At that point, did you stick around to see Kimberlee, or did you go back to your tent to change?
I went back to my tent to get dressed.
When you went back to get dressed, was Christine still in the tent, or was she already out of the tent?
She didn't get out of the tent until I came back to try to get dressed.
While you were getting dressed, did you see Christine leave the tent?
Yeah, to go aid to Kimberlee.
And when you got back out of the tent,
Mm-hmm.
did you see Christine giving aid to Kimberlee?
Objection leading.
Yeah. It's leading. So it's got to be a sequence. What happened here? What did you see then?
No, the only thing.
Hold on just a second. I appreciate counsel just trying to move through it, and I understand. Sometimes we allow it, sometimes we don't, and I've got an objection. So.
That's fine.
And just briefly to the jury, the form of the question, there are rules regarding it. And sometimes we allow things and sometimes we got to tighten it up. But when a lawyer calls a witness, it's called direct exam. You've heard me reference direct exam. And the questions are open-ended: who, what, where, when, and how. When the other attorney then gets the question, we call it cross-examination. And the person to cross-examine is allowed a different role, allowed to ask a leading question that suggests an answer. We allow that in cross-examination. We don't allow that on direct. But, things move along and it's here and there. But if you get an objection, then we tighten it up. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Keon.
Of course. So just to pace it out a little more, let's go back to when you were getting dressed. You said, explain your answer again. When you were getting dressed, did you see Christine leave the tent?
Yeah, she went to go aid to Kimberlee as soon as I got in there and got dressed.
When you got out of the tent, did you see Christine?
Yes.
And where was she?
She was standing where the hole was, and she said, "Don't move, stay there, don't touch anything, don't move anything." And that's all she said.
You said she was standing where the hole was. What do you mean by that?
My wife was standing where the hole was. Kimberlee was trying to get out of the tent. She didn't make it out of the tent because my wife said that you're bleeding, just lay there. Same thing with Alberto. They both saw her bleeding down her leg. And that was when I pulled up, is when she was saying to Italian, "Don't move, don't touch anything." And that was about it.
I wanted to get more clarification on this hole in the tent you're referring to. When you say a hole in the tent, which tent are you referring to?
I'm referring to Kimberlee's tent, where the stab was, where the whatever object went through the tent.
Okay. And what part of her tent had the hole?
Well, her door is facing the wall, so it would be on her right side.
Okay. Was that the side facing your tent?
More like facing the tree in front of my tent, but yeah.
And when you say a hole, can you describe this hole sizing?
Not really. I mean, it was a pretty decent hole, enough to fit your arm through.
And you said, just want to clarify your previous answer, you said Kimberlee's trying to get out.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Well, she just panicked and went into shock, and all that just transpired. I mean, it is the first instinct of anybody in any kind of accident is to get up and move. It's just a natural reaction.
Could you see how she was trying to get out?
No, not really. All I saw was just 1 foot out the tent and 1 foot in the tent. She went back in the tent and laid down.
And Christine, could you see Christine outside or inside?
She wasn't inside the tent. Again, she was standing by the hole that was made by the object that went through her tent and stabbed her.
Could you see Kimberlee through the hole?
Again, I wasn't there trying to look inside her hole, the tent. I was trying to catch somebody.
Understood. So at some point, after you get dressed and you go back, what do you do after you're seeing Christine give aid to Kimberlee? What are you doing at that point?
Well, I'm pacing back and forth. My adrenaline's running, and I'm looking around. I start to walk towards the railroad tracks, but changed my mind again, and I stayed where I was. And then cops showed up. They cleared us off the scene, and then we had to come back and ask if we can get some blankets out of there, just so we could stay warm. We didn't really prepare for the cops to take our stuff. Yeah. But,
did the rain? You mentioned rain starting. Did the rain start before or after police arrived?
It was before. It started like a little bit before the police arrived.
Was it heavy rain or was it a light rain?
I'd say it was somewhere in between.
Did the rain start falling before or after you went to get dressed?
It was about like probably a half a minute after I got dressed. It's the best guess I can give.
Do you recall, after you realized that the person you were hitting was Larry,
Mm-hmm.
do you recall going to look,
Objection leading.
Sustained.
do you recall going to look in a particular area, is what I was trying to finish.
What do you
You're
mean?
trying to look at a particular area after, when you finish hitting Larry and you realize it's Larry, do you go somewhere else to go look in a particular area?
Objection leading.
What'd you do? You know, that, so try again.
Walk us through the next sequence of events.
Well, we waited for the cops to show up. They took over the scene. We slept across the street underneath awning at a business. And that was about it.
At what point did you see Kimberlee having blood run down her leg?
When my wife mentioned it, my wife had said it, and then I looked, and that was when I seen blood myself.
Do you recall what Kimberlee was wearing that night?
No.
Could you see the full extent of her injuries at that point?
I could just see the blood on the blanket.
Could you see, at any point, did you see injuries to her skin at all?
To her what?
To her skin?
I couldn't see the injury, personally, no.
Do you recall paramedics arriving first or police?
Police.
Did you ever locate anyone that, well, let me take a step back. After you got dressed, did you see anyone in the area at that point that was concerning for you?
No.
One moment, Your Honor. You talked about trying to preserve some evidence that's of some sort, right?
What do you mean?
Describe, what were you trying to preserve?
I wasn't trying to preserve anything until my wife said to leave everything how it is. And so that was when we all tried to preserve evidence. We didn't mess with anything. We didn't step on anything. We didn't walk by nothing, swipe nothing. We didn't move nothing. We just stood there on the sidewalk. Yeah.
You had talked about earlier that you were trying to preserve footprints, then the rain stuff started. Can you describe what exactly were you trying to preserve on the ground?
Footprints. I thought that could be his. But
And what made you believe it was someone else's other than you or your neighbors?
because I'm around them all the time and I don't see those kind of footprints. I don't see those kind of prints. I don't really know how else to explain it. All I know is that when we laid down, the ground was already kind of moist. And so anybody running in there would have left an imprint.
Do you recall what part of the area where you were residing, you and your neighbors were residing, when you saw these footprints?
It was like it went around or whatever, the tent, but there's a wall there, so it was just like a dead end to me, but that was all I could find.
I'm going to show you under people 68, 7845, there should be a laser pointer right in front of you. If you can, does this image reflect the area where you would have seen footprints?
Yeah.
You can use your laser pointer to point for us.
Oh, okay. So it was from here, and it went around, and then it was this wall right here. So I went back this way over towards the railroad tracks, but couldn't make it there.
So for the record, you were pointing with your laser pointer the dirt area to the right of the reddish tent on the ground. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, in between Larry and Kimberlee's tent.
And you used your laser pointer to wrap around between the rolled up tent to to the left of the frame. Is that correct?
Yes, that was the first place I went because that was where Larry was standing in the shade in the side of his tent.
And what about the footprints? You said that you and your neighbors that it wasn't theirs. What about it was so unique that you recalled it wasn't theirs?
Well, the women have small feet, and Alberto has small feet. I roughly have average size feet. Those feet were a little bit bigger than all of ours, so it's just pretty sure he's more than a 9.5.
What about Larry? What about Larry's feet? You didn't mention Larry.
Larry was the first one in his tent. He didn't even come out. He stood up inside of his tent.
Understood. So, do you recall how many footprints you saw, if you recall?
Just a few. It wasn't like I just had hit the gold mine on the trail. I seen footprints. I was like, it could help. Yeah. And the hole was smaller. They pulled her out through that. I think that's when it got bigger. Because she was laying up against that wall.
My apologies. Referring to 7835, what were you referring to?
The side of the red tent where the hole was, where the hole is, they pulled her out from right there because it was safer and easier to get her out without her suffering any more injuries.
When you say they, who were you referring to?
Police.
Oh, okay. So, do you recall, I don't know if this helps refresh your recollection, but do you recall how big or small the hole was?
I told you it was enough to get your arm through.
Was it enough to get a body through?
No.
And after the rain started, did you see those same footprints again, or did they wash away?
They washed off.
With respect to the prints, do you recall, did they have shoe prints, or were they feet prints? Do you recall?
Shoes.
There were shoes? And what made you believe that those footprints were not there prior to you seeing them?
Well, because I was the first one to run out, and Larry was still in his tent. No one else was there, and so I ran out. Yeah.
Prior to seeing the footprints, so when you went to bed that night, were you outside in this general area?
My wife wanted me to come to bed, so after I told her what I told her, we boarded up our tent. We laid down in the middle of our clothes, and then we did not get up until all this transpired. Like, we had no other reason to get up. My wife's not going to get up because she's a woman, and I'm not going to let her run out there.
When you went to bed, do you recall seeing those footprints?
No.
When you came back from chasing somebody, do you recall seeing those footprints?
But yeah, because that was when me and my wife were talking, and we were trying to preserve it, but we couldn't. It was raining.
Let me rephrase the question. Prior to Kimberlee screaming, you said about an hour and a half earlier that you were chasing somebody?
Yeah, but that was across the street.
Okay. When you went back to your tent, did you see those footprints?
No. Mm-mm.
I have nothing further.
Okay, pass the witness cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chessman.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you again, sir.
Good to see you too.
You recall testifying in a prior trial about a year ago?
Yeah.
Recall me asking you questions?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So once again, most of my questions that I will ask today can be answered with a yes or no response. But if you don't know the answer or you don't remember, I don't want you to guess or speculate. It's absolutely appropriate to say you do not know or you do not remember.
Okay.
And again, unless I specify, I'm asking for what you personally observed and what you personally heard, not what others told you.
Okay.
If I'm asking about what others told you, I will specify that.
Okay.
Mr. Chessman, since your testimony about a year ago, did you have the opportunity to watch your testimony on YouTube or any other sort of online source?
No, only the news clip when they were doing the video of the area with the news. And that was about it.
So you watched a news clip where you were interviewed?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm asking about the trial last year when a prosecutor asked you questions and then I asked you questions.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Were you aware that your testimony is available online?
No.
So you've never watched your testimony?
Mm-mm.
You have to answer yes or no.
Oh, no. Sorry. Again.
But you did watch some of the interviews you gave to news media?
Yeah. Just typing in my name on YouTube and it shows up.
So I want to talk about the days leading up to this incident. You were in a relationship with Ms. Barrios at that time?
Yes.
Because the two of you were in a relationship, you generally would camp separately from other unhoused people?
Yes.
That was so you could have privacy?
Yes.
After you sometime became aware of the stabbing of someone you called Compassion Dave?
Yes.
That's David Breaux?
Yes.
And later you became aware of a student who had been stabbed at Sycamore Park?
Yes.
When you began kind of changing your camping, was that after the first stabbing or after the second, if you recall?
It was after the second one.
After you became aware of the second, you decided to camp in groups?
Yes.
That was for purposes of safety?
Yes.
Because Kimberlee and Larry were considerably older than you,
Yes.
they would generally camp by themselves, at least prior to the stabbings.
Yeah.
So you took it upon yourself to kind of invite them to camp with you.
Yes.
That was your idea.
Yes.
Kimberlee had camped with you the night before the stabbing as well, if you recall.
No. She slept nearby, but she was in a sleeping bag.
Was her sleeping bag near your tent?
Yes, at one point, yeah.
So, but because of what was going on, you felt it would be better for her to have a tent as opposed to sleeping outside in a sleeping bag.
Yeah.
So, the way it works, each night you have to set up a camp, correct?
Correct.
Then the next morning you have to break it down.
Yes.
Then you would generally go to the respite center.
Yep. I mean, yes.
Then later on you have to set up your camp again.
Yes.
You can't leave your camp set up all day.
Correct. Yep.
Or you'll get hassled by the police.
Yes.
And sometimes they'll take your belongings.
Yes. Yeah. Put it in a dumpster where you can still see it.
I'm sorry?
I said they put it in a dumpster where you can still see it.
So, knowing this, you have this kind of system of setting up camp at night, breaking it down the next morning, and just every day you do that, correct?
Yes.
So, on the morning of May 1st, you had camped at that same location the night before.
Yes.
You broke down your camp,
Yes.
went to the respite center.
Yes.
It was at the respite center that you got one of Larry's other tents for Kimberlee.
Yes.
Larry had a second tent that was in storage at the respite center.
Yes.
After the respite center closed, you hung out for some time in the general area.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
And then early evening, you go back to the location and start setting up your camp again.
Yes.
Usually set up your camp sometime around 5 or 6. Is that when it's safe to set up camp?
Yeah. Around there, yeah.
You and Larry were the two who set up Kimberlee's tent for her.
Yes.
Was she present when you were setting up the tent for her, if you recall?
Yeah, she had left to go get something to eat. And so when she left to go get something to eat, all that had transpired.
Before she left to get something to eat, had you and Larry already set up her tent?
Yes.
So she knew what tent she would be staying in?
Yes.
She'd already put some things in it?
Yep. Yes.
She left the area, you believe, to go get something to eat?
Yes.
After she left, around probably 9:30ish, you testified about all of a sudden you had a bad vibe.
Yes.
You've been to prison before?
Yes.
This is a vibe you get in prison when you know something bad is going to happen?
When a riot's about to go off, yeah.
When a riot's about to go off?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, to survive in prison, you kind of have to trust your vibes, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So you got this bad vibe, and was this when you're inside your tent or outside your tent?
Well, I was going to use the restroom. And so when I went to go use the restroom, that was when I had the bad vibe.
You had set up basically a piece of cardboard to go to the restroom behind.
Yes.
Mainly you did that for your wife, then girlfriend, so she could have privacy.
Yes.
But you would use it as well.
Yes.
As you go out to use the restroom, that's when you get this bad vibe.
Yes.
I believe you testified previously that you felt like something evil was going to happen?
Yeah. Yeah.
What did you mean by something evil was going to happen?
I don't know. It was a really heavy feeling. It was a heavy presence. It was like a weighted blanket, but without the blanket. So it was a trip.
And shortly after getting this vibe, you saw someone that caught your attention.
Yes.
It was an individual who was walking.
No, he was running.
When you first saw this individual, was he on L Street?
No, he was running across from, okay, so it goes from L to 2nd Street, right?
I'm going to look at a map.
Yes, yes. It turns into 2nd for, yeah, sorry.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification. Just give me one moment. It's Defendant's Exhibit A. Hold on one moment. And so you do have a laser pointer there. It should be in front of you.
Sorry, my bad.
Sir, you recognize this as a satellite image of an area of downtown Davis?
Yeah. Yes.
You are familiar with downtown Davis?
Yes. L Street. Yeah. Yes, that's where we were, is L Street.
So we're gonna go through this step by step. You see where this little red arrow is?
Yes.
That is the location where L Street runs into 2nd Street.
Yes.
And then 2nd Street continues east.
Yes.
Your group was camping on, would be the west side of L Street.
Yep, right,
This
yeah.
area where I'm gesturing, where I'm indicating with the cursor.
Yes.
Using your pointer, can you just approximately where your tents were?
Right there.
So a little more than halfway down, you're probably about 75, from 3rd Street to 2nd Street, you're probably about 75% way down.
Yes, yeah. And he was running from 3rd across the street, across L.
So when you saw this individual, he was on 3rd Street, and you see him running across, oh sorry, I'm in the wrong street. He was on 3rd Street, And then when he got to the intersection of 3rd and L, he kind of ran across L Street.
Yes. And then at that time too, because the lights aren't as bright and it's really dark over there in certain areas, so in front of the trees the shade is really dense, so you could really hide in it. And he was running across from shadow to shadow, was running and stopping, and he would stay there for a second and he ran. So then when I started to approach him, he started to walk really normal, and then when I chased him, he took off. Yeah.
The minute you see this person running across L Street, that's just within a minute of getting your bad vibe?
Yes.
And then after he ran from 3rd Street to L Street, he started moving from like planter box or planter box?
Yes.
On the west side of L Street, there are basically a row of trees that are in planter, or not planter boxes, but tree planter boxes.
Yes.
And he was moving from box to box.
Yes.
Hiding in the shadows.
Yes.
And that seemed very suspicious to you.
Yes.
You were already on edge because of the 2 stabbings that had happened.
Yes.
So you yelled out at this man. Well, did you yell at this man?
I started a conversation.
Did you yell something to the effect of, you look like the guy who's stabbing everybody?
No. I said, hey, yo, bruh. And then he started walking really normal. And then I said, you look just like the guy that they've been describing that's been stabbing people. I said, you look like the guy. And then...
So when you're yelling, or when you're saying this to him, he's across the street from you?
No. Okay, so I had eliminated all of the other loose ends because it's the middle of the night, no cars, college is out, there's no reason to run, you're not late for anything. And then secondly, no one in their right mind, even if they're heading home, is going to hop from shadow to shadow. And that's something that, someone sneaky would do. I only know this because, not everybody's innocent. I'm sneaky, at times. But, there was no reason for it. There was no reason for it. And he had a backpack.
He had a backpack?
Yeah, he had a backpack on.
You were aware of the very general description that had been reported based on the stabbing that had happened in Sycamore Park?
I was the one that told people that he is not older, he is younger, he has ran track before, because when he was running upright in a good posture. And I know this because I ran track before.
Let me back you up there.
And so,
when you said you look like the dude who'd been stabbing people, you're basing that on the general description that had been reported in the media?
No, I based it off of the vibe and the situation and how it all transpired. I didn't have no description of the person except curly hair. And I didn't look for curly hair, I looked for suspicious moves.
So all that you had heard in terms of description from the Sycamore Park stabbing was curly hair. That's the only thing
That's the only thing I heard from them, but I told them that he was younger. I told them that he's not older. They all thought he was older.
When you're saying I told them, who are you referring to?
The news, but they didn't put that in the interview.
We're going to get to that.
Yeah.
Let's just focus on, you see this individual, he has curly hair.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
He's wearing a black hoodie. And if you don't recall, that's fine.
I can't recall exactly. I do know that the pants were not like pants, they were sweatpants. They were black. And they had like a white lining, I believe.
What?
They had the, like the Nike strips. You know, like how they have the full strip that go, Adidas strip, sorry. Something similar like that.
So you remember that he had black sweatpants with the Adidas stripes?
Yes, and I remember a hat. I remember he had a hat on. And
you could also tell that he had long, dark, curly hair?
Yes, because the curls were pushing out of his hair.
You don't recall if he had a black hoodie?
I can't recall 100% and say I know, yeah.
So when you told this man that you look like the dude who's been stabbing, what was his reaction?
To run away.
At that point, did you pursue him for some time?
I pursued him until he hit 2nd Street because he was still in the middle of L, like right towards the edge of that building. He was walking by that fence.
So you have your pointer?
Yeah, so he was
Was he?
walking by this fence right here. Sorry, I'm just, yeah. But he was walking by that fence.
When you told him you look like the dude who's been stabbing people, were you still on the west side of the street by the cardboard, or were you walking toward this man?
Well, like I said initially, I said, "Hey, yo, bruh," and I was walking towards him. Anybody in the normal state of mind would have been like, "Yeah, what's up? What's going on?" Something, especially with the situation at hand, somebody would have taken heed to something. But I had tried to approach him like kindly. If it would have went out that way, I would have just asked him for a cigarette, and if he would have said no, then that's what it would have been. But he ran away.
You pursued him for a very short distance?
I pursued him for a short distance, yeah, because my wife started yelling, "Don't leave me here."
No. Did Alberto Osorio also pursue him?
Yeah, because he was riding by, and I told him, "I just seen dude," and he went down the street. "Go see if you can get a closer look." And so that's what he did.
On the night of May 1st, Alberto Osorio was also camping in a tent a little bit farther north on L Street as well, right?
Yes.
But still on the same block between 3rd Street and 2nd Street.
Yes.
And he was camping on the same side as you and your wife were, Kimberlee and Larry.
Yes.
If you observed him, did you see a man named John Weddle there at Alberto Osorio's tent?
No.
Do you know somebody named John Weddle?
No.
Because your wife yelled at you, "Don't leave me here," you never followed the man onto 2nd Street. Is that correct?
Yes.
But Alberto did follow the man onto 2nd Street.
Yes.
And Alberto was on a bicycle.
Yes.
Was there any other man other than Alberto who may have been pursuing this individual?
No. Because those.
You remember Alberto being on a bike?
Yes. He had a cruiser. Looked like a bronze beach cruiser.
Any chance Alberto may have been on foot and there was a third man on a cruiser, or
No.
you're confident it was Alberto?
I'm confident.
At some point, Alberto came back to the location,
Yeah.
to your campground.
Yeah.
You called 911 to report this.
Yes.
Police eventually came to the scene after some time.
Yes.
I believe you previously testified it took a minute. Took a minute means it was a long time before they arrived.
The first time I called, they did not show.
They did not show?
The first time I called, when I saw him, I called them the first time. They did not show up.
You called the second time?
I had to call the second time when Kimberlee was stabbed, yes.
My question is, didn't you previously testify last year that they showed up after a minute when you called them the first time?
No. I've always said that the first time I called, they did not show. And then the second time I called, they showed up. They were the first ones on scene. The ambulance was next.
So, at the time you pursued this individual, Kimberlee was not at camp at that point. Was she at camp at that point?
Honestly, I cannot recall. I just know that she did leave to go get something to eat. And I'm not in everybody's stuff like that. I'm more just aware of the surroundings. Like, I know.
Do you remember when Kimberlee came back with In-N-Out or an In-N-Out bag?
Yeah, I do remember. But we were in our tent, and we did not witness her walking back.
Didn't you tell Kimberlee about what you had seen with the curly-haired man?
Yes, but they all thought I was just paranoid.
And Now, at this point, you are really on edge because of the 2 stabbings and this.
And then there's that. That's why we're not watching this trial live. I'd be so. I mean, why, they just like cut. Why do that? Yeah, that's it. So we don't get redirect. So anyway, hey, thank you guys for being here at 30,000 subscribers. 30,000 subscribers we just hit. So let me just take a quick screenshot and say thank you to everybody that is with us right now. I just want to mark this occasion with 30,000 subscribers. So I can look back and I can say, where were you when you hit 30,000 subscribers? We're actually at 30,001 right now. So thank you guys for being with us. Thank you to the super chats. Thank you to the memberships today. Thank you everybody that is a part of this fantastic community. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. And just wanted to acknowledge this moment and say thank you. Thank you to a fantastic community. So appreciate you guys. And this is just unbelievable that we've hit 30,000 subscribers. Yikes. Did not expect that when we started this 2 years ago. Did not expect that. So thank you to you all. Give yourself a round of applause. Pat yourself on the backs. You guys have done it. You guys, I'm just here. I'm just the little man in the corner presenting content. It's you guys that are helping our community grow and making it what it is. So again, thank you. And let's all remember where we were when we hit 30,000 subscribers. So cool. All right. So Mr. Chessman, he gets yeeted. All right. Next up, and that was from June 4th. So next up is Kimberlee from June 5th. So thank you guys. Thank you. I see you all saying congratulations and so happy for us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Just thank you. Appreciate it. All right. So let's, we've marked that and let's move. Okay. Now we're going to go to Kimberlee. So this is only 15 minutes. I don't know if there was more to this or not, but this is all we get. It's 15 minutes of Kimberlee. So Kimberlee was the one that was attacked, did survive.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know if there was more. I don't know if there was more to this or not, but this is all we get of Kimberlee. So this is from the next day. This is from June 5th.
I'm going somewhere, I leave, and then when I come back, I go straight in.
And you indicated you were using your phone?
Yes.
From the moment you got back until something happened later, were you using your phone most of the time, all the time?
Yes, I assume that's probably how he saw me because you could see my silhouette on the back of the tent.
And I'm going to ask you some specific questions about specifically that time. Leading to that time, though, when you are in your tent, can you describe where do you usually sleep? Where do you usually sit?
Relevance to usually.
Sustain.
On this particular day, do you remember where you were planning to sleep?
It was usually right where I was sitting. I was probably on my blankets right there.
Speculation.
So we just want you to tell us what you remember, and if you don't remember something, you just need to say,
Okay.
don't remember, so I don't want you to guess or speculate. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you. Let's ask the question again. Sure. Give her a chance.
Let me ask you this. Do you recall presently your sleeping arrangement on May 1st, or do you not recall?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Would looking at anything help refresh your recollection?
I can picture the tent right now, and when I came in, I just sat down at the back of the tent, and That's where I sat.
Do you recall the orientation of your tent? Where was the actual opening for your tent? What orientation was it?
It was on the side here, and I was sitting back here.
I'm going to show you a series of photographs here, and then if you can walk us through your recollection.
Okay.
This is Exhibit 135, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks.
This is 136.
All right, my bad. So she's on the stand for 15 minutes. Then she's on the stand for an hour. All right, so there is more. So it's not just the 15 minutes. Sounds like we may have missed like the introduction, but now I see I have another video of her an hour and 10 minutes. So it's not just this 15 minutes. So I'm just looking through my notes here.
I'm showing you what's Exhibit 135, image 7496855. Do you recognize the tent that's being depicted in this photograph here?
Yes.
And whose tent is that?
I believe that's my tent.
Okay. And do you recognize that tent from May 1st, 2023?
Yes.
All right. So looking at this photograph, do you know the orientation this photograph is looking at?
He's looking at, I'm not sure if that's the back or the front, so I didn't have all that stuff over it. So.
Can you see the sidewalk in this photograph?
Okay, yes, I can. So that is the front of, well, kind of the front of it. I was on the other side of it, I believe.
So just to clarify, you see the sidewalk. When you say the other side, are you referring to the side on the... What was the other side?
That you can't see.
Okay. The side you cannot see.
Look just like that, basically. The door was on the side this way, over here on this side, around the corner.
The PG&E substation, was there a wall that surrounded?
Yes.
And do you recall, using the wall as a reference, what side of your tent was the opening to your tent?
Towards the wall, looking at the wall.
Looking at the wall?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so, whenever you go and come back, how would you enter your tent to go to that opening facing the wall?
I'd go from that way to the opening. From the back of it
So,
to that.
I'll use, using your laser pointer, can you show us?
Oh, I'm sorry. I would come this way.
Okay. And is that if you're coming from the south end going up, or would you go that way regardless?
I don't know. It didn't really. I didn't really think about it too much. Probably, if I went one way, I went in from this way.
Okay. Now, when you go into your tent.
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, in real time, the state rested, because right now I saw a couple days ago, Dad and sister are testifying, and they're for the defense. So the state rested, I'm not sure when, Monday, Tuesday maybe, I'm not quite sure. So in real time, the state has rested, and now it's the defense. But this right now, this stream is just going to be the state's witnesses, and then we'll do another stream, maybe more state witnesses, definitely defense witnesses. The next time we cover this, which may be Monday, if nothing live is going on Monday, we may just continue on with this. Depending on if there's a live trial next week, we may just continue on with this, and then we'll get into the defense.
Would you keep the opening unzipped or would you zip it up?
No, I would zip it.
And on May 1st, 2023, do you recall, was the opening zipped or unzipped?
It was zipped.
Using this photo as a reference, do you know on May 1st, 2023, where you would have been sitting?
I would have been sitting right up against the wall, the back, the other side of the wall right there.
So just to understand your answer, you see this bicycle here?
Yes.
Are you referring to the side that's...
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
All right. So when you are saying you're on that side, describe your sitting situation.
My back was against the wall. Well, this wall, on the other side. Yes.
When you are sitting there playing with your phone, are you there the entire time? Are you readjusting?
No, I was there the whole time.
Is there a particular reason you sat at that particular wall?
I think that's where my sleeping bag was.
And so, at some point, when you were sitting at that wall, did something happen?
Yes.
Specifically at night after you came back?
Yes. I was home for maybe 15 minutes, maybe.
And what do you recall happened?
I recall I didn't hear anyone come up to my tent, but all of a sudden they cut from the top to the bottom, and I guess, because I couldn't see them.
Speculation, Your Honor.
Sustained. The guessing part is stricken. Refocus the witness.
So, just what you specifically remember and what you were perceiving, if you can tell. If you don't remember, just let us know. But from what you remember, what happened at that particular moment that you recall?
Well, somebody, I didn't know who it was. I couldn't see anybody because they were behind me, but they came down and cut the tent all in one motion and started stabbing me.
At that time, did you know you were being stabbed?
No.
What did you think was happening?
Somebody punched me really hard.
Okay. And where were you believing you were being punched?
In my back.
Can you describe what part of your back?
It just felt like the lower part of my back.
Okay. Do you recall, was it towards the center of your back or towards one side or the actual bleeding?
It's the same.
Can you describe what part of your back you were experiencing this?
I really couldn't tell you. It just felt like it was all in one spot.
And so I'm going to ask you to describe to the best you can the force of the punch, if you recall. Can you describe what you recall feeling?
Breathless. Knocked the air out of me. It was pretty hard and fast.
Why did you believe you were being punched?
It didn't feel like I was being stabbed. I had no idea until I stood up that I was stabbed.
When you were, what you believe to have been punched, can you describe your body's movements or reactions as it was happening?
Well, it happened so quickly. I think I just kind of moved forward, but he had already, I think Larry and them had already come over and were fighting with him.
Sustained. That part about Larry's stricken.
Okay. Sorry.
When you said you were moved, can you describe that for us?
I just moved forward to get away from whatever was hitting me or hurting me.
Do you recall, was your movement by your own, or were you forced to move?
By my own.
The impact of where you were believing to be punched, could you hear anything prior to that, immediately before being punched?
No.
Could you hear the tent being ripped or torn as you're being punched?
No.
When you got punched, what did you do?
I just kind of fell forward and just laid there because I started to hurt at that point.
Did you say anything?
I probably screamed. I know that they could hear me for blocks away.
And when you were screaming, do you recall screaming anything, or was it just a scream?
I was just screaming.
At any point, do you recall seeking help?
Well, I think I pretty much figured. I wasn't really thinking at all, but I just assumed because I had people around me that somebody would come.
Do you recall when you were screaming? Was it a soft scream? Was it a loud scream? Do you recall?
It was very loud.
At that time when you were screaming, could you feel the
Objection leading.
What did you feel when you were screaming? That would be the direct way to ask the question. So sustained.
At the time, could you feel anything at that point?
I just felt inside I was starting to feel some pain, but I think I was just more scared than anything. I wasn't really in my right mind. I didn't really know what had happened. I actually wasn't even sure that I didn't even know I was stabbed until I stood up, and then somebody, I don't know who it was, said, "Oh my God, you're bleeding." And at that point, it just started to gush out of me.
Do you recall when you were believed to have been punched? Was it just one time? Was it more than one time? Do you recall?
It was 3 times.
How do you know it was 3 times?
Just because I just remember that that's what it was.
And with these 3 times that you recall, can you describe the, I'd say velocity, but the speed, or can you describe?
It was very fast. It all happened very quickly. And maybe that's why I didn't really realize that I had been stabbed.
What is your best estimation as far as the temporal relation between the punches?
The first one was a really hard one. The other ones just felt kind of airy. I mean, they just, I didn't feel them like the first one. The first one was real hard.
And were they in fast succession or were they slow?
They were fast.
Can you, if you can you describe to the best of your recollection, using your fist and your hand, the speed that you recall being punched?
The first one was like that. The second, I don't know what the other ones were. I just know that there was 2 or 3 after that. The first one.
Were they immediately after the other?
Yes.
Okay. Using your hands, can you describe how quickly the other ones actually
This.
answered?
Overruled.
Okay.
You can demonstrate it.
Okay, I did. They just were like fast.
Okay, and so just for the record, the witness did a fist to her hand at first, made an audible sound, and then subsequently did a downward motion with her right hand, 3 successive motions.
Yeah, it happened quickly.
Happened quickly.
That's what she testified.
So after this all happened, what did you do?
I just laid down, and I was hurting too bad to stand up, so I just laid down and kind of curled up. And I believe, I don't know if I dialed the 911 or somebody else called. I thought I did, but I may not have.
After the first punch, did you try to stand up?
No, because it was so fast. They were one after another. It wasn't until somebody got a hold of him and pulled him away from me that I was actually able to stand up.
What you just did you see that, or are you assuming that?
No, that's what I did.
I'm sorry. When you said that somebody was pulling, who are you referring to?
I don't know if it was Isaac or Larry, but somebody pulled him away from me.
Okay. Is that something that you personally saw, or how do you know this was happening?
No, I just know that he was pulled off of me after, and then Toby was he was barking and trying to get to him, and I was trying to pull him back so that he wouldn't hurt him.
After you were, at this time, believed to be punched, could you see outside of your tent?
Yes, it was completely wide open.
When you say it was completely wide open, what are you referring to?
Well, where he cut it, it just was flopped open.
And when you looked outside, could you see anyone?
At that point, he was kind of putting his hands in the tent, I believe. I just know that I kept pulling Toby back because I was afraid he was going to hurt him. It was also quick. I'm not sure.
I know it's been 3 years. If at some point, did you stay in the tent the entire time until paramedics arrived, or did you at some point come out of the tent?
No, I stayed in the tent.
Did any of your neighbors, do you recall any of your neighbors coming to assist you?
Well, yeah. I don't know who got a hold of him, but somebody got a hold of him. And I do remember at one point I was on the floor, laying on the floor, and I looked up and he was standing. I think it was Larry that had him, I'm not sure. And he was kind of looking at me like this, like he was angry.
Now,
his hair was down in front of his face.
Specifically with helping you in what you were experiencing, did angry neighbors come to assist you specifically?
Well, they didn't know I was stabbed. I didn't even know I was stabbed, actually, until somebody said, "Oh my God, you're bleeding."
When did you learn you were stabbed?
A few minutes after it happened. I'm not really sure how long.
Was that with one of your neighbors, or was that with a paramedic?
No, that was with one of my neighbors.
Did you see whether you were bleeding?
I couldn't see it, no.
At this point...
But I felt it.
When one of your neighbors told you you had been stabbed, were you still on the ground, or were you sitting up?
I was standing up at that point.
At that point you stood up? And was that still in the tent?
Yes.
When you were told you were stabbed, what did you do?
At that point, I just laid down, and then I started to feel, inside I started to feel the pain.
Can you describe the pain for us?
It was pretty bad. I can't describe it. It was just really bad.
Do you recall, you indicated that, do you recall ever making a 911 call?
I'm not sure if I thought that I called 911, but I'm not positive. But I did call my daughter. Once I knew I was okay, I called my daughter, and she answered the phone, and I said, "I'd just been stabbed," and she said she immediately started crying and said, "Oh my God," and then the paramedics took the phone from me. So I wasn't even aware they were even there yet.
Your Honor, at this time, people seek to play Exhibit 31B as in boy.
Okay, and there's no objection?
No.
Okay.
So at this time, I'm going to play a 911 call. If you can...
okay? I'm in a tent and she was assaulted. I'm hurting you guys. Okay, you're calling from L and 2nd Street? I'm sorry? You're calling from L and 2nd Street? 2nd Street. Just where the door is at PG. Okay, are you the one? Listen to me. Are you the one that was assaulted? Yes. What happened? I don't know. He just ripped open the tent and started punching me, and then he went to one of the other tents in the other tent. Okay, do you know who it is? I have no idea, lady. You know, okay, you're rude. Is it a male? I'm fucking hurting right now. Is it a male? Can somebody talk to this woman, please? Can somebody talk to this woman on the phone? You're real. I'm hurting really bad. Okay.
In a moment.
Yeah. I try not to think about it too much.
Sorry.
It's okay.
So, I'm going to ask you some questions. Do you need a moment, or you?
No, I'm okay.
Do you now recall making that 911 call?
Yes, I remember making the call.
At this point, had you still believed you were being punched?
At that point, no. It was done. I mean, I knew once they got a hold of him, that's when it stopped.
Do you remember paramedics arriving?
No, I just remember them taking the phone out of my hand.
Do you remember police arriving?
No.
Do you remember being treated in your tent?
Not very long. It didn't seem like it was very long before they put me on the stretcher and took me out.
Do you recall if you ever lost consciousness?
Yeah, I'm sure I did. Because I don't remember even going to the hospital in the ambulance, so I must have lost consciousness when I was in, once they got me in.
What was the last memory you had before remembering being in the hospital?
Just calling my daughter and telling her I'd been stabbed.
And just to be clear, that voice we heard, was that your voice?
Yes, it was. I'm embarrassed.
When you woke up, so you said the first thing you remember was being in the hospital?
Yes.
When you first remember being in the hospital, do you recall, were you already treated by a doctor or not yet?
I believe I was. I don't know how long I was out, but I think I was out for at least a day before I knew anything.
Do you recall having surgery?
No.
Okay. Did you learn you did have surgery?
Yes.
Okay. And what type of surgery did you have?
I guess the knife had chopped up my kidneys and my liver, and so I was in surgery for quite a while.
Do you recall how long you were in the hospital for?
A couple weeks, I think.
And do you recall needing more than one surgery, or was it just one surgery?
I don't know. I don't even remember the first one. I was pretty much not coherent for several days, as far as I know.
And how are you feeling today with these injuries?
I still have problems. My back is really, really bothering me. I'm not sure if it's from that or if it's just my back, but I'm waiting to see my doctor.
How about mentally? How are you today?
Oh, I'm okay, but I'm still shook up over it. I mean, I don't think I'll ever get over it. It was pretty scary.
Now, do you still reside at this area or no longer?
No, I have an apartment now.
Do you recall When, I'm going to go back a little bit to the event and then I'll show you a couple photographs here, okay?
Okay.
Do you recall when you were seated in the tent? Do you recall at some point rain starting or at any point?
No.
All right, I'm going to show you some photographs just to finish this out, okay?
Okay.
It's going to be People's Exhibit 135. Showing you on People's 135, image 7496972. Ms. Guillory, is this the side of the tent that you were referring to earlier that you were putting your back against?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to this event that night, did that side have any type of window opening of any sort?
No. I don't know if there was on that side.
When
I
you
don't
say-
believe there was any windows in it at all.
And when you say that side, which side are you referring to?
Oh, on the back side. I don't remember there being a window.
Do you recall, prior to the specific moments when you were punched, were there any holes? Were there any tears on that side of the tent?
No.
Who helped set up the tent?
I did it myself.
Do you recall if Mr. Chessman, Mr. Pilot, or Ms. Barrios were around when you set up the tent?
I don't. I know that Larry was there. I don't know if Christine and Isaac were there.
Now, you talked about the opening of your tent facing the wall. Do you see the wall in this photograph?
No, it's on the other side. And where that other tarp or whatever it is, that's where the door was on that side, at the other end.
So zooming in, can you use your laser pointer which tarp?
Oh, I'm sorry. This tarp right here, it was on that side,
Okay. Do you see the wall?
Hold on just a second.
where the bike
I hate
was.
to do this to you, but your chair shifted on me. Can I have you move the chair over? And
Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to see that,
Yeah.
the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, is that better?
Go ahead.
See, if you look in that way, the door was over on this side.
And you're pointing with your laser pointer on this image on the center of the screen through the opening, that wall through the opening straight on.
Yes.
Okay. And the tarp that's wrapped up, is that the tarp you're referring to in this image?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
I believe that was Larry's tent, because that's where he was.
And when that tent is constructed, when it's erected, how close to your opening is that tent?
It's pretty close. It's about where this thing was.
And Mr. Chatsman-McBare's tent, do you recall, in relation to where you're seeing this, where would their tent be?
Oh, you can't see it, but it was up this way further.
And with your laser pointer, you're referring to the right of the frame?
Yes, well, I mean, yeah, it was up here. It was quite a ways. I mean, I could yell at him, but I couldn't.
Okay. Let me show you another photograph. Okay. Showing you 7497638 of People's 135. Do you recall the items that I'm showing you on this photograph?
I don't know. They kind of look like mine, but I don't remember that suitcase. So I'm not sure. But that's my squirt, probably.
Now, do you recall having a book in your tent?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what type of book it was?
No. I would usually either just sit there and color or read.
Do you see, you talked about the squirt, do you see some food items in this photograph?
Yes, from In-N-Out.
From In-N-Out?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know, based on this image, do you know, were those purchased on May 1st or another day?
I think they were purchased that night before I came back.
I'm going to show you another photograph. Showing you 7498307 of People's 135. Ms. Guillory, can you see the contents of the inside of this tent?
Some of it.
Okay. Does this look familiar, any of the contents?
Yeah, those are my things. My blanket, I think that was the dress right there that I had.
So I'm going to zoom in here.
Oh, that is a blanket. Okay.
So starting from the top of the frame, this what looks to be stitching of a type of baseball design. What is that?
It's just a blanket.
And directly below the blue item here, that's below that, what is that?
That's another blanket.
And then further down, there's a brown type of item here. What is that?
I'm not sure. I think it's like a bean bag, but I'm not sure. I don't even remember having that.
So, based on this image, do you recall where along this wall were you sitting when you were punched? Was it towards the middle, the left, the right?
It was in the middle.
Were you sitting on anything, or were you sitting on the material of the tent?
I was probably sitting on that thing right there, but I'm not positive.
Do you see your phone in this photograph?
Yes, it's right there with all this stuff here.
I'm going to zoom in some further, and then you can
I
point
don't
with
know
your...
what all that is. Oh,
Okay.
no, I don't see the phone.
So just to be clear, what is this item, this black item here?
That's an iPad.
Do you use your iPad as well?
Sometimes.
On this particular night, on May 1st, were you using your phone or were you using your iPad?
I believe I was on my phone.
Do you know, do you have an iPhone or a different type of phone?
No, it's a, oh wait, what's an iPhone? I don't have an Apple.
Okay. This right here, this black device here, you said it was an iPad. So is that an Apple device or is that just a tablet?
That's a tablet.
So to your recollect, that is not an Apple.
No, it is not.
And then these white things here, what is that?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what those are. I don't recall them.
And so you were talking about you were sitting where you were sitting when
It's
you...
about right where those things are, right here.
All right. And then when you were, after you were punched, the 3 times you said you were punched, you said you were moved forward. Can you show us with your laser pointer the best of your recollection of where you moved forward?
About right here. I just kind of laid down from it,
And
away from it.
You're using your laser pointer to point to the center of the
About
image?
right here.
Oh.
I just kind of laid down from where I was.
By the hairbrush?
Yeah.
Did you lie on your side, your front, or your back, do you recall?
I believe I was laying on my side.
And you indicated that at some point you stood up when you were told you're stabbed. Do you recall where did you stand up?
About right there, if I remember right.
Between the blue blanket and the brown item?
Yeah, in between them right there.
Do you remember how long you were standing up before you laid back down?
Not very long. When somebody said, "Oh my God, you're bleeding," and then the blood just started to gush out of my back, and a couple seconds later I started to hurt inside.
When you made the call for 911, were you standing or were you lying down?
I was lying down.
Now, going back to, before we get to that next question, I have one last photo to show you. This is of People's 135 7498346. What is it I'm showing you here?
I believe that's the door.
Is that the door that would be facing the wall?
Yes.
And so when you would open the door to go inside, can you describe how you do it?
I believe you just go down from here, the middle down, and it would flop open, but I'm not sure.
So just to clarify with this, when you would come back, you see there's a gray area that goes down the middle to the right,
Right.
to the right, and then it goes off to the left. Does this have one zipper or is it multiple zippers?
I don't remember, but it looks like it has multiple. But I would only use one. I would usually do this way and then walk in.
Does this door open
I believe it did.
all the way down or does it stop at the gray?
No, it goes all the way down.
And so,
That's weird. I don't remember it looking like that.
all right, I'm gonna, now, all right, now going back to when you were talking about going in and out, from that location, can you describe what path would you take to go to in and out?
I would come down Olive and go through that. There's a kind of a dirt area.
Excuse me?
A dirt area, I'm sorry, to L Street, that hits L Street. Right where the turn is.
Now, you said it was Olive, so how would you get from L Street and that area of Second to Olive? How would you cross?
I'm trying to think of where I was. I went through the back way. There was dirt, and the train track was right there. So you could go through there, and then there's like a little, it's kind of like, not really a park, but it's the train station. And then I'd come out that way. Or would I go to Olive? Trying to remember.
I'm going to show you
Oh, I'm just talking to myself. I'm sorry.
I'm going to show you a map here.
Okay.
This is the same map I showed you earlier from 136. So Do you see the area where you were residing?
I was right here, and I would come down this way and go this way.
So just to clarify, you pointed to the area between 2nd and 3rd on L Street.
Right. It's
And-
right on the turn.
And show us with your laser pointer which path you would take to in and out.
I would go this way into town.
Do you recall seeing railroad tracks?
Yeah, those are the railroad tracks right there.
Would you follow the railroad tracks or would you cross the railroad tracks?
No, I would follow them. And then when I'd get to the station, I would usually cross through them, cross over them.
The station, are you referring to a gas station?
No, the train
The
station.
train station. Okay. And when you cross over to Olive?
Yes.
And then going back to your tent, what path would you take? Is it the same
The
path?
same path.
Understood. So, to finish off, do you recall after you were punched and when you learned you were stabbed, do you recall at that point how you were feeling?
Oh, but at that point, I was already hurting really bad.
Do you recall at that point, was paramedics and police already there or not yet?
Not yet. At some point, I must have lost consciousness. I laid down and because I didn't even know they had come and picked me up. I know they took the phone out of my hand, but that's all I remember. After that, I guess I must have went out because I don't remember them putting me in the ambulance or anything.
Do you have any scarring from your injuries?
A little. You can see the entrance wounds. They're about this long, I think. I don't know. I don't really look at it.
Has it been a while since you looked at it?
Oh, yeah.
I got nothing further.
Okay, pass the witness, cross-examination.
Call, I asked you some questions last year.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you many of the same questions I asked last year. Once again, I'm interested in what you personally observed, what you personally heard. Okay? If I want to know what other people told you, I will specify that.
Okay.
And also, really want to focus on, once again, what you observe, not what you think or know happened based on other sources.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
So let me just... You recall that when you came back from getting food, everyone else was already in their tents?
Yes.
So you went directly into your tent?
Yes, I did.
And it was already dark at that time?
Yes.
And I understand you have both a cell phone and a tablet?
Yes.
Based on your memory, you believe you were playing with your cell phone when you were stabbed?
I thought I was, but I may have been on my iPad. I'm not sure.
You use the term iPad, but it's not actually an Apple product.
Right.
But it's a tablet.
Tablet, okay.
And you testified earlier that you believe that the person who stabbed you could see your silhouette in the tent based on the light of the iPhone. Or
Yes.
the light of the phone.
Yes.
Because you've seen from your experience living among people in houses who sleep in tents that a phone can light up a tent and create a shadow.
Yes.
Would you agree that a tablet will light up a tent even more than a phone?
Yes.
And so based on your prior experience, that's why you believed that your silhouette would be projected behind you.
Yes.
Call it speculation. Rule. And before you felt what you thought was a first punch, you didn't hear a thing.
Didn't hear anything.
And you remember screaming. Your initial reaction was a scream.
Yes.
First, it felt like it took your breath away, and then you screamed.
Yes.
It was you're very soft-spoken today, but you said it was extremely loud scream.
Yes, from what other people said, that they could hear me clear down at the respite center, which is a few blocks away.
So once again, I don't want to focus on what other people told you, but you would agree. You can't tell how far it was heard, but you screamed very loudly.
Very loudly, yes.
And it was just a scream. You didn't put out specific words. It was just initial.
Just screaming.
And it was that initial punch that really knocked the air out of you.
Yes.
Then you started feeling pain.
Not until I stood up.
You said at some point you turned and looked through the opening in the tent and saw the person who stabbed you.
Yes, I did.
And that person was fighting. And once again, based on your observation, you saw that person fighting with Larry and Isaac, or just one of those two?
I'm not even sure which one it was, or if it was both of them. I just know that they had a hold of him, and they stopped kind of right in front of where I was at, and I looked up, and I could see his face. His hair was down inside, in front of his face.
So you turned through the tent, and you saw the person who was stabbing you, correct?
Yes.
You could see their face, correct?
Yes.
You described seeing long, I believe you said long hair in their face?
His hair was long. On one side, it was over his face.
And what color was the hair of the person who was stabbing you?
Black.
Black hair. And either Larry or Isaac, or both, was fighting with this person at that time?
They actually had a hold of him. He was they had him still.
And this is based on your memory. You remember seeing the person who stabbed you
Yes.
fighting with Larry and Isaac?
Well, he actually was just standing still. I think they had a hold of him. He was looking at me like this, like he was angry that he didn't kill me.
So
That's what I thought in my mind.
okay, so you have a memory of seeing this individual looking at you while he's fighting with Larry and Isaac.
Yeah, just for a brief second, but yes.
And then this person left.
I don't know what happened after that. I probably was hurting.
So the last time you saw this person, he was fighting with Larry and Isaac. He had dark hair in his face, and he had a look that he was angry at you. Mm-hmm. Correct?
Yes.
And during the last trial, although you weren't asked to do that today, in the last trial, you actually pointed and identified Carlos Dominguez as the person who you recognized as stabbing you.
Yes.
So you remember seeing Carlos Dominguez's face was the one who was looking at you.
Yes.
And that's based on your memory.
Yes. I remember it very vividly.
Ma'am, a week or so before you testified last year, do you recall having a meeting with members of the district attorney's office?
No.
Okay. Do you remember there was a meeting where Mr. DeMora was present, a different attorney, he's a tall man named Fritz Vanderhook, and they talked to you about your testimony?
No, not really.
Do you recall telling them that sometimes there are things...
Is this for refreshing?
No, it's prior inconsistent statement.
Yeah. The objection's overruled.
Do you recall having a conversation with some people? Sometimes there are things I remember about that day that I'm not even sure if they even happened. Because I remember him standing at the opening of my tent where he cut it. I think he was really angry and he wasn't able to kill me.
That he wasn't able to kill me.
Do you recall telling that to the
Yes, I
district?
do.
Okay. So and that's what you just described today, correct?
Yes.
So why did you tell the district attorney that's something you're not even sure if it really happened? Why did you tell them
I didn't say that didn't happen. I said I heard things that people said that happened, and I don't remember them happening. But I was kind of...
When you said sometimes there are things I remember about that day that I'm not even sure if they even happened, why did you then describe your memory of him standing at the door?
I don't know. I don't know, because that's really all I remember of him. I was in a lot of pain at the time, so...
But there were other things that you remember about that day that you're not sure if they happened?
Just things that people might have said, but I might not have been even paying attention at that point because I wasn't even aware how much time went between.
So I want to ask again about things you remember seeing. You remember seeing his face.
Yes.
You remember him looking at you, correct?
Yes.
You remember the dark hair.
Yes.
You remember him looking angry.
Yes.
Do you remember anything about his clothing?
Not really, no.
Do you recall speaking with, it would be the next day after you were stabbed, assume you were stabbed the night of May 1st, the next day. Do you recall speaking with a detective named Matt Muscardini?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you tell him, did you give him the description that you just gave us now?
I said that he had long hair and it was down in front of his face. I really...
Long dark hair?
Yes, black hair. And it was curly.
And just a moment. I'm going to play what's been marked as Defense Exhibit EE. It's Ms. Guillory's conversation with Detective Muscardini is admissible as a prior inconsistent statement.
No objection.
Thank you.
Ready?
Anything else that you can think of right now? I know you got a lot going on.
I didn't get really didn't look at him. I think he's white. He's definitely white. It's blonde hair.
Blonde curly hair?
Kind of, I don't know if it was heavy or just maybe the hair.
Okay. Alright.
He just came out from nowhere. It's sort of,
Where do you live at?
I'm homeless.
But I mean, where is your tent at?
I'm right across where TJ is on L.
Okay.
And just before it turns on the second.
Okay. Did you see a weapon or anything like that?
I didn't see anything, no. I thought he punched me.
Can you describe his clothing or
I
anything?
can't, no.
Okay.
I didn't really get a look at it. Everything kind of happened so quickly.
Can you tell me what he looked like again?
He had blonde hair, curly hair.
Okay.
I don't know how tall he was.
White, black, Hispanic? White? Okay. Did you tell if he had facial hair?
I didn't see his face, obviously. All he knows was his hair.
Could you tell if he was wearing pants or shorts?
He might have been wearing a shirt because I think he walked past my tent earlier.
Okay.
It looked like a woman, kind of. No, the kids next to me, they said that there was a man. He came up to their tent or something, and I don't know if he had a weapon or not.
Okay.
You'll have to ask Isaiah. And he said that I think there was a girl with him. My house get really dry. There was a girl with him, and she was sitting on the tracks crying or something.
Okay.
I think he called the police. I'm not sure.
Okay. And you said that how
That
long?
was like maybe a half hour before this happened.
How long do you think his hair was?
It wasn't quite to his shoulders.
It wasn't to his shoulders.
No.
You said it was blonde and curly.
Curly.
Okay. Did you recognize this person?
I didn't see his face.
Okay. But you said he might have been wearing shorts.
I don't know, honestly. I
That's
didn't
fine.
see the rest of his body.
Okay, I understand.
I'm just guessing. That's all.
See,
Ms. Guillory, were you able to hear that?
Yes, I don't remember that conversation at all, but
Do you remember, or do you hear when you told the officer on 3 occasions the person had blonde, curly hair?
no, I don't remember saying blonde because it wasn't blonde.
I'm not asking if you remember saying that. Did you?
Yeah, I heard him. I heard it.
You heard you know why you told him 3 times?
I thought I was saying black, but I don't know. I don't know why I would say it was blonde because it wasn't, and I knew that.
So I guess my question, at this point you knew they were trying to catch the person who stabbed you, right?
Right.
So do you know why you would tell the officer 3 times the person had blonde hair when it was really black?
I don't have any idea why I would have told him that.
And you testified earlier that you remember seeing Mr. Dominguez's face?
His hair was down across his face here, and I could see his eye, and he was like this. I could see one of his eyes.
Do you know why you would tell Detective Muscardini on 2 occasions you didn't see his face?
I don't know.
And it sounds like you were describing a conversation that you'd had with Isaiah about something that happened 30 minutes before. You were here at the end, you were talking about something happened 30 minutes before this, where they chased somebody?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't know I knew about that until way later, after I got out of the hospital and stuff. I don't remember any of that.
Well, but after you got out of the hospital, Isaiah told you how the person who had stabbed you had been there earlier.
Yes.
Well, hold on, you're confusing. Is she referenced it in Isaiah? There's no foundation.
Isaiah, I apologize. You said Isaiah. Isaiah, are you referring to Christine's partner?
Yes, Isaac.
Isaac, I apologize. So, Isaac was the one who had, when you got out of the hospital, told you that he had chased the person who had stabbed you earlier that evening.
That he had been outside their tent earlier that evening.
Here's it. It's not offered for...
The objection's overruled.
Okay. So Isaac told you the person who had stabbed you had been out the tent earlier that evening?
Their tent, yes.
That Isaac...
That was the first I'd heard of it.
So you...
That I remember.
That you remember, you heard about that after you got out of the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And after you got out of the hospital, Isaac told you about the person who had been outside your tent?
They said that he was there, outside their tent earlier that night.
Okay.
And he ran him across the street. He ran across the street, and he was hiding behind the trees.
So Isaiah told you this?
Isaac, yes.
Okay. I apologize, Isaac.
Okay.
Did you sometimes refer to him as Isaiah?
No.
Okay. Do you know why on the night of this when you stabbed, you might have been yelling for Isaiah? Do you know who that would have been?
No.
Okay, There was no one named Isaiah, only Isaac.
Yeah, only Isaac.
So Isaac told you about this person who had been outside the tent earlier that evening. Correct.
Yes, that
He
was
told you how he was across the street hiding or something to that effect?
that he had chased him off and he ran across the street and was hiding behind the trees. He was running from tree to tree, I guess.
And Isaac told you that he had chased this person?
That he just ran from him.
And Isaac told you this was the same person who had stabbed you?
I guess so.
By the time you got out of the hospital, Mr. Dominguez had already been arrested, correct?
I guess so. Yes.
Sustained, answer straight.
When you got out, were you advised in the hospital that Mr. Dominguez had been arrested, been made?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
I don't know.
So you have a memory of speaking to Isaac after you got out of the hospital. I mean, you were in the hospital
It was quite a while after, though, a couple weeks.
a couple weeks.
Yeah, at least.
Then how were you able to know about this incident on May 2nd when you spoke to Detective Muscardini?
Objection made.
Overruled.
I'm not sure.
Is it possible that perhaps Isaac did tell you about this incident prior to you being stabbed and you just forgot?
Maybe.
Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I don't remember.
But
I don't.
But at the end of that recording where you're discussing the person by the train tracks, you're talking about the person Isaiah chased.
That Isaac.
I keep saying Isaiah,
Yeah.
I apologize. You're talking about the person.
I was actually at the park waiting to talk to a reporter, I think, when they showed up, and I hadn't seen them since that happened, all that happened.
About 3 weeks after this incident, you were interviewed at Central Park in Davis.
Mm-hmm.
And you saw Isaac and Christine at the park.
Yeah,
That was the first time you'd seen them since you were stabbed.
yes,
And you had an opportunity to speak with them at Central Park.
yes,
It was at this time that you remember Isaac telling you about the person who had been outside your tent,
their tent,
their tent, earlier that evening.
right.
And their tent was obviously right next to yours.
It was actually a little ways in front of mine, over to the side here.
But was within 5 feet.
Oh, yeah.
And Isaac told you how, and when you gave that interview at Central Park, when you spoke to me, at that point you knew that Mr. Dominguez had been arrested at the time of that interview, because you discussed him in that interview, correct?
I guess I did.
And Isaac gave you multiple details about the person. So Isaac basically told you that Mr. Dominguez had been outside your tent,
Their tent,
their tent, a couple hours earlier.
Earlier
Isaac
that
had
night.
chased him away.
yes.
Okay. So that is how you knew this was a planned attack, because Mr. Dominguez had been there 2.5 hours earlier and he had come back.
I just assumed he may have seen me come back hiding behind the trees or something. I didn't see him when I came back, but I just assumed that he must have still been across the street, and that's how he saw me. Saw me come back.
You believed that the person who Isaac had chased from outside their tent 2 hours before your attack, you believed that was Carlos Dominguez.
No, he didn't tell me what he looked like. He didn't tell me anything about who he was.
The objection's overruled. Thank you.
At the time, so yes or no, at the time of this interview, did you know that Carlos Dominguez had been arrested for stabbing you?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Did I know then?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think I did.
Did you tell the interviewer, if I do testify, I want to be in front of him, and I want him to know that I'm not going to stop until he gets life in prison, at least without parole? Do you recall saying that?
No, but
I'm going to show. And if you were to see just a still shot of that interview, do you think you would recognize it?
yeah.
The one I sent you. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit HHH. Now, Ms. Guillory, do you recognize the two individuals shown in this exhibit?
Yes.
Is that you at Central Park?
Yes, it is.
And the woman you're speaking to, is that the journalist who interviewed you?
Yes, it was.
And although they're not visible in this shot, Isaac and Christine were also at the park.
They did not show up until after, I believe.
But at some point they were there.
Yes. None of us knew that the other was going to be there.
If I do testify, I want to be in front of him, and I want him to know that I'm not going to stop until he gets life in prison, at least without parole.
Okay, that's where we're going to stop it. Okay, Ms. Guillory, we've got a few more questions for you, but we have to stop for the day.
It's okay.
So we're going to start up again on Monday at 9:30.
Okay.
Okay, have a
That's
great
fine.
weekend.
Thank you. Thank you.
can go ahead and walk out.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, then Monday at 9:30 next week. Let's.
I don't think I have her final testimony. Yeah, I don't think they caught that. So my next clip is the witness who called 911. That's my next one. So I don't have the rest of Kimberlee's. And Newton, boy, I wish you were covering this trial, man. I so wish that you were covering this trial, because the coverage is so spotty.
Go, and then we'll have you take the.
Oops.
I swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, I got to remember this guy's name. What was his name? I mean, he'll say his name in a second. I guess I'll just wait. Yeah, there wasn't any more. Yeah, so that was it. Yeah. Ugh, so frustrating. Okay, so he was defense. Okay, I saw there was a guy on the stand after dad and sister get on. Right? Yeah. All right, I'll keep looking. We're going to do, okay, so if you guys are just joining us, we're doing state key witnesses, and then we're going to do defense key witnesses. And the state rested, as Nosy Rosie told us, the 28th. Is that what I wrote down? Hold on. I wrote it down. You just told me and I wrote it down. I can't remember. Anyway, I think it was the 8th, right? State rest. Oh, I'm sorry. The 30th, June 30th. So the state just rested June 30th. So now the defense is on. So we're going to just kind of pick and choose some witnesses that we think are important. Some testified in the first trial. Some did not testify. We have some new witnesses. So we're trying to grab those so that we're just kind of trying to put something together. Yes, Newton Ward was the camera operator for Zarius Hildebrand, which we just watched, and then for the first Carlos Dominguez trial. That's where we met. That's where we met Newton. That's where we met. So yes. So all defense witnesses have been pretty good so far. Okay. Yeah, it's so frustrating that we didn't get all of it. I appreciate what we are getting though. Yeah. Yeah, I mean we're just picking and choosing, cherry picking what we think is pretty decent. And again, while there's no live trials, we're kind of in between trials right now. There's obviously a holiday today. No courts are open. Federal holiday here. Maybe next week, depending on if there's a live trial, we may have a couple days where we get to pick and choose, and we'll be able to watch. We'll be able to watch more. I definitely, for me, I want to watch the psychiatrists, the social workers, and Nosy Rosie. We were just kind of talking. Spiegel, Dr. Spiegel was in Johnny Depp. He testified for Amber Heard, but there was a Amy Gutierrez. She was the mental health. She was a social worker. Brandy Halstead was a social worker. Dr. Patricia Tyler was a psychiatrist. We've got Stephen Weiner. He was a court-appointed psychiatrist. Dr. Sarah Vinson, forensic psychiatrist. Serentip Ree, she was a psychologist, court-appointed. Those are the ones, that's who I want to listen to. I don't know if it's going to be the same people or if it's going to be new people, but that's really who I want to, that's who I want to watch. I can't wait till they bring in those folks. So this guy is going to be our last witness for today. He does go, he's 20 minutes for now, then they break for the day, then he comes back for an hour and a half. So we have like 2 hours to go. So we'll be done around 5 o'clock. So this is the guy who saw Carlos walking around. Remember, he was in a Safeway. He came out of the Safeway. So this is the gentleman who called 911 and got and pinned out Carlos. So let's continue on.
Please be seated. And please state your first and last name and spell them both.
Justin Schaefer, Justin. Schaefer is Schafer.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and put yourself in. Get comfortable. Mr. Zamora, direct exam.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Schaefer.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Schaefer, in May of 2023, were you aware of any series of stabbings that took place in the city of Davis?
I was aware, yes.
And on May 3rd, what was sort of the feeling, at least in your household and neighbors and friends, that you associated with? How were you guys feeling in the community?
There was palpable fear in the community. People were staying in, events were being canceled, public transit was being altered, things like that.
Have you personally changed your lifestyle during that week period?
Much like anybody, I was mostly staying in, yes.
And did you have a family?
Yes.
And had you warned your family or had the rest of your family taken steps to adjust their lifestyle?
Yeah, I have 2 young sons who were much younger at the time, and we weren't going to the park or anything, which was almost a daily activity, but something that we had avoided that week.
Now on May 3rd of 2023, in the afternoon, sort of mid to late afternoon, had you gone to Sycamore Park?
Yes, I was. I had a phone interview for a new role earlier that day, maybe around 2-something p.m., which I had decided to take while walking. I went through Sycamore Park and then did the phone call itself at Arroyo Park, which is on the other side of the 113. And then I was walking back through Sycamore Park, coming to the moment that you're probably about to refer to.
Okay, so starting Sycamore, went over to Arroyo Park in West Davis on the west side of 113, and then came back over to Sycamore Park.
Yes.
I'm going to show you is People's 25C. And where were you in the park? Where you first started in the park when you got back there?
I walked over the footbridge. I was heading east and came through. There are multiple paths through the park, of course, and I was taking, I suppose we call it the middle path that rounds through the park. And I was approximately 40 feet, I think, from the play structures there, and stopped when I was on a call actually for a role that I had at the time, and ended the call and stopped because I saw the suspect.
Okay, so permission to publish 25C?
Yes.
Zoom in. All right. 25C, Mr. Schaefer. Looks like Sycamore Park to you, right?
Yep.
Okay. Now, just in what you described as your path of movement up to when you said you saw the suspect, take us on your route to your first vantage point of the suspect.
I'm going to use the laser pointer, I assume?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I was walking this way, and I was on a call, like I said, not paying that much attention. I tend to just cut off the paths, so I did something like this. There's a bench right there, I believe, and I was planning to take roughly that path. I was here when I saw the suspect on the playground equipment here, and I can continue if you'd like.
Let me stop you right there. Just for the record, you can turn your laser pointer back on for a second.
Sure, that's right.
So your laser pointer is at this path that would go north to Brown Drive?
Yes.
And so you're just at where it splits off at the
Right out there.
right where it splits off.
Trying to keep this as still as possible.
You're doing a pretty good job. So this middle area in the circle right here, just sort of south of where you had your laser pointer, is this the play structure?
Yes, it is.
Now you said that you saw the suspect, and I want to talk about that a little bit, break it down a little bit. May 3rd of 2023, had you heard of a suspect description being shared with the public?
Yeah, there was a pretty uniform description being shared.
And how did you hear about it?
From my partner at the time.
And to you, what was the suspect description that you had heard?
All dark clothing, black track pants, and Adidas sliders.
Was there any description of sort of hair color, skin color, things like that?
Pale-ish skin, dark hair.
So you're here, and you said your attention was drawn to the suspect. Where was the suspect?
The suspect was, and you surely have other photography of the park that's not just this two-dimensional view, but approximately right there. This is a play structure that has two platform sections, and he was on the one that is farther west, and there's a stairwell of sorts about midway up that platform that he was seated on.
All right, turn that off for just a second. When you saw him, what was he wearing?
Exactly what had been described.
So you see an individual with pretty much the same exact clothes, track pants, the dark top, shoes, and everything like that.
Yep.
You see this person, was a male?
Yes, as best I could tell.
What was he doing?
Sitting there, just looking listlessly.
When you say listlessly, what did describe that?
Just kind of staring off into blank space.
Could you tell what direction?
Down.
Was his head, when you say looking down, like if I'm looking this way, I'm looking at the ground, I'm looking at it in front of me, was he looking sort of like that, or was he just head completely down looking at the ground that way?
As best I could tell, somewhere in between those two, just not so far out, but looking down, not fully down, but like this kind of few feet out in front.
Okay. Kind of like he had a book out in front of him, actually.
Yeah, of sorts. And of course my recollection is not perfect. That was several years ago now, and I just glanced up and that was it.
Was he moving?
No.
You see him, what are you thinking at this point?
Well, I did a double take because I was shocked that someone was there, because almost nobody else was out at the time. And then, of course, that it was somebody that matched the suspect's description to a T.
You say there was almost no one there. Can you estimate about how many people you had seen in the park from the time you crossed back over to the time you saw the suspect?
I'd seen nobody on my entire walk.
So how long, let me jump ahead for a second, the suspect eventually moves.
Yes, he looks up, we make eye contact, and he gets up and starts to move towards me.
You make eye contact, how far away are you from him?
Again, it's a rough estimate. You could probably do more accurate spatial analysis, but I think it was 40 feet or so, 30, 40 feet.
So if you recall, looking at me, if I back up, you estimate?
Me to the wall or so, like to the exit sign. That feels approximately right, yeah.
All right here? Whoa.
Yes.
I almost fall through the door.
It's 39 feet.
39 feet. How long did the two of you make eye contact?
It was brief, enough to recognize we were making eye contact, but maybe a few seconds.
Who broke eye contact first, you or him?
I broke eye contact because he got up and started to move towards me, and I had a fear response.
Do you see that individual in court today?
Yes.
Can you point to describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a suit with a blue shirt.
Off to your right, my left?
To my right, your left.
My right. Excuse me. Your right, my left.
Correct.
And the record reflect the witnesses identified as Dominguez. Okay. As he was moving, did he move directly, like in line with you?
Sustained.
Which, you said he was moving, or he moved towards you. Could you tell if he was making a direct line towards you? Objection.
Sustained.
Hold on 1 second. Let me rephrase. Okay. What path of travel was he taking as soon as you saw him get up, you break eye contact?
He was moving towards me, or at least getting up from the stairs, and the angle of that stairwell is such that once you get up and exit it, you are moving in the direction that I was in. So I couldn't say for certain whether it was directly towards me or simply to get up, but it was in my direction at the time, so I moved away.
Where'd you move?
I backed up onto the hill that I could point out with the laser pointer if you wish. It's behind the park bench there.
Throwing 25C back up here.
So I was, again, cutting across here. We made eye contact and he got up. I started to move up this way. There's a tree there, a few trees, I believe.
Okay, so you moved in sort of a northeasterly direction.
Mm-hmm, exactly.
Did Mr. Dominguez continue to approach you, or which way did he go?
He got up, came down the stairs, then there's another set of stairs. He came down those. I was backing away up this way, and I backed up to the apex of the hill, but then back down. He then started to not move towards me, but instead to move in this direction, going back up this hill, and then eventually down this way, which to me was extremely strange behavior.
Let me stop right there for the record. You were going northeast, and he was going northwest towards the 113 overpass or bike overpass, and then you indicated with the laser pointer, he sort of turned southbound.
Yeah, he wasn't heading directly towards the overpass. That would be like a straight line this way or even up and over. Instead, it was more a west, and again, that struck me as odd for the reason that there's nothing here. It's just a fence and that keeps you bordered from the 113. And it's, so it was specifically here. And it's around that time, or as he was walking that way, that I called the police the first time.
Okay, and this entire time that you said you were at the apex of that hill, do you have a line of sight to him that entire time?
I do, yes.
So you called the police, you said the first time. How many times did you call the police?
In total, I believe it was 3 times.
So after you see Mr. Real Dominguez come over to this area, do you continue to watch, you call the police, do you continue to watch him in the park?
Yes, I was keeping an eye on him. I saw him the entire time I was on the phone with the police, and then after I hung up, I continued to monitor his whereabouts.
When you say monitor his whereabouts, did he eventually leave the park?
He eventually left, yes. He went down here, as I referred to. Then he started to walk this way, which I thought he was going to be maybe crossing the bridge again. And there were, now that I recall, there were at least kids biking by, because I think school had gotten out, maybe from, I forget what the name of the school over on the other side is. So kids were biking by, and he went across this path up north of the footbridge, which is also, again, quite strange behavior. There's nothing there either. I was going back this way, sort of like trying to keep a stable or a consistent distance between him and myself. But then he walked back down this way, and I continued to back up this way, again keeping a stable distance, and I maintained eyesight the entire time.
Okay, so when you say you were backing up, you're going back towards that X is on this exhibit?
Yes, I was.
Okay, let's mark your spot there. Mr. Schaefer, that's all the time we have today. So trial will pick up at 9:30 tomorrow. I really appreciate your patience, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow for testimony.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schaefer. He's excused, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, then we'll be back for a 9:30 to 4:30 day.
All right, so Mr. Schaefer shuttles off, and we shall get to his testimony the following day.
Moving about. Is he ever looking at you in your direction?
All right. So this is from June 9th. So this took place on June 9th. Opening statements were the 28th, I think. When were opening statements? Yeah. So opening statements were May 28th. This is from June 9th. So maybe day 6, 5, 6. I'm not sure how many weekends were in there. So we're back with Justin Schaefer. Justin Schaefer on the stand again. And this clip is an hour and a half. So if you're worrying about schedule or keeping track of your schedule, this is about an hour and a half, and then we will be done for the day.
About. Is he ever looking at you in your direction?
No, not that I could tell. I was partly on the phone with the police at the time, and keeping an eye on him, but I wasn't looking at his eyes or anything in that moment. And of course, then I was just had a bit of an adrenaline spike, so I didn't notice anyone looking at me or notice him looking at me.
You were just focused on the individual in the park that you believe had been responsible for the 3 prior stabbings.
Yeah, I wanted to maintain line of sight. I called my partner at the time and let her know that I believed I had found him and that I was going to be following him immediately after I called the police. And so, I was keeping an eye on him.
Okay, so as you're watching him, did you see anything in his hands that you remember?
I couldn't see anything, no.
And so, where did you guys go next from this area that you're in, and Mr. Dominguez over in this area? Where'd you guys go next?
So again, I probably kept, I'm going to just estimate, around 100 feet of distance as time wore on. Like I said initially, when we came into contact, it was about 40 feet. I kept more distance, certainly after that. But as he went up here, and then he started to make his way back this way, as he was doing so, like if he were this red dot, I was keeping a consistent level of distance and was going out of the park this way. The suspect then went down this way, and I went north on Sycamore briefly to kind of like try to not be obvious that I was following him. And he walked down Sycamore towards Willett School.
Okay, so just for the record, he eventually, you were describing, he came in a almost southeasterly direction back towards the direction of the playground, and then came across this walking path that loops down, and you went southbound towards Sycamore in this little driveway here to the northeast corner of Willett Elementary. Did I get that right?
Yeah, he was walking along the path with the school, and the school was maybe it had gotten out at that point, but it was still afternoon, so there were families and kids around, so I was very much trying to keep an eye on him. And then as he started to head down Sycamore, I followed, and then he crossed over. I believe he came right here and started to head south. I used to live on Purdue, which is one street south, right there. So I was, of course, especially monitoring whether he was going to be going down Purdue. But he stopped in front of Willett here, started to kind of like he was going to be heading down Sycamore, and then doubled back and went down Bucknell.
Okay, so let me just stop right there, I'll just make sure the record is clear. So going back, you had said you had gone, as Mr. Dominguez had come out of the park and was going down Sycamore, so we're going southbound. You went up Sycamore, northbound a little bit to create that.
Just briefly, just to create distance and not be too obvious.
And Purdue, the street is on the map, is unmarked one, just directly below Bucknell Drive.
That's right.
And you had Mr. Dominguez stop in sort of this area to where these little cars are between the label Sycamore Lane, just off to the right of the Willett Elementary label right there.
He was on the sidewalk. He never went into the parking lot. That's a school parking lot there, if that's not obvious. And instead of going into the parking lot or farther south down Sycamore, he turned and went back north and then went down Bucknell.
Now, when you saw him go north, so let's just stop right here. So you went north and then you crossed the street, go down Bucknell. So I'll put my laser pointer right here. Where were you in relation to this?
At that point, again, I'm estimating completely, but I would say I was approximately 100 feet north, something like that, maybe a block and a half north of him on Sycamore.
When, and for the record, my laser pointer was just off to the left of the L in Sycamore Lane where it connects with Bucknell. When you saw him go north and then cross over to Bucknell, did you see how he crossed? Meaning, did he go to the area basically where a normal person would cross the street, like perpendicular to the street?
Well, I believe you cross perpendicularly, but there is an official crosswalk. I believe it's right here. There's a button you can press, and it makes a sign flash. It's for all the kids who are crossing over, of course, and going to school. He did not cross there. He just crossed at Bucknell, jaywalked, so to speak.
Okay. Did he go from sidewalk to corner, or I mean sidewalk to sidewalk, or did he how did he walk through the street?
As I recall, it was crossing the street from sidewalk to sidewalk, just not at a designated crossing area. And as I mentioned, it was initially that he was heading back down south, and then he turned around and went down Bucknell.
Show you People's 66. Permission to publish?
Okay.
Mr. Schaefer, showing you People's 66. Do you recognize this map?
Yeah, that's the path that we followed over the course of the following 30 minutes or so.
Okay, and so you drew this map, or excuse me, this outline on this map. Do you remember doing that?
Was that last May?
They just stipulate that you drew it.
I assume so, yes. That looks familiar.
Okay, well, we're still going to walk through it. And
Sure, yeah. That is the path I would draw again today if I were to do it right now.
okay, and so we'll go through this. First, when you're in Sycamore Park, how long were you in Sycamore Park from the time you saw Mr. Dominguez to the time you saw him exit and end up on Sycamore Lane?
5 minutes or fewer.
All right, so you just were testifying to on the last exhibit that you crossed over on to Bucknell. So take us through. We're actually going to go step by step because you have some turns in here.
Sure.
So let's start with once we get on Bucknell. What happens there?
Yeah, so he turned down Bucknell. I, again, was maybe a block and a half north as he was, turning down Bucknell. And I then did sort of a, I mean, I'm not much of a sprinter, admittedly, and I wasn't outright sprinting, but I hurried up and jogged down here so that I didn't lose line of sight. I then called, I think I tried to call a neighbor who lives at the corner of Bucknell and Pine to let them know that I was following what I believed to be the suspect, and I wanted them to keep an eye out their window in case they were able to see him. I wasn't able to get a hold of that neighbor, but I turned down Bucknell. I saw the suspect. Then I was at the end of Bucknell and Sycamore. I saw the suspect start to turn right down Pine, then double back again and turn north on Pine, at which point I then ran down Bucknell.
Okay, let me stop you right there.
Yes.
So when you saw suspect, we'll just say Mr. Dominguez, turn right, was he on the north side of the street or the south side of Bucknell?
The south side of Bucknell.
So as he's turning, I imagine you can see him on Bucknell getting ready to make that turn southbound onto Pine. As he's, and I should ask this, was he walking or was he jogging or running?
Walking, if anything, maybe. Well, it wasn't even fast walking, I don't think. I mean, we were going at a normal pace.
Okay, so he's walking. Does he, you said he would start to turn right and double back. Does he make the right-hand turn and start walking down Pine and turn back? Or does he turn, looks down Pine, and then turns around?
Actually,
I don't recall.
Well, I just want to overrule, that's fine.
I don't recall exactly. I would rely on
Judge,
my.
hold on. I'm sorry, I was still writing the objection. If you'll just give me a second after the question.
Of course.
Go ahead, please.
Yes. I don't recall exactly. At this point, it was 3+ years ago. I would rely on the testimony I gave police that day, if you have it on the record. I believe he took a step down Pine, south on Pine, but then turned around, did a 180, and headed back up north.
Okay, so then, because it was on the south side of Bucknell, did you cross cross the street with Bucknell and head up Pine northbound?
He never crossed. He crossed Bucknell. He did not cross Pine, meaning he stayed on the west side of Pine, did not cross east on Pine.
Understood. Okay, so this is little on Bucknell. This is a little arrow right here. And I see another one on Pine right here. I see a couple in this path. And is that the direction of travel as you were following Mr. Dominguez until you got to a certain location that we will talk about in a little bit?
Yes.
So now we're on Pine. Obviously, he's still in front of you. You get to Pine, what do you see?
So I got to Pine. By the time, again, I had to do my run attempt. I'm partially being self-deprecating. I'm not much of a runner, but I attempted to run down Bucknell so that I didn't lose line of sight on him. By the time I got to the end of Bucknell and Pine, he was starting to turn left onto Villanova, in other words, turn west. At which point I called another neighbor who lives approximately right here on Colby, because I effectively wanted to feel like I was not losing my own mind, like I was following someone through a neighborhood, and I needed some confirmation that, yes, this isn't just me who finds this suspicious. So I called a neighbor, and as he was turning on Villanova, I was running up Pine, called her. She was at home on Colby. She got in her car and headed north on Sycamore. Because I did briefly lose him here, of course. I then ran from Bucknell to Villanova. By the time I got to the end of Villanova and Pine, he was turning right, heading north on Sycamore.
So from the time you saw him turning onto Villanova to the time you saw him turning on to Sycamore, what was he still walking or doing anything else?
Walking, yes. Maybe brisk walking, but not running or jogging.
Objection foundation was walking. Speculation.
At any point from the time you saw him turn onto Villanova, had Mr. Dominguez looked back at you?
Not that I could tell.
How about when he was making the turn onto Sycamore? Did he look back at you?
Again, not that I could tell. I didn't feel that I wasn't being extremely covert, but I also didn't have the impression that he could tell I was following him.
Okay. So once you hit Villanova, do you then run to Sycamore?
Yes. And I was, again, on the phone with my neighbor who had gotten in her car and had driven up north on Sycamore, and she spotted him on the...
Objection here,
yeah, it's fair.
And don't tell us what your
Sure.
neighbor...
I had called my neighbor to confirm the sighting, effectively.
I'm sorry?
I had called my neighbor to confirm the sighting.
Did you see your neighbor in her car anywhere on Sycamore when we were following Mr. Dominguez?
I saw her heading back to Colby, south on Sycamore.
So you hit Sycamore. When you first get back on Sycamore, you remember where Mr. Dominguez was at that point?
Again, I would rely on my testimony from the time because time has passed. I do seem to recall him at one point being on the west side of Sycamore, but then crossing again.
So
this was by the time I was more distance was there was more distance between us at the time because of the nature of these blocks. So I would, for instance, run. I ran again from here to here and caught him heading north. Then I ran over here and caught him crossing the street. Oh, you know what? He was.
Hold on.
Excuse me. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Crossing from, and this makes more sense, crossing from the east side to the west side, not at a crosswalk.
So he goes from east side to west side. You continue to follow him.
I do.
On Sycamore.
I do. Yes. The distance at this point is somewhat more, and I would guess 120 feet or something. And I was attempting to abide by traffic rules and cross at crosswalks and not jaywalk. And people were, driving up and down the street, so I wasn't going to run across the street necessarily.
Okay.
I stayed on the east side of the street, on this side, and he had at that point crossed over to the west side. And so at that point, he was walking up Sycamore on the west side. I was approximately 120 feet south of him, walking up Sycamore, jogging up Sycamore on the east side.
Okay, so you're headed, based on the little arrows, the lines on the map, you're headed northbound to West Cobell.
Yes.
Does Mr. Dominguez make it to the intersection of West Cobell and Sycamore Lane?
Yes.
And do you eventually make it to that intersection as well?
I eventually do, though by the time I do so, I run to the intersection, or run. The suspect did not wait for the crosswalk. He just went across the street, and I don't know exactly when, but it is a somewhat busy intersection, and especially this east-west traffic goes quite fast. So, speaking of quite fast, so I waited for the.
I'll
Sure.
break it up a little bit, so we're moving at a little slower pace, and so we get to the intersection. Was he still on the west side when you saw him at the intersection?
Yeah, this is, as you can see, Sycamore has a bit of a curve here. I came around this curve and saw him on the west corner, and then he was crossing, and that's when I, again, applied a little more speed to get to the intersection. But then I waited. Cars were going east and west. I waited until the pedestrian signal allowed me to cross.
Let me stop you right there. You said, well, this intersection not only has a crosswalk, but it has stoplights in each direction.
Yes.
When you were watching Mr. Ellis, you said he crossed, he didn't wait for the light or for the cross signal. Did you see, or could you see from your vantage point, that there was either a red hand on the crosswalk indicator or a red light telling traffic not to go through?
I could say it was a red light. I don't know that I saw the hand, but I believe those things go hand in hand, if you will.
No pun intended.
And I saw him go across the intersection while the light was red, and then I waited until the light turned green and the walk sign indicated I could cross because of the traffic.
Okay, so as he's crossing the intersection, there's a couple options of which direction to go from there. Where did you see him go?
I didn't see him go anywhere. In fact, that's a busy parking lot. There were a lot of cars, and I finally got over after the light turned, got into the parking lot and panned in left and right, and was not able to find him. I was a bit demoralized at that point because I lost line of sight. I ran specifically I was kind of going to comb the plaza from left to right, so I started at the leftmost store, which was CVS, ran inside, ran up and down the aisles, saw my neighbor, another neighbor that is, and then ran out.
So let me stop you right there.
Yes.
So I want to step back for a second. You said you didn't see where he went, but you went to this parking lot. When he crossed, though, you're familiar with this just being kind of a strip mall with obviously CVS, but other businesses as well. Mm-hmm. And did you see him at least, are you familiar with the grassy area on the south side by a Big Five?
Yeah.
Did you see him cross that area into the parking lot?
I don't distinctly recall seeing him cross the grassy area, no.
At least from your testimony, you knew he went at least north or west. He didn't cross back over and go east.
I didn't see that. My strong suspicion was that he was in that plaza somewhere.
Okay, so when you say you went to the CVS, that's sort of the far west side of the shopping plaza, correct?
Exactly.
Okay, so you go in there. I should say, once we get to this plaza, how long have you been following Mr. Dominguez from the time you hit Bucknell, following up Pine to Villanova, all the way up Sycamore?
Yeah, I believe I recall the entirety of it. I quoted as being roughly 45 minutes in previous testimony.
Is that 45 minutes just this path, or is it?
No, from start to finish. I believe the timestamps of my calls to police are likely the most reliable indicator of the duration, because when your adrenaline's rushing, I don't know how well I was able to judge the passage of time. That said, from the time we went down Bucknell all the way until the very end, it was probably about 30 minutes.
Okay, so we get to CVS, you go in there.
I ran up and down the aisle scanning, didn't see him, ran out, called my partner, demoralized, said I lost him. And immediately as I said that, I was getting ready to turn down, go to Safeway, and he walked not right in front of me, but maybe 20 feet in front of me, such that I could see very clearly this is him. And I also was able to see at that time that he was carrying a bag.
Okay, so stop right there. Safeway, right next to CVS?
There may be one store in between, but effectively, yes.
Okay. Same side of the
west side of the plaza.
So you see him walk out.
I don't know for a fact that he went into Safeway, to be clear, but he was coming from the north to the south across that parking lot from the direction of what would be Safeway.
Understood. So once you see him, about how far away are you from him? When you first regain line of sight?
Again, it seemed like it was roughly 20 feet, enough that I could clearly make out this was the same person and see at that point that he had a bag.
Okay, so at this point, I take it you continue to follow him.
Yeah, I hung up with my partner and I called the police. That was the third call, if I'm not mistaken, and said, I've found him again. I am not going to lose sight of him. I need backup because I'm not going to stop following this person until they're apprehended and at least questioned.
Okay, so now we have this other line right here, just below this dark one in the parking lot, that comes down here. We have these little arrows, and is this, from what you recall, the path of travel you took eventually till the police arrived?
Yeah, we followed the path that I indicated there. We went back down Sycamore. At this point, I was being much more overt about my pursuit. I didn't care anymore that it was obvious. I flagged down, I ran into the road. I don't remember if I crossed legally or illegally at this intersection at that point, but I certainly made my way from the north side of Covell to the... From the north side of Covell to the south side, this time on the west of Sycamore Lane.
All right, let me stop you there. As you're following Mr. Dominguez out of the plaza to Covell, eventually to Sycamore Lane, how is he walking? Or, excuse me, how is he moving?
I can't give any unique characteristics to his movement patterns at that point. I was simply in pursuit. I wasn't paying attention to how he was walking. I knew he was...
Hold on. I was simply in pursuit. I wasn't paying attention to how he was walking?
Yeah. I recall I changed my pattern, meaning I was now no longer concerned with concealing myself or attempting to appear as though I was not following him. I was very much...
Attempting to conceal as if I was not following him.
I was very much following him at that point.
Okay. From what you can remember, was there anything that jumped out about, or excuse me, was there anything that showed a change in pattern or behaviors, such as erratic movements, such as speed, anything like that?
No. the thing that, again, the characteristic I noticed was simply that he had a bag. I remember thinking at the time that I didn't notice the bag before, and I noticed it after, but I think that could be due to my own eyesight, not that he had actually like picked up the bag in the plaza or something like that.
Okay, understood. Now I want to go to across the street. You may have crossed what you said, change your pattern, so you may have crossed against the light. As we get back to Sycamore, you've obviously changed your pace.
Yes.
Has he changed his pace?
Objection, that's the answer.
I changed my pace. I don't know that he changed his pace.
How close are you to him once we get back onto Sycamore?
Again, it was approximate. At this point, it was 80 feet. I did run into the street and flag down a car with 2 women in it, and because they had a car, I flagged them down, pointed at him, at the suspect, and said, "Will you help me follow? I'm fairly certain this is him. Will you help me follow him?" They agreed, so they turned around, got in their car, and followed. Meanwhile, I kept running.
They agreed.
They agreed. Meanwhile, I kept running down the street in pursuit. There was still a significant distance, though, because it obviously took me some time to speak to these women and say, "Hey, I think this is the guy. Help me follow him." And maybe that was 20 seconds or something like that.
So let me stop you right there. So you're talking to somewhere around here, talking to these 2 women.
Yes.
Is Mr. Dominguez continuing to walk?
Yes.
So now there's a bigger gap than what you originally had, for distance.
Yes. During the time I was speaking to the women, he was able to continue walking, and I was stationary at the time.
At any point, and I should have asked this earlier, but at any point, did you say anything to Mr. Dominguez, call out to him, stop, anything like that?
Never, no.
Now, about where did you stop to flag down these 2 women?
That was where you were somewhat indicating. I think it was roughly here.
Between Drake and Kent Drive?
Yes.
On the diagram, you're continuing to go down Sycamore southbound, and you eventually hit Villanova again.
Yeah, and I had picked up my pace significantly. Again, I wasn't hiding anything at that point. I'm concealing my pursuit, that is. So I ran as fast as I could down Villanova. The women were in their car, roughly parallel to me. We were all kind of together at that point. I did certainly jaywalk, crossed over Sycamore, and I don't remember where I crossed, but I was just trying to find the most efficient route down. And then I came around the corner of Sycamore and Villanova, and I saw Mr. Dominguez on the south side of Villanova on the sidewalk. A police cruiser of sorts was coming westbound on Villanova. I ran into the street, waving my arms, flagged down the police cruiser, pointed at the suspect and said, "I believe, that's him, you need to stop him."
And let me stop you right there.
Yes.
We have a little X right here on Pine. What is this?
That's ultimately, it was Pine and Colby. I believe it was actually right here officially, the south side of Colby, where they fully apprehended him and sat him down on the grass and the like. But where the police officer I flagged down the police officer here. The police officer flipped around, parked his cruiser on the south side of Villanova, got out, attempted to call after the suspect. The suspect did not stop. The suspect turned down Pine, and it was at that point that a helicopter flew over a bunch of additional police cruisers, and the pursuit ended there at Colby and Pine.
And at no point during your pursuit to the time the police contacted Mr. Dominguez, did you have physical contact with him or verbal contact?
None.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeMora. That was direct examination, and the witnesses asked for cross to Mr. Hutchinson.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So, do you recall me asking you questions a little over a year ago?
I do.
So I'm going to ask you many of the same questions I asked last year, almost all of which can be answered with a yes or no response.
Okay.
But if you don't know the answer or you don't remember, I don't want you to guess or speculate or just say yes because I asked the question.
Understood. Yeah.
Okay, stop for a second. For the benefit of the court reporter, if I could have each of you just take a beat before you answer, okay? And before a question's asked, just take a beat. Okay, thank you.
So you indicated that you used to live on Purdue Drive.
Yes.
You actually sold your house about a month ago.
Exactly.
You're moving to Europe next week.
That's right.
So this is how you plan to spend your final week in the United States.
It's not how I planned it, but it is how I'm spending it.
So as of today, do you or any members of your family live at your former house on Purdue Drive?
Yes, through the end of this week.
So I won't ask you the specific address, but your house is on the north side of Purdue Drive.
Yes.
And back in 2023, you were had been living there for approximately 8 months.
Yes.
So you were very familiar with Sycamore Park?
Yes.
Because you had 2 young children at the time.
Yes, and still do.
A little bit older, but still young.
Indeed.
Back in 2023, your children were 2 and 3 years old?
Yes.
So you would take them to Sycamore Park very regularly?
All the time.
It was almost an everyday thing?
Yeah. It was their favorite park at the time.
Because Sycamore Park has good play structures for children.
Yes.
And so you became aware when there had been a stabbing in Central Park in late April?
Yes.
But that stabbing didn't cause you to change your routine initially, did it?
No, not meaningfully.
But then you became aware of the stabbing at Sycamore Park?
Yes.
Which was just a couple blocks away from you?
Yes.
And after the Sycamore Park stabbing, you became aware of at least a vague description of the suspect?
Yes.
That caused you to change your routine significantly?
Yes.
You stopped going to the park?
Yes.
You kept your children inside?
Yes.
You spoke about how there was a palpable fear in Davis?
Yes.
Was the talk among all your friends and acquaintances?
It was the only thing people were talking about that week.
Then you became aware of the stabbing that occurred in the area of 2nd and L Street in downtown Davis.
Yes.
That stabbing, after that, there was a much more detailed description of the suspect that was released in the media.
Yes.
It was a description of a young man.
Yes.
Dark curly hair.
Yes.
A black hoodie.
Yes.
Palish skin.
Yes.
Adidas track pants.
Yes.
And by Adidas track pants, you're referring to dark pants with the Adidas stripes running down the leg.
Yes.
So you can assume the stabbing, for purposes of question, you can assume the stabbing that occurred in the area of 2nd and L happened on the night of May 1st. It would be the following day, May 2nd, when you learned of that suspect description.
Yes. As I recall, there were more detailed sightings, I believe, in the Arboretum, specifically at UC Davis, and that's when
That
those
was something
descriptions
that you heard in the media, correct? You have no...
I believe my partner told me about it. I attempt to not listen to the news.
Okay, thank you. The objection is sustained. That last part is stricken.
Okay. So when I'm asking what you heard, it's yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. But you became aware of a description,
Yes.
and that's the description we just described.
Yes.
And your partner, last time you referred to your wife, and you're saying partner and wife, are you referring to the same person?
Yes.
And she was also keeping you informed of what she heard in the news.
Yes.
So on May 3rd, you had a job interview.
Yes.
And you say you do better while walking when you're interviewing?
With a phone interview, yes. I feel that way.
So sometime in the afternoon of May 3rd, about 1:30 or 2, you tell your wife that you're going for a walk.
She knew I had an interview, and yes, I told her I was going for a walk to do that interview.
And your plan was to go to walk over to a Royal Park on the west side of 113, or did you not have a plan initially?
I didn't have a plan. I was walking and talking. I specifically went to a Royal Park, though, because it has a big, wide open green space, and I figured if anyone were going to approach me, I would see them from afar.
Now, your wife didn't want you to go for a walk, correct?
She did not.
She even asked, what if you see the stabber?
She did.
Okay. And you told her something to the effect of, we can't live in fear.
Yes.
At that point, you knew there had been a very detailed description of the suspect reported in the media.
Yes.
Okay. So you assumed, I'm asking what you believe, you assumed this suspect would be on the run.
Yes.
You assumed this suspect would be trying to maintain a low profile.
Yes.
You assumed the suspect would not be returning to the scene of the crime.
Yes.
And you also assumed the suspect would not be returning to the scene of the crime in broad daylight.
Yes.
So you leave your house on Purdue, you walk, it would be, if you recall the way you got from your house to Sycamore Park, did you go west on Purdue?
I did, yeah.
Then you turned north on Sycamore?
Yes.
And then you walked to the park?
Yes.
And there are two paths that a person can go on through Sycamore Park?
At least, yes.
There is the designated bike path.
Yes.
There is also a circular path that cuts through the center of the park.
Yes.
And that circular path can connect to the playground, and it can also connect to the bike path.
Yes.
And you're familiar with both paths?
Yes.
You have walked on both paths at various times?
Yes.
And on this day, when you first got to the park, you took the center path through the park?
Yes.
That then connected to the bike path?
Yes.
You walked across the 113 overcrossing?
Yes.
And then made your way down to Royal Park?
Yes.
And to get to Royal Park, once you get across the crossing, you turn left and go south?
Turn left along the bike path, yes, initially.
And you probably left your house sometime around 1:32ish?
Yes.
Then you completed the interview at Royal Park?
Yes, it was approximately 45 minutes, maybe an hour total.
Did you get the job?
No.
But at the time you completed the interview, you didn't know that, obviously.
Yes, I felt like I'd done well.
So I want to show you some exhibits. It's Defense Exhibit C. Do you recall in the last trial I gave you my laptop, had you look through approximately 19 photos of Sycamore Park? Do you recall doing that?
Yes.
And you looked through all the photos I gave you?
Yes.
And other than the memorials that are now there for Karim Abou Najm, you indicated the photos accurately represent the park as it was in April in 2023.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you some of those photos right now, sir. So this is Defense Exhibit C, photo 1. So, sir, photo 1, this shows the entrance to the bike path on Sycamore Park.
Yes.
But this is not the path that you took when you first entered the park.
No.
Showing you photo C2. This photograph is taken on the bike path facing west.
Yes.
And in the very distance, if I zoom in a little bit, you can see the entrance to the 113 overcross.
Yes.
And I'm showing you now what's been marked photo C3. This shows the play structure.
Yes.
And it also shows where the path you took connects with the bike path.
Yes.
And going now to C4, this photograph is taken kind of near the area, probably near the area of the play structure facing east towards Sycamore.
Yes.
And there is a walking path visible in this photograph.
Yes.
If I zoom in, where I'm circling right here on the right side, that is the entrance to the middle path, for lack of a better word.
Yes.
That is the entrance you took when you first left your home.
Yes.
Going to photo C5, again, is this another photograph of the middle path that you took?
Yes.
Photo C6, again, this shows a continuation of the middle path until it reaches the area of the play structure.
Yes.
And C7, again, we are now, this is taken again from the bike path facing somewhat southwest, correct?
Yes.
You can see the play structure.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you can see a kind of a hill behind the play structure.
Yes.
And although it's not visible, behind this hill, there are some trees.
Yes.
There's also a chain link fence.
Yes.
C8, this photograph again shows the bike path facing the overcrossing.
Yes.
C9, this is the overcrossing that you took.
Yes.
And C10, now this photograph is taken from standing on the bike path facing south, and it shows the play structure.
Yes.
And this shows the play structure where you first saw Mr. Dominguez.
Yes.
So, sir, as you were walking back to your home, you were no longer on the phone. Were you on the phone?
I was on the phone. I had an additional call there was some contract work I was doing at the time, so I was on the phone with 3 colleagues.
So you do a lot of work while walking?
I do.
Okay. So as you crossed, after you crossed the overpassing back in Sycamore Park, you turned, there's basically an intersection where you can turn to go toward the play structure. You took that route, or did you cut across the grass, if you remember?
Knowing me as I do, I believe I cut across the grass.
So in other words, and go back if I can, where the cursor is here, you could go down and take a ride on the designated path, or you could just cut across the grass as a direct route.
Yes.
And you were on the phone at the time this was happening?
Yes.
When you got to approximately the area near this bench, you looked to your right and you saw something.
Yes.
And that, it was a man that you saw?
Yes.
Sitting on the play structure?
Yes.
I'm going to zoom in. This is photo C10. This center portion where I'm circling, it appears to be a play structure. There's two slides going down from it on the south side. This is the play structure where you saw Mr. Dominguez sitting.
Yes, there's a stairwell here. That's a longer stairwell. And then there's an additional stairwell up to where these two slides can be entered. I believe it has 3 steps in total.
So we can see on this photo some visible steps going up to the first platform.
Yes.
And then there's, on the first platform, there's yellow fence or
railing.
And although it's not visible in this photo, there are, you said, 3 more steps or so to go up to another platform.
Yes.
Mr. Dominguez was sitting on
the middle step.
Those 3 steps.
Yes.
And with the pointer, approximately where were you when you first look over and see him?
As I recall, I was right in front of the bench.
Still on the phone at that point?
I said, I have to go, and hung up abruptly as soon as I saw him.
When you first saw him, you were still on the phone?
Yes.
And you did a double take?
Yes.
And you told the person you're speaking with, I got to get off the phone?
Yes.
And this individual that you saw, now this is the moment you first saw him, is sitting on the stairs, and you said staring off into blank space.
Yes.
And after you did your double take, you were focused on him at that point?
Yes.
You noticed he was a young man?
Yes.
You noticed he had curly hair?
Yes.
I noticed it was dark hair?
Yes.
You noticed he had black Adidas track pants?
I believe he had his hoodie on, so I couldn't actually get too many details of his hair, but I could see dark hair on either side of the hoodie.
And you knew the suspect had been wearing a hoodie?
Yes.
A black hoodie?
Yes.
And although you couldn't see the full hair, you could see dark hair on the side?
Yes.
And by Adidas track pants, you could see the white stripes on his pants?
Yes.
You noticed he had palish skin?
Yes.
So you realize at that time this person matches the suspect description to a T?
Yes.
In fact, he appeared to be wearing the exact same clothing that had been reported following the stabbing that occurred on the night of May 1st.
Yes.
So this is now 2 days later on May 3rd.
Yes.
And you knew, at this point, you were only a matter of probably 50 yards or so from the scene of the second stabbing at Sycamore Park.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that you were not expecting someone matching the suspect description perfectly at the scene of the second crime, sitting on the play structure in broad daylight?
Yeah.
Relevance, overall.
Yes.
And as you looked at him, at some point he raised his head and the two of you made brief eye contact.
Yes.
At that point, he got up from his seating position.
Yes. I don't know how much time delay occurred. I was standing there staring for perhaps obvious reasons, and he looked up and we made eye contact.
So you were sitting there staring at him, and at some point he looked up and you made brief eye contact.
Yes.
And he stood up from his seated position.
Yes.
And you testified he started to walk toward your direction, but do you mean he started to walk down the stairs?
He started to walk down the stairs, and that was the direction I was in, but it's also the only walking point of egress from that platform.
Other than going up and taking one of the two slides down, that's the only...
There's also a chain net that one can climb down, but that would be hard to do.
So the path he took is the only walking path from the location.
Yes.
And that was going in your direction.
Yes.
As he started coming down, you were the one who broke eye contact and kind of backed up on the hill?
Yes, I had a panic response.
Did he say anything to you?
No.
And that brief eye contact, was that the only time he ever looked at you that you noticed during this entire encounter that you described?
Yes.
Go back to C7. So after he came down the stairs, he turned and walked back toward this hill.
Yes.
And he actually walked over the hill toward this back area where there's trees and chain link fence.
Yes.
Using your pointer to the best of your ability, can you show the path he took once he exited the stairs and moved over the hill?
Yes, he exited the stairs, walked this way. It wasn't a direct path or as though it had a destination. As I recall, he walked up the hill, kind of slowly ambling up this way. I was, at that point, I believe, on the phone with the police, attempting to give a detailed account of what he was doing. And then he walked over this hill, again, rather slowly, considering we had just made eye contact.
So you described him as walking slowly and ambling.
Yes.
What do you mean by the term ambling?
Moving left and right, not taking efficient steps towards a single goal, but rather meandering or wandering.
And as Mr. Reales Dominguez meandered over the hill, you then walked over to the hill to maintain sight of him.
Yes.
And you observed him kind of walking around in this back area where there's trees and chain link fence.
Yes.
There didn't seem to be any purpose or destination.
No.
It struck you as very unusual.
Yes.
And as you're on the hill watching him on the phone, did he ever look at you?
Not that I could tell.
Did he say anything to you?
No.
Did he even acknowledge your presence?
No.
And at this point, you are on the phone talking to 911.
Yes.
You've told them that you have the person who you believe is the suspect.
Yes.
this point, you're not trying to be particularly discreet, are you?
No, I'm not crouched down or hiding behind a tree or anything. I was keeping line of sight, and I was on the phone with the police.
So after kind of ambling around in this back area with the chain link fence in the trees, he then started to move toward the bike path.
He moved toward, yes, he walked north across the bike path.
Initially, you thought maybe he's going to turn and go across the bike path.
Yes.
Did he do that?
No.
He did cross the bike path.
Yes.
And I'm showing you defense exhibit C8. This photo again shows the bike path, and you can see the entrance to the overcrossing.
Yes.
I'm going to zoom in. Before you enter the overcrossing, there's this area where there's some trees and grass that goes up to the fence. Do you see that?
Yes, it's a bit obscured, I think, but because there's even a little more area back here behind this tree, but yes.
In this photograph, you see 3 trees right before the entrance to the bike path, the farthest 3 trees. There's a little bit more grassy area past those trees.
Yes.
Is this the area where he walked into?
He walked into that area, yes.
Did he start ambling around in this area?
Yes.
And as he's ambling around in this area, are you kind of on the hill observing him?
Yes, and I was on the phone with police in that moment. As I recall, people biking eastbound on the bike path and saying to the police there are people biking by.
As you watched him, once again, ambling around in this area, did he look at you?
Not that I could tell.
Did he say anything to you?
No.
Did he do anything to even acknowledge you?
No.
And at some point, he leaves the area near the bike path and starts walking back towards the playground area?
Yes.
As he starts walking, do you remain, I'm going to describe this, on this hill on the west side, or do you move over to the hill on the south side of this path that connects the play structure to the bike path?
I move over onto the hill, the the east hill.
So as you move over, he is walking directly in kind of past you.
Yes.
And as he's walking back, does he look at you?
No.
Does he say anything to you?
No.
Does he even acknowledge it?
No.
At this point, police haven't arrived, obviously.
No.
And you recall thinking to yourself, this is either the suspect or this is somebody with severe mental health issues who needs help anyway.
Objection, foundation, speculation, argumentative.
I remember thinking, yes, this is either the suspect or somebody who needs mental health help, insofar as they were dressed exactly as the suspect was described and in the location of the second murder. The second murder, therefore, they wanted attention or something.
So you remember? I'm asking whether you remember thinking to yourself, why would you dress up like the suspect and sit in an area where the second murder occurred?
Yes.
So at this point, police haven't arrived. You're thinking to yourself, okay, the community needs help.
Yes.
This individual may need help.
Yes.
And so you're going to stay and follow this individual until this is resolved one way or the other.
Yes.
And you told that to your wife. I'm going to...
Yes.
And when you called, did you assume the police would be there more quickly than they actually appeared?
I'd hoped that to be the case. I did know they were fielding a lot of calls. The whole town was attending to this matter at the time, and they were getting tips left and right.
But you would agree this wasn't, I think it may be my nephew living in his basement. This was a person at the scene of the crime who matched the description to a T.
Objection, Austin answered.
Yeah, I felt this was a hot tip, to say the least. And I also recognized it has to go from dispatch to a person, and then an officer has to come out. And I didn't have any expectations around when somebody would come. I just knew that I felt the responsibility to pursue until it came to closure one way or another.
But you thought it was going to be shorter than 45 minutes?
I did think that, yes.
So, as he walked along this path, did he start to take the center path through the park back towards Sycamore?
Yes, the pedestrian path.
And as he did that, you stayed on the hill that paralleled that path? Or
Yes, I made use of the hill's elevation to obscure my body a little bit.
So I'm showing what's been marked Defense Exhibit C6. This again shows the path. Now we're heading eastbound towards Sycamore.
Yes.
He was walking along the path.
Yes.
As he walked along the path, you stood on the hill from a distance behind him.
Yes.
Watching him as he walked.
Yes.
As he walked along this path.
Yes, and I was keeping a greater distance. I believed, because he was giving no obvious indication he was seeing me or fleeing me, I believed perhaps he wasn't and didn't notice me or wasn't paying attention to me.
Speculation. Sustained.
Okay, strength.
Stricken.
So, I'm asking what you observed. If he had looked back over his shoulder, he would have seen you standing on the hill watching him.
Objection, speculation.
Yes, he would have.
While he's walking on this, did he ever look over his shoulder?
No.
Did he ever do anything to even acknowledge your presence?
No.
And I'm showing you what's been marked C4. Again, this shows the path as you're walking. It kind of curves south and then again turns east to exit the park.
Yes.
As he is walking along this, do you continue to kind of stay on the hill watching him?
I do, yes. And I do remember turning north on Sycamore briefly at one point, which leads me to believe, as I'm recalling things from 3+ years ago, that he, as he exited the park, perhaps started to walk north on Sycamore. I realize I'm attempting to recall something, but I was, again, attempting to keep a consistent distance the whole time.
So you described some other times when you saw him walk one way and then go the other. But
yes.
Do you have a specific memory of him doing that at Sycamore? If you don't, that's fine.
I don't remember him walking north, but I remember myself walking north then.
For some reason, once you got to Sycamore, you initially moved north just a short time.
And it was all rooted in my attempt to not be overt that I was pursuing him.
But you said you didn't want to be overt, but you remember thinking to yourself at some point, if this is not the suspect, I'm a middle-aged man stalking some kid.
Yes.
Okay. You recall having that thought?
I do.
So even though you were trying not to be overt, you thought to yourself, if this is not him, this could be considered stalking. as everybody's commonly used?
As somebody with children, I would not want any other adult to be following my children, and I was at that point following a young person. So yes, if it was not the suspect, I would not be doing that, but I believed it was the suspect, and so I continued to follow, but with some distance.
But do you recall testifying that you felt it was obvious you were watching him, but you did not have any indication that he knew that?
Objection, speculation.
Hold on just a second. Listen, you're asking about a prior statement. I don't understand the basis, whether it's inconsistent. I don't get it. So rephrase your question.
Not based on how you were what you were doing. Did you believe it would be obvious to someone who is being rational and aware that you were watching them?
Yeah.
Relevance and argumentative.
Yes, I believe it was obvious. I was not hiding myself very well. I was not hiding behind bushes or trees or anything like that. I was on the phone initially with the police and then with my wife giving an account of what was happening, and I was keeping distance, yes, but I was following him.
So other than that brief eye contact at the moment, did he ever give you any indication that he knew you were watching him?
He never looked.
That's an answer.
Overall.
He never looked back, looked over his shoulder, made eye contact with me, said anything to me. After that initial eye contact, that was the only time that I noticed him seeing me.
So, once he got to Sycamore, he did turn south.
Yes.
He was initially on the sidewalk on the west side of Sycamore.
Yes.
That is the sidewalk that runs past Willett Elementary School.
Yes.
I'm going to go to a map here, sir. Just a moment. Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit D. Do you recognize what this satellite image map depicts?
Yes.
This shows a portion of Davis.
Yes.
Zoom in a little bit. You can see where this red marker is. That is Sycamore Park.
Yes.
Okay, stop there. We have the map up. Mark your spot. Mr. Schaefer, we have a few more questions for you. We're going to take our mid-morning 15-minute break, and then I want you back. So feel free to walk out now.
Sounds good.
Yeah, thank you. To the jury, mid-morning break. See you in 15 minutes.
Again, what's been marked Defense Exhibit D. This map, does it show the area where the CVS store was that you entered?
Yes.
Can you point to that?
Right there.
Is that area called the Marketplace?
Yes.
It's a large shopping center.
Yes.
During the time you've been living near that, did you go to businesses at the Marketplace?
Infrequently. Yes.
Are you familiar, though, with some of the businesses that were at the Marketplace back in April of 2023?
Yes.
So let's go back to the map, and I'm zooming in a little bit. As Mr. Dominguez is walking south on Sycamore, he initially goes a little bit past Bucknell Drive.
Yes.
And that caused you some concern because the next intersection would be Purdue.
Yes.
And that's the intersection where
I lived.
you lived.
Yes.
But he then, after going a little bit past Bucknell, he turned around and crossed across Sycamore back towards Bucknell.
Yes.
Did he cross at a crosswalk?
No.
Then you saw him start to walk east on Bucknell.
Yes.
And actually, when you saw him going Bucknell, you had lost sight of him for a short time.
Yes.
So when he turned on Bucknell and you lost sight, you did your best jogging, running to come down to get sight of him again.
Yes.
And when you got there, he was still on Bucknell.
He was turning, yes, he was at the very end of Bucknell on Pine.
He was on the north side of Bucknell.
He was on the south side.
So he was on the south side of Bucknell, walking toward Pine.
Yes.
And when you got sight of him again, he was still on Bucknell, just about to reach the intersection of Pine.
Yes.
And you saw him start to turn south on Pine.
Yes.
Took a few steps.
Maybe one, maybe two, yes.
And then turned around and started walking north on Pine.
Yes.
And during this time, when you're observing, did you ever look down where you were observing on Bucknell?
He did not look back at me or seem to notice me. No.
He just walked north on Pine.
Yes.
When you lost sight of him for some time, he was on the west sidewalk walking north on Pine.
Yes.
And so then you again jogged down Bucknell to try to get line of sight with him again?
Yes.
And by the time you got to Pine, you observed him cross Colby, if you recall.
By the time I got to Pine, he was closer to the intersection with Villanova, and he turned left.
When he got to Villanova, did he do that same kind of thing where he took a couple steps to go east on Villanova and then again turned and went west instead?
At that particular intersection, I no longer recall if he did it there. I know the previous two that we just covered he did, but I don't know if he doubled back at that one.
So as he turned west on Villanova, you lost sight of him?
Yes.
So you started coming north on Pine as well?
Yes.
At this point, you're trying to call a neighbor to see if that neighbor can get sight of Mr. Dominguez.
Yes.
So when you finally got to the corner of Pine and Villanova, I'm going to take you to that moment, and then you look west, at that moment, he was actually not in your sight. You didn't see him on Villanova, if you recall.
By the time I'm just repeating back to you to ensure perfect clarity. By the time I got to Villanova and Pine, I looked west down Villanova, and I did see him turning north onto Sycamore. That's how I knew to pursue north on Sycamore.
Just a moment. Sir, do you recall testifying about this at the last hearing?
Yes.
Okay. At the last trial, did you testify that he was out of sight at the time that you got to the intersection of Pine and Villanova?
Objection, improper reflection of recollection.
It's not refreshing recollection. What are you doing?
Prior existing statement.
Okay, well, normally that's not the way you would do it. You would get his testimony here, and then you would just read the testimony that's inconsistent. But, right, you agree with that procedure?
That's one way. I can also confront him with it, and that's what I'm doing.
Sir,
you may well be right. I know that my suspicion that he was moving north on Sycamore was confirmed by my phone call with my neighbor, who had gotten in her car and seen him walking north on Sycamore, and thus told me, yes, he's heading up Sycamore.
Okay.
So I knew to head north on Sycamore. I don't recall distinctly if I saw him turning right from Villanova onto Sycamore.
So, what I'm going to, you said you don't recall distinctly. Would it refresh your memory, perhaps refresh your memory to look at your testimony?
Absolutely.
I want to explain. Don't just say you remember because it's in the transcript.
Sure.
To see if it refreshes your memory, okay? I'm going to have him read beginning on page 830, line 24, to page 831, line 23. So don't just read it to yourself and then set it down. You need your glasses too, huh?
I am unfortunately farsighted.
while he's reading, this is one of my favorite moments in any trial, right? Because a lawyer can use anything to refresh the memory. They teach this in law school. And the famous one is where the lawyer has a bowl of spaghetti, and he has to give it to the opposing counsel to smell it first before you give it to the witness. And then the witness smells it and recalls whatever testimony was to be given at that time. Sometimes the bowl of spaghetti triggers the memory, and sometimes it doesn't. So this transcript is our bowl of spaghetti today.
Start. Actually, I'm going to have him read beginning on line, page 831, line 3 to 832, line 13.
Okay.
So, sir, just start right here and read then to line 13 on the next page. Okay?
And to confirm, you do not want me to read this aloud?
Do not read it aloud. Just read it to yourself.
Okay.
And when you're done, when you get to line 13 on the next page, just put it down and let me know you're done.
Okay, I'm done.
Grab it. And sir, again, not asking you what you read, but as you think back from your memory, do you remember when you got to the intersection of Pine and Villanova and looked west on Villanova, whether Mr. Dominguez was still in your sight?
I did not see him.
Okay. And because while you were making your way up on Pine, that was when you were on the phone with your neighbor, trying to get the neighbor to see if they can see him as well. Right?
Yes.
So when you got to the intersection of Pine and Villanova, you do not see Mr. Dominguez. You then sprint down towards Sycamore to try to get contact there.
Yes, to try to reestablish line of sight.
You talked about you've done kind of just jogging, running, but once you lost sight of him, you actually ran a pretty fast pace to try to reestablish line of sight.
Yes.
When you got to Villanova and Sycamore and turned north, you could see Mr. Real Dominguez still walking on the sidewalk.
Yes, at that point he had crossed to the west side of the street.
So when you first saw him again, he was on the west side of the street walking north.
Yes.
And sir, one of the reasons you, I assume, sprinted down Villanova was you knew if he knew you were following him, when he's out of sight, he could take some efforts to hide or run or conceal himself.
Yes, and there are many cross streets there that one could go off into.
But when you got there, you turned, you saw him just walking north on Sycamore.
Yes.
You continued to follow him from the east sidewalk.
I was on the east side, he was on the west.
So if he looked back over his right shoulder, he would have seen you following him.
Yes.
Did you ever look back?
No.
It was about 45 seconds that you lost sight of him, wasn't it?
That seems like a reasonable approximation, yes.
So when he got to the intersection of Sycamore and West Covell, you don't recall him waiting for a crossing signal?
No.
He just walked directly across the street.
The light was red, I remember that much, and he kept going.
And he was just walking.
Yeah.
When you finally got to the location, you waited at the signal because
there was traffic going in either direction, yes.
At that point, you lost sight of him, right?
I did.
You knew, or you presumed he was someplace in the marketplace, but you didn't know where he went.
I knew he was on the west side of Sycamore, crossing north across Covell, which puts you in the marketplace corner, and I didn't know where he went.
So after he crossed Covell, you lost sight of him and you had no idea where he went?
Yes.
You assumed he may have been in the marketplace, because that's...
Yes.
So at this point, police have not arrived yet?
No.
You've called the police multiple times, or at least more than once, haven't you?
Yes, I called initially from Sycamore Park. I believe I called initially, a second time from Pine. Maybe shortly before I called my neighbor, and then, yes. So 2 calls have been placed at that point.
So at this point, you've lost sight of him, and the police have not yet arrived?
Yes.
Are you frustrated now?
Yes.
You think you may have lost him?
Yes.
And this marketplace, although you said you only go there infrequently, are you familiar with some of the businesses that were there back in April of 2023?
Yes.
In the marketplace, I'm kind of going to zoom in. The buildings basically kind of circle this large parking lot, and then there's multiple areas for cars to park in the center, correct?
Yes.
Not a horseshoe, but kind of a bent horseshoe, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
And then there are businesses, all these buildings that I'm circling here, they all have businesses in them?
Yes.
And there's a restaurant right here, I believe that is Panda Express?
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you some businesses, and if you don't know, that's fine. If you remember them being there in April of 2023, say yes. If you don't, that's fine. There was a CVS.
Yes.
Next to the CVS, there was a Safeway.
Yes.
Was there a pet hospital, if you recall?
I don't recall.
What about Quest Diagnostic?
There is one now. I don't know if there was one in May 2023.
What about the Joint Chiropractic?
I don't know.
Togo's?
Yes.
Barbershop Sports Clips?
I don't know.
Dos Coyotes?
Yes.
Mountain Mike's Pizza?
Yes.
Noah's Bagels?
Yes.
Pete's Coffee?
Yes.
Jamba Juice?
Yes.
Club Pilates?
Yes.
Steve's Candy?
I don't know.
Jack's Urban Eats?
Yes.
A nail salon?
I don't know.
Leslie's Pools?
Yes.
And Big Five?
Yes.
So you realize when you lost sight of him, there's multiple businesses where he could have gone to. You chose CVS simply because it would become the largest one of the largest ones, and you thought it was a place where he could go and hide.
Yeah, I considered Panda Express or CVS. I was just trying to get to the shortest, just the most proximate businesses were those two, and I ran into CVS.
Because compared to Panda Express, have you ever been in Panda Express?
I've never been in that one, but I have been to a Panda Express.
But you knew that CVS would have more locations where a person could hide
Yes.
than Panda Express.
Yes.
So you decided to go into CVS.
Yes.
You were running,
I was.
entered CVS, ran up and down the aisles,
Yes.
encountered a neighbor.
Yeah.
Did you stop and kind of brief explain to the neighbor?
I didn't. I said, hey, and she, seemed to want to pause and have a conversation. And I was just like, I didn't see him, so I was going to continue to run. I was going to run to Safeway next.
So you're running up and down the aisle.
Yes.
You run past your neighbor.
Yes.
She kind of stops to talk, and you just keep running.
You gotta go, yeah.
This time, you're really determined to try to find him again.
Yes.
And you run up and down each and every aisle in CVS.
I ran, there's like a main aisle where you can see down each aisle. So I was running left and looking down each aisle, and came back, didn't see him, and ran out.
And then you ran outside. And at that point, you've been out of your sight for some time now.
Yeah, a few, 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
And so now when you run out, you think, I've lost him.
I called my wife, and I believe I said those exact words. I lost him, and we were both somewhat dejected. And then
why were you dejected at that point?
Because I was hopeful to end this whole situation. We were all weary at that point.
So you thought at that point, if this person's the suspect and knows that I'm following, he's gone now.
Yeah.
And as you're sitting there feeling dejected, Carlos Dominguez walked right in front of you.
Well, yes, I lost him. He didn't walk right in front of me. I was starting to turn left to go down towards Safeway to continue looking, and then he walked in front of me, going again back across the parking lot.
So as you're standing outside CVS feeling dejected, you start to go to Safeway, and as you're going to Safeway, you see Carlos Dominguez just walking in front of you.
Yes, at a distance of approximately 20 feet or so.
So
maybe more.
Okay. Imagine you're standing outside CVS on the back up.
This would be the very closest, and I would say it was probably more. It was probably, if we established that it's 39 feet from me to the door, then maybe it was another 39 feet again, or thereabouts. But it was close enough that I could see he now had a bag. I remember that specific detail.
And you had not seen that bag previously?
I hadn't noticed it, no.
You saw him walking from the direction of Safeway?
Yes.
But you hadn't actually seen if he came out of Safeway?
No.
And as he passes, is he kind of going across diagonally into the parking lot?
Yes, just walking across the parking lot.
So kind of, I'm going to show him this map, and it's not, you're standing out at CVS, do you see him kind of like walking from Safeway, like out into the parking lot?
Yes.
Kind of diagonally?
Yes.
Does he look at you?
No.
Does he say anything to you?
No.
Does he even acknowledge you?
No.
So, when you see him, are you surprised at this point that he's still there?
Yes.
This time you're determined, I'm not going to lose sight of him again.
Yes, I called the police a third time at that point and said something quite similar to that, if not those exact same words.
So at this point, you don't care whether you're being overt or not. You're going to keep close watch on him.
Yes.
You watched him as he walked back toward Covell.
Yes.
See him as he crossed Covell.
Yes.
Did he ever look back at you?
No.
As you're following him south on Sycamore, what side of the sidewalk is he on?
He was initially on the west side. He crossed over to the east at some point. I don't distinctly remember when, though.
And you were on the phone at this time while you're following him?
I called the police from the parking lot and said, I spotted him again. I'm not going to lose sight of him. I wasn't on the phone very long with the police for that third call. I did cross Covell and run out into the street and flag down some women in a car.
So you flagged down two, these are random people, the people in the car?
I did not know them.
Now, they were random to you. You did not have a prior relationship with them.
That's right.
But you explained to them who you were following?
Yeah. And they said they had seen him too. They said, we basically kind of did like are you seeing what I'm seeing? Yes, great. Like, please help me follow him. I was trying to build a bit of a movement at that point.
Build a movement. So now you had two people in a car and they started to follow him.
Yes.
Wasn't there a neighbor you also contacted or someone else?
That was previously. I don't think I had called another neighbor at that point.
So
I was just following then.
If you recall, did you speak to anyone else other than the two people in the car at that point?
I don't recall speaking to anybody else until I waved down the police officer.
So now you're following him on foot. The people in the car follow him. Does he ever look back at either of you?
No.
And you saw him turn east on Villanova? If you didn't see him that time.
I don't remember. I don't remember seeing him. I turned east on. Yes, I turned east on Villanova.
And as you were turning east on Villanova, you saw a police car heading westbound.
Yes, and as I got to the intersection of Villanova and Sycamore, I did see him on the south side of Villanova heading east, and I saw the police car heading westbound.
So when you get to Villanova, you look east, you see Mr. Dominguez on the south side of Villanova walking toward Pine.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Then you see a police car pass him.
The police car passes him, yes.
Okay. And at that point, you step out in the street and flag down the police officer?
Yes.
And this officer, it's a male officer?
Yes.
You had a very brief conversation saying that's the person?
Yes.
Then the officer does a U-turn?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Dominguez turn south on Pine?
Yes.
You see the officer follow in his car?
He follows in his car. The officer got out of his car. He attempted to speak to Mr. Dominguez.
So could you hear the officer yell something at Mr. Dominguez?
He didn't yell. He was speaking in a normal voice, I believe, but I could tell he was trying to address him and get him to stop for questioning or something. And
I want you to speculate, but you heard the officer say something to Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
Did Mr. Dominguez initially turn around?
No.
They keep walking?
Yeah.
Where was this on? Was this on Villanova or was this on Pine?
This is on Villanova, right at the corner, though, heading towards Pine.
Okay. So you see Mr. Dominguez turns south on Pine.
Yeah.
You see the officer get back in his car.
Yes.
And by the time you get to the intersection of Villanova and Pine and look south, you see Mr. Dominguez speaking to another officer at the intersection of Pine and Colby.
Yeah, more police cars and officers were there, or had responded to a call for backup or something. Yes.
But when you see him on Pine, it's at the intersection of Pine and Colby.
Yes.
I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. And to be specific, it would be the, I believe, southwest corner of the intersection of Pine and Colby, where you saw Mr. Dominguez speaking to an officer.
Yes.
And soon, sir, multiple police vehicles came to the location.
Yes.
Soon there was a helicopter hovering overhead.
Yes.
And there was a crowd of people in the neighborhood who were watching this from some distance.
I was with a small group. Yes, we were on Pine, north of the intersection between Villanova and Colby. The police had blocked Pine at that point and were not allowing people to get very close.
Did you continue to watch? Well, at some point, did officers tell you the group to leave?
I don't remember exactly how it went down, but I do remember at some point they came over and effectively they said something effectively, "That's not the guy," and we were all like, "Really?" I remember feeling pretty dejected. In fact, like, wow, all that was for nothing. I did just pursue a young person for 45 minutes and all for naught. Yeah, so that they didn't ask us to leave. They just kind of were like, "Hey, everyone can go home. This is not a big deal."
Did you go home?
I did.
If you recall, how did you go back?
I went. Yeah, they didn't want us to go down Pine, so I went around. Yes, I went north. I went west on Villanova, then down Sycamore and back home.
But even though you were told initially this was not the guy, you were feeling dejected, you would later become aware that Mr. Dominguez had been arrested. At some point, you became aware of that.
Yes, I believe a police officer called me.
And I want
Yeah.
you did.
It was much later. A lot of time passed. It wasn't that same evening. It was the next morning.
And this was a police officer from the Davis Police Department?
Yeah, because I gave a statement at the scene, and they got my contact information there. They didn't give me conclusive information about anything, but they indicated that my action was useful.
Was that at the scene when you were watching, or was that later that day at your house?
I believe that was the next morning. I didn't sleep much that night. It was a lot of agitation, of course.
Was this a female officer who spoke to you, if you recall?
I believe so.
Was it on the phone or in person?
On the phone. Oh, I did see her the next day, though.
Okay, that's fine. Was it Janelle Bestfitch?
I don't remember her name.
That was the last time. Okay. You at some point became aware that Mr. Dominguez had been arrested.
Yes.
You became aware that he'd been charged with all 3 stabbings.
Yes.
And your wife, and these are yes or no questions, just your wife kept you apprised of kind of the court proceedings as they played out in the media?
Yes. She followed them.
And once again, yes or no, you were aware that at some point you became aware that Mr. Dominguez had entered a plea of not guilty by reason of
Objection, foundation, hearsay, relevance.
Sustained. and this is yes or no, sir, in January of 2025, were you aware that there was a trial that was coming up in a few months?
Yes.
At that point, had anyone from my office ever reached out to you?
No.
You knew I was a public defender?
Yes.
So you went on the website and looked up my email?
Yes.
You did this unsolicited?
Yes. A friend of mine who knew that it was coming to trial and knew of my involvement or the unique perspective I had encouraged me to reach out.
And in that email, you indicated that you have a ton on my plate as is, and I'm not interested in being known for any involvement in this case.
Yeah, I had stayed anonymous until that point in my involvement.
But you believed, based on your observations, that you had observed behavior by Mr. Razuming that you thought I should know about.
The entire incident struck me and continues to strike me as bizarre, and I felt
non-responsive.
And I felt compelled to share the perspective I had. Yes.
The entire perspective, when you, based on your observations of Mr. Razuming, his behavior seemed bizarre to you?
Yes.
It seemed erratic?
Yes.
You last time described it as really strange behavior.
Yes.
You recall thinking it was not the conduct of someone thinking clearly if they are being pursued by someone.
Yes.
So even though you wanted to remain anonymous, in that email, did you offer to provide information to me?
Yes.
And did you provide your phone number?
Yes.
So even though you did not know the precise issues that were going to be litigated in the trial, you felt you had information, you felt compelled to share with me, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. That was cross. Mr. DeMora, any redirect?
Mr. Schaefer, in describing Mr. Dominguez's behaviors, rather bizarre and strange behaviors we just heard about on cross-examination, were some of your observations influenced by the information you suspected about Mr. Ellis Miggs at the time, that he was the person who had stabbed 3 people?
Objection leading.
Can you restate the question?
Yes. When you were watching Mr. Ellis Dominguez, let me rephrase it this way. When you first observed Mr. Ellis Dominguez and you said, this looks like the guy, everything that you observed afterwards, were you looking at it through that lens of this is the suspect?
Yes.
And you said this wasn't the first time you've been to Sycamore Park because you had 2 young boys at the time?
Yes.
How often, prior to May 3rd of 2023, would you say you had gone to that park?
At least 20 times, if not more.
At that park in your previous occasions, tell me, how often were you seeing other people there of any age? Young, old, middle-aged?
There was almost always somebody there. It's a popular park.
When you were describing Mr. Ellis Dominguez's behavior or his walking, I think you said he meandered.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
In your prior times at the park, have you seen other people sort of meander and wander around that park?
Objection outside scope leading overrule.
Not in that way, no.
Okay, but you've seen them walk about the park, go to areas where there's no benches, go to areas where there's no play structure.
Objection leading. Overruled.
No. Usually it's kids and or their parents or guardians, and kids tend to play on playground equipment, and guardians tend to watch them or sit on a bench and observe them, not meander about without an established aim or activity.
Fair to say you don't know what Mr. Dominguez was thinking at that time?
That is entirely fair to say.
And your description of his behavior, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I mistake this, I don't want to, you thought there was something related to mental health because it's either him or it's someone who's dressed like him.
Yes.
Can you tell me, just based on how someone's walking, whether they have a mental health illness or going through a mental health episode?
Objection outside scope, improper opinion.
Okay. He gave an opinion, a lay opinion. The court allowed it, and some allowed both parties to explore his lay opinion. It was relevant in the court's view. So you can explore his lay opinion. So that the objection is overruled. But I would like you to rephrase your question.
Certainly. Do you have training on identifying whether someone's going through a mental health episode or has a mental health issue?
Formal training, no.
Based on the way Mr. Dominguez was walking, just on the way he was walking, could you tell that he was, whether or not he had a mental health issue or was going through a mental health, or going through a mental health issue?
No.
This was the first time that, and correct me if I'm wrong, the first time you had ever encountered someone who had been suspected of these types of crimes, multiple stabbings.
Yes.
So when you say that a lot of this behavior was bizarre, you didn't expect someone suspected these things to be at the park, that they were returned to the scene, you have nothing to compare that to in terms of, well, this is what people do when they're engaging in these crimes. Does that make sense?
Certainly not. What I had was other people telling me that he was fleeing, and this was not somebody fleeing overtly.
And that was what you were being told was based on what other people may have heard from the media or word of mouth.
Objection leading.
Assistant.
Do you know what sorts of information those people had that were telling you this information?
I don't know for a fact. My understanding it was eyewitness testimony from, in particular, the Arboretum.
That's right.
Okay, everybody agrees. Answer straight.
When Mr. Dominguez was, I want to go back to when he first crossed over West Cobell to go to the shopping center. He said when he was crossing against the red, do you remember if there were cars that were crossing in the lanes that he was crossing?
I don't remember. There was no, I remember there was no like screeching tires or honking or like he had gotten in the way of a car that was oncoming. But I do know the light was red and he crossed.
mentioned that he was, going back to your statement about erratic, bizarre, and strange behavior, not something you'd think by someone you become pursued as how you describe following Mr. Dominguez. Now, Mr. Schaefer, when you were following Mr. Dominguez, you were, as you mentioned, you were keeping your distance from him for most of the time, right?
Yes.
At any point, did you intentionally try to make your presence known? When I say that, I mean yell, scream, run up to him, yell to other individuals, hey, this is the guy, this is the guy.
Not until much later, following reestablishing line of sight after leaving CVS and pursuing him across Cobell and down Sycamore. That is when I became quite obvious, yelling, running into the street, and the like.
So when you say you were yelling, was that when you flagged the two ladies down in the car?
Yes, I wasn't yelling at him. I was yelling at other people for help.
And from what you could observe, did it appear that Mr. Dominguez heard you?
Heard me yelling to the ladies in the car, for instance?
Yes.
Object to speculation.
Over is what you saw.
I didn't notice him noticing me, no.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Okay, now to redirect. Anything on that, Mr. Hutchinson? Okay, all right. Mr. Schaefer, thank you for your testimony over 2 days. Thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr.
All right, you guys.
Tomorrow we have a few minutes. We can get started on a witness. Do you
I guess that will be, that's going to wrap it up here for us. Just make sure my audio is on. All right, we're going to call it a day. It is after 5 here on the East Coast, so we're going to call it a day for now. So the defense has started their case in chief. The state did rest. So now it's the defense's turn. So I'm going to grab a couple more witnesses from the state side. I'll pull a couple more witnesses from the state side, and then I already have some witnesses on the defense side. So depending on what happens next week, as far as live trials, maybe we'll just keep watching Carlos. I don't know. I'm sure there will be a live trial next week. If that's the case, we'll focus on that. But if there's nothing happening Monday and Tuesday, we'll just keep continuing on with Carlos. So all right. Well, with that, you guys. Oh, you know what? I want to do this before we go. I want you guys. Hold on a sec. I know there's a lot going on. Oh, here I can get rid of that. A lot of you are under a heat advisory, so I definitely just please be careful out there. Heed your local warnings and local authorities. I know you guys are. We've been talking about it in chat. Is it that one? No, it's here. Hey, where'd it go? There we go. All right, so I know New York City Central Park hit 100 degrees, and these are the air temperatures. This isn't like the feel-like temperatures. So make sure you guys hydrate, stay in some AC. Those are some warm temperatures. Let's see. I have this thing. Hold on, I got this. All right, so these are all the places. This was through Sunday. Possible daily record highs. That's all the way, that's like Maine. I mean, Maine all the way down to South Carolina. So just make sure you guys are staying hydrated. If you are outside, definitely take care of yourself. Looks like it's going to be breaking on Sunday and Monday for a lot of us. I am planning on going out and getting some, doing my yard work. I got to get some yard work done. So it's just hot all the way around. It's hot all the way around. Although Florida, we're used to it. We're used to it's like 92, I think, for me right now. I mean, we're used to that. But I know a lot of you are not. So definitely take care of yourselves. We want you to come back on Monday. we don't want you to do anything that will hurt yourself, including myself. I'll take my own advice. I'll make sure I don't hurt myself by mowing this weekend. I'll go slow, make sure I hydrate, come in every like half hour or so, cool down, go back out. So with that, be safe. It's July 4th weekend here in the United States. Lots of fireworks, lots of that kind of stuff going on. So be safe. Hopefully you and your pets will be okay. We'll be safe from the fireworks. And for those that celebrate, happy 4th of July. And for those that don't, enjoy your weekend. Thank you for spending your day with us. We hit 30,000 subscribers, and Heidi gave Super Ball a membership. So what more could you want? 30,000 subscribers and Super Ball got a membership. Yes, you got a membership from Heidi. You're gonna say thank you? Come thank Heidi. Yo, come here, dude. No, don't go smack Roger. Come here. Yo. She's gonna go smack Roger. Anyway, Super Ball says thank you, Heidi, for the membership. And we are at 30,019. Whoop. We're at 30,019. So we hit 30,000 subscribers earlier in the stream, and we are actually right now at 30,019. So thank you guys for helping us get to that milestone. That was awesome. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. Super Ball, come say thank you. Come say thank you. Hi, wait, stay here. Stay here. Say thank you. Look up here. Say thank you to Heidi. Yo, look up here. Nope. She's just going to keep cruising back and forth. All right, guys. Have a great one. Yes, we had a good day, Heidi. It was a great day. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend. Be safe and stay hydrated. And we will see you on Monday. I'm not sure what we're going to do. If there's a live trial, we'll cover that. If not, maybe we'll keep going with Carlos. We'll keep going with Carlos. Okay, take care, guys. Bye.